Au revoir, mange tout, mange tout. Yes, hello everybody, it's day 2 here at Thruxton Retro. We are celebrating everything from the 1980s. Yes, we've got classic touring cars, we've got scintillating single-seaters and dangerous drag racing as well, and so much more besides as well. It's going to be a jam-packed day of wall-to-wall racing, so make sure you sit down, relax, don't do it when you want to go do it, because we're in for a thriller of a day, and let's hope there's no chain reaction at the final chicane. There is only one thing left to do, and that is, of course, to go racing.
It certainly is, yes. Thanks, Ian. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Thruxton Circuit here in Hampshire, the fastest racing circuit in the UK, for day 2 of Thruxton Retro 2026, celebrating everything at 1980s this year. But so we've got some cars of all ages out on track on a busy schedule of 8 races coming up across today. Some longer races than usual. We've got some pit stop races later on. We kick off though with a 15-minute race for the Scottish Motor Racing Club, making a rare visit all the way down to the south of England with their classic sports and saloon cars and historic mod sports on the same grid. Bit of an all-comers race, that is, with drivers from all over the country joining the Scottish drivers. Then we've got the Classic Touring Car Racing Club, their Pre-66 touring cars, and then the feature race of the day, the Jochen Rindt Trophy for historic single-seaters. We welcome the Historic Racing Drivers Club here as well with their various series, the Dunlop Allstars for saloon and GT cars with the Classic Alfa Challenge. They have a 30-minute race. 2 other grids for the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. The HRDC Top Hat series, intriguing name, that's for saloon cars from the late 50s and early 60s, the early years of the British Saloon Car Championship celebrated there. And at the end of the day we have something rather special, the Gerry Marshal Trophy series, celebrating one of Britain's greatest ever, one of the world's greatest ever saloon car racers. Got a grid of Alfa Romeos and Ford Capris mainly out in that one later on for their 45-minute pit stop race. The racing interspersed with qualifying sessions today through the morning because the HRDC were not here yesterday. We've got some cars out qualifying at the moment. That's the Dunlop All-Stars and Alfa Challenge currently on track. Various off-track entertainments as well here at Thruxton. We've got various car club displays. We've got a fun fair, drag racing, as Ian has already mentioned, and some Group B rally and rallycross cars. They're doing some demonstrations. Hopefully we'll have a look at those later on as well. My name is Dave Goddard. I'll be taking you through the race action here today. Ian Waterhouse is our pit reporter down the ground, and he's currently in the assembly area ahead of our first race.
Yes, good morning everybody and welcome down to the assembly area. It is almost time to go racing, and it is time for the Scottish Classic Sports and Saloon Championship and the Historic Mod Sports. Their second race of the weekend. We had a cracker yesterday. Steve Barnard taking the win from David Morrison and Dean Clayton. I'm going to go chat to some of the drivers before we get out onto the track. Still quite cool this morning, but the temperature is set to be very hot indeed. Right, I want to have a quick chat with Matt Ellis here. Let's grab him for a chat. Matt, can I borrow you for a second? Now, we were talking off camera a minute ago, and John, we're going to have to bring you round here because these rear tyres are absolutely huge, aren't they? What's this like to drive?
There is no way of saying they're not huge. It's definitely feels a bit like I'm overcompensating, but no, it's amazing. They're like 16 inches wide.
Do you need to overcompensate?
Oh, definitely, yeah. Yeah. I haven't got any ability either, so I need them. But no, it's an amazing thing to drive, but let me tell you, you really know if they're hot or cold. First lap or two, you go out and you're like, oh, this is lovely, go around, and suddenly you're like, I have no traction. You think, look at that, you think, oh my God, I'm going to survive. And then suddenly you switch on, and it's like being in a scale electric car.
Is it? Okay.
There's so much rear traction, it's amazing. You'd think it'd still be a bit
I'm looking
scary.
at your times from yesterday. In qualifying, you did a 1:26.793. It's 3.7 seconds faster than anybody. So they were on it for that lap.
They definitely worked that lap, yeah, that's for sure. Yeah, we had a great little time, didn't do too many laps looking after it. But yeah, I think we've got to try and do this 100-mile-an-hour average lap today, back to what it did 55 years ago. And yeah,
qualifying was 97.72. So
we got a little bit. They might be working a bit harder today. We might be using all of them and the shoulder.
Okay, I'm going to keep a sharp eye on it. Look, so much for bringing it out as well. It's amazing, isn't it? Good stuff indeed. Right, look, a very familiar face here, a certain Mr. Stephen Primmett. And Stephen, well, I thought I saw you milling around yesterday, and I was desperate to come over and say hello. How are you? It's really good to see you, by the way. Are you well?
We're on the back foot a bit. We're at the back of the grid because she actually broke coming out of assembly area yesterday, so we've had to change the clutch and the master cylinder and oh mate. So we're back in one piece.
Yeah.
And I got a puncture as well on the green flag lap whilst broken down. So it's been a bit trying.
It sounds a bit like a Tom and Jerry cartoon now. Anything that could go wrong will, doesn't it? But how we feel? We feeling confident now? Is everything sorted, we think?
Well, it makes for a good fun race when you come from the back.
It does for us, yeah.
So, so I'm quite excited.
Stephen, good luck.
Good to see you, mate.
You always put on a show for us. It's lovely to see you as well, by the way, my friend. Let's keep moving around, shall we? We can't go talk. By the way, there's Martin Reynolds. He's got serious issues with the gearbox. I think he only had gears 3 and 4 yesterday. I spoke to him this morning. We're not to go talk to him because apparently I'm his bad luck charm. Every time I do, something breaks. So let's just avoid that, shall we, and keep going down. I want to go, what an array of cars we have here. It really is a bit of, if anybody ever played the Gran Turismo PlayStation game, it's a little bit like that, isn't it? Let's go have a chat to William Underwood in the TR7 here, because another fine looking, in fact, every single car has got a story, hasn't it? William, how are we? Just talking about stories and cars, and I bet this has got a few stories, hasn't it?
One or two. It started his life as the 4-speed manual TR7 in its early days, and the road taxi's still on it.
Is it really? No. Can we get that, John? The road tax at the front. I don't know if you heard that. What's it like to drive? Where is it something special?
Oh well, I enjoy it.
Yeah.
It's a bit like an Escort because it's about the same wheelbase.
Yeah. Okay.
Nice and bumpy round here.
Nice and bumpy. Well, I'll let you prepare then. I'll let you get ready. Good to see you as well. Thanks for talking to us. Really do appreciate it. Let's move on, shall we? We've got Ian here in the Davrian Mark 8. Let's go say hello to my namesake. Ian, it's good to see you. How are you? God, goodness me, you sit low in this, don't you?
I do, yeah.
I don't think I'm going to get back up again.
It's a bit of human origami to get into it.
I bet you feel every bump, do you, around here?
It's not that bumpy, I don't think. Well, mine's on other things anyway.
Yeah, I suppose. You got pretty much. You got more important things to worry about out there. What can we do in this race?
If I can keep up with him, I'll be happy.
Yeah,
yeah.
That's the target.
He was braver through church than me yesterday, so I need to work on that.
Excellent stuff, Ian. Thanks for talking to us. Lovely to see you, by the way. Thanks for coming out to play. We really do appreciate it. Let's keep moving on, shall we? Because I've got a thing for Rovers. My first ever car was a Rover 214. It was a night fire red. It had grey panelling, beige interior and fake walnut dash. What was your first ever car? Let us know. Live chat is open, of course. We want to hear from you. Let's just move along. Got to Thomas Owen here in the 205. Oh, Thomas, can I just jump in a second? Who doesn't love a 205, eh?
Oh, well, there you go, Sainsbury's shopping cart.
Have you found it's got a bit of attention this weekend of people walking by?
People can relate to it, that's what it is. You know, we are far next to the Golf, so yeah, absolutely.
Excellent.
Yeah.
No, I better let you crack on because I think you guys have got to go racing in a minute. In fact, yes, they do, because the board over this side is literally about to go up. We've timed this to absolute perfection. It is time for our first race of the day here this Sunday. The 32nd board goes up. It's the Scottish Classic Sports and Saloon Championship with a historic motorsport. We're about to go racing. Only one thing left to do is hand over to the commentator, Dave Goddard, to take you through the action.
Yes, thanks very much, Ian. So the car's about to be released by the marshals out on the circuit. They'll do a green flag lap round to the grid, and then we will have a 15-minute race. Now, this being the Scottish Motor Racing Club, the race being held early in the day so that the Scottish drivers who are present have time to get back home again. Some of them have made a very long journey down there. Not all Scottish drivers. As we say, it's been turned into a bit of an all-comers event, this has. But the Kinmon family have certainly come down from Scotland. Look at those beautiful Rover SD1 V8s. Real mixture on the grid. There's one of our Scottish drivers, Ewan Anderson, with his MGB. Alistair Bapty as well in his little Fiat X19. Ian McBay in the Davrian from the old Special GT days, the TR7. Austin A40 Farina. Real mixture. It does take all comers this event. 99 is David Brewis with his MG Midget Mod Sports, the gorgeous Aston Martin DB4. Another Davrian for Miles Castaldini. The DAF V8, yep, that is the body of a DAF 55 Vario-Matic for Matthew Ellis on a March chassis with a 5-litre Chevrolet V8 in the back. I'm not making that up. Proper 70s special saloon, that is. There's another special saloon on pole with the grid lining up in the order that they finished yesterday's race. Steve Barnard from my hometown of Burntwood in Staffordshire. in his space frame Mark 1 Escort look-alike. It's a silhouette car, that one, so only the shape really of a Mark 1 Escort on pole alongside David Morrison with his Mod Sports midgets. They were battling for the lead until Morrison had an off yesterday, but he recovered to finish second. Second row, Dean Clayton's Golf GTI alongside Adam Kinmund in the first of the Rover Vitesses. John Kinmund on row 3, I believe he's Adam's father, alongside Tom Owen's Peugeot 205. Row 4, Ewan Anderson's MGB and John Ellison with the TVR Griffith. Then onto the 5th row of the grid, Martin Reynolds, as we mentioned, gearbox issues hindering him slightly in the Mach 1 Mustang, but he is out on the grid. Ian McVeigh's Davrian will start alongside. I didn't see Neil Vaughan's Chevy Corvette in the assembly area. I don't think he's on the grid. William Underwood is there though with the TR7 V8, we heard from him. Ian Morton in the Austin A40 Farina on row 7 alongside David Brewis, long-time Mod Sports and Special Saloon racer with his MG Midget Mod Sports. Row 8, Paul Bowers not there. His Fiat 128 unfortunately pulled up in a cloud of smoke in yesterday's race, so I don't think he's there. Peter Baker's Aston Martin DB4 is. That retired from yesterday's race, so he'll be keen to get some laps in here. Miles Castaldini's Davrian alongside Matthew Ellis in the DAF V8, Stephen Primett's Mark 1 Escorts, and Martin Reynolds starting from the back. Now, he has got his Ford Escort here. I think he must have changed his entry to the Escort, his other Ford that he's got here, in case the Mustang didn't run. He's a classic Ford collector, Martin Reynolds, but he has got the Mustang out there. It looks like he's going to start from the back, so we haven't had an amended grid, but I think that's what's happened. And we had hoped to see Philip Morton's little Fiat Uno out on track, but that broke down in qualifying yesterday. So that's your grid. Stephen Barnard runs a road sweeper company based up in Staffordshire. Used to race an Audi TT space frame hot rod style car, but now in another space frame, the Mark 1 Escorts. He's on the pole. David Morrison will be quick off the line here in the Mod Sports midget because it weighs next to nothing. The big V8 engine Rover SD1s in beautiful period livery. Dean Clayton's Mark II Golf GTI. Used to race in the production GTI series for Golfs of varying ages. They start to pull up onto the grid. It'll be a standing start. 15 minutes of racing for the Scottish Motor Racing Club organised classic sports and saloon cars plus the historic Mod Sports. The classic sports and saloons race for points in their Scottish-based championship. They do most of their racing up at Knockhill in Fife. The Mod Sports do not. The Mod Sports classes do not score points. It's a series, not a championship. So we have a total of 8 races taking place today. This is the first of them. Martin Reynolds in the Mustang lining up at the back. He won't stay there long if he sorted his gear change problems out. So a couple of gaps on the grid. Neil Vaughan's Corvette not there. The green flag has waved at the back of the grid, so Steve Barnard might want to close his door because the race is about to start. 5-second board is held aloft. Steve Barnard does close the door on the Escorts, waiting for the red lights to come on the gantry. They do so. Time to go racing here at Thruxton Retro Day 2. Off they go, and it is, to no surprise at all, the midget that gets away well, but Stephen Barnard gets the power on. What a start by Tom Owen in the 205 from 6th on the grid up into 3rd place as they charge their way into Allard. It's Miles Castaldini, the yellow Davrian, towards the back of the grid, but Barnard with a super start in the Escort leads Morrison. A tangle there at the complex. Ewan Anderson and Tom Owen come together. Oh dear, the MGB and the Peugeot 205. I think they've managed to keep it going. Now, is there any damage there? Matt Ellis started to come back from the back of the grid. He only did 1 lap in yesterday's race with the DAF V8. What an amazing car that is. The original Special Saloon built by Tony Hazelwood back in the 70s. Mike Wilds campaigned that car very successfully as well, and he is eating up the rest of the field. Look at that little machine come through. 5-litre V8 in the back. It's essentially a single-seater Formula 5000 car with the DAF 55 body on top. Stephen Primett's the multiple classic touring car champion, and the Escort coming through from the back as well after his clutch problems yesterday. There's one of the Kinmons. That's John in the triplex liveried Rover. There's Tom Owen. His 205 seems to have escaped without too much damage there as they come out of Church Corner, coming up Woodham Hill to complete the first lap. Slowest part of the course, the club chicane. Wonderful mix of engine notes in this race. We've got the V8 in the DAF, the V8s in the Rovers, John Ellison's TVR there as well. Stephen Barnard it is who leads by 2.5 seconds at the end of lap 1 ahead of David Morrison. Those two dominated yesterday's race. Ellison gets the TVR past the green and blue Rover of Adam Kinmond. Through Allard, then up towards green, then into the complex. Dean Clayton's Golf keeping pace with David Morrison for second as they go through the right at Campbell, the left at Cobb, the right at Seagrave. John Ellison's run wide there. Did he get a tap there from Adam Kinmond, I wonder? Ewan Anderson's MGB has escaped without major damage after that first lap tangle, but he's about to fall prey to Stephen Primet in his Mark 1 Escorts. Alistair Baptie's little Fiat X19 behind them. What a great variety of cars we have out there. That was the great attraction with mod sports and special saloons back in the 70s and 80s. You could use anything you like as long as it's had the original silhouette of the car, like Stephen Barnard's Escort out in front. Somebody's kicked up some dust there on the far end of the circuit. Ewan Anderson using the V8 power of his MGB GT up the inside at Church, the fastest corner in the country. British touring car used to do 140 miles an hour through there. Here comes Alistair Baptie, the little Fiat X19, and Matthew Ellis has got ahead of Clayton's Golf and the Morrison Midget. He's up to second from the back of the grid. Let's hope the car lasts the distance this time, because he could well catch Stephen Barnard here. Let's compare lap times. There's John Kinmond coming through in the Triplex Rover, one of a few cars in Triplex livery this weekend. The top three haven't transponded across the line for that time through for some reason. We'll rectify that in a moment. If you want to follow the live timing from this event, go to the website tsl-timing.com. Oh, that's John Ellison in problems. He's had a moment. You can see the tyre marks for a second there coming into the complex. Must have lost it under braking. Tom Owen leads the Kinmond Rover, Adam Kinmond's green and blue Vitesse. Showing in fourth on the timing screen, but as we say, a couple of cars didn't transpond as they came through. Barnard, Clayton and Ellis, their transponders didn't trigger as they crossed the loop, so it is still Stephen Barnard, I think, in the lead. Dean Clayton's Golf staying ahead of the Morrison Mod Sports Midgets. Here are the leaders. Two classic special saloons. Stephen Barnard's Space Frame Escort from the DAF V8 of Matthew Ellis. We've seen Matthew Ellis have success in American machinery, including a Chevy Camaro. He's raced a Talbot Sunbeam Lotus as well, and he's about to take the lead from Stephen Barnard. Through he goes. That'll please Marcus Pye, who's on the PA commentary along with Alistair Douglas and Mark Werrell this weekend. I know Marcus has waxed lyrical about this car on many occasions. Matthew Ellis has taken the lead. Time penalty for David Morrison, showing as a 10-second penalty, presumably for a false start. So David Morrison was either out of position in the midget or at the start of the race, or jumped the start, so he'll get a 10-second penalty. He's still showing as having only completed 2 laps, so his issues with his transponder, I think. Ellis and Clayton showing down the back of the field as well, so there's 1 or 2 glitches with the timing, unfortunately, at the moment. We do know that leading on track is Stephen Barnard, as this is Adam Kinmond all over the back of the 205 of Tom Owen. The timing has now been sorted out. I think it is Barnard who led from Clayton, but Matthew Ellis still not showing up there. He was second as he crossed the line. Yeah, the timekeeper trying to sort this out, so a big thank you to TSL. There goes Miles Castaldini, the Castaldini family, active in historic sports car racing for many years. Miles in the Davrian. Davrian was a company based in originally in London, but they later moved to mid-Wales. They built the little special GT cars with either Mini or Hillman imp engines. There's the little Fiat X19 of Alistair Baptiste. Fantastic little Italian-built machine. Came through from the back of the grid. He started in the pit lane, in fact, in yesterday's race, and came through into the top 10. Where is the leader? Timing tower has now sorted itself out. He's done the fastest lap of the race, Matthew Ellis, 1:26.291, but he has got the black and white warning flag for exceeding track limits. Another flag, another offence, and he will incur a time penalty. There's Martin Reynolds, the big Mach 1 Mustang. It's not, as he said yesterday, it's not until you stand next to that car you realise just how massive it is. More like a dragster than a circuit racing car. He'd do well on the infield this weekend. We've got drag racing on one of the runways here at Thruxton. He's got Peter Baker's Aston Martin, the DB4 lightweights behind him. Stunning looking car. This is in the old Marsh plant Aston Martin colours. Colours Gerry Marshal used to race under. We'll celebrate Gerry's life later on with the HRDC, one of Great Britain's all-time greatest saloon car racers. Stephen Primmett's closing up on Ewan Anderson now. There's Baptiste. Still Ellis and Barnard at the front. Morrison in third, but he'll have that 10-second penalty, which may well drop him behind Clayton's Golf. The Kinmans are 5th and 6th. Tom Owens' Peugeot, there he is in 7th. Then this is the battle for 8th place between Baker and Primett. Here's a battle between William Underwood's Triumph TR7 V8 and number 99 David Brewis in another Modsports midget. Bit of smoke out of the back of the midget there, so I hope Brewis isn't in trouble. David Brewis used to race a Suzuki SC100 bodied special saloon. It was a Formula 3 chassis underneath. Tiny little car. Saw that at Croft many years ago. Brewis saw that bit of smoke. I hope Brewis isn't brewing up. Chasing Underwood. They're towards the back of the field, these two. Battling for what I think is 15th place. Ewan Anderson staying ahead of Stephen Primett. This is the battle for 8th and 9th place, these two. The MG not suffering any damage in that early tangle, as the Rover of Kinman gets past Castelldini, who's running at the back of the field. That's Davrian, sadly not running to its full potential this weekend. And he is lapped by the midfielders. Matthew Ellis continues to lead. Are we going to see a win for the DAF V8? 2.5 seconds clear of Stephen Barnard now. He's got the fastest lap of the race. Morrison in third. He's over 10 seconds back. Ewan Anderson slowing. The hand goes up and he's going to pull over. So maybe he did suffer some damage in that early tangle. The yellow flag is out there. He's pulled it up sensibly at the Marshal's post there, so the Marshals can pull the car behind the barrier. See some damage to the front wing and the door there, but I think that's a mechanical problem for Ewan Anderson. The MG out of the race, and I think David Brewis might be in trouble indeed. We saw that smoke earlier and he's slowing down. Dean Clayton in the Golf goes through, running in the invitation class. Special saloon and mod sport cars are fast, but they tend to be fragile. There's the Demon Tweaks livery DAF V8. Such an unlikely looking race car, isn't it? Yellow flag out at the pit straight because of the MG that's pulled over. Ellis leads Barnard by 2.3 seconds now. There's the escorts. Morrison still in third in his midget. And Dean Clayton, then the Kinmans in the Rovers. There's various subclasses as well, of course, all the way down the order. The Kinmans are actually leading the Scottish Classic Sports and Saloon Championship runners in 5th and 6th places, because the top 3 are all historic mod sports cars that don't race for points, and Dean Clayton's in the invitation class, so he's not eligible for points either. There at the Rovers, it's John Kinman ahead of Adam. Really are stunning looking machines. I do like an SD one. Mentioning Rovers as your first car, well, Ian mentioned in the build-up to this race his first car was a Rover 200 Series Saloon. My first car was a Rover as well, but nothing as impressive as these. It was a Rover Metro in turquoise. Use that to commute to university. There's Tom Owen. You can see a bit of damage on the left front corner of his car. Tom Owen has raced that in a variety of events. He's what I call a freelance club racer. Races wherever his car's eligible. The Rover's starting to slide. Saw John Kinman power sliding his machine yesterday. So Matthew Ellis still leads by 2.5 seconds. Just under 3 minutes of this race to go. It's the scrap for the lead, the two Kinmans in Scottish Classic Sports and Saloon Championship. Third of them is Alistair Bapty in the Fiat X19. And the only other runner in that championship, now Ewan Anderson has dropped out, is Ian Morton's Audi Austin A40 down towards the tail of the field. Everybody else is either in the mod sports categories or the invitation class. Tom Owen getting the little 205 past the big Rovers. 205. I was about to say the 205's got the handling advantage, and then he ran wide. Matthew Ellis laps Peter Baker's Marsh Plant Aston Martin DB4. Look at the flames from that side exit exhausts on that Escort. It's what we like to see. You're more used to seeing that in the Classic Thunder Saloons that we'll see later on. That's not flames coming out of the side exhaust on the DAF V8, that's smoke. Oh, don't tell me Matthew Ellis is in trouble. I hope that's not leaking fluid as well. He's got just over a minute to keep going. I think we'll get one more lap out of this, but Matthew Ellis, if that car's starting to play up, he'll be hoping to see the checkered flag this time. They've lapped Martin Reynolds, who's still struggling with the gearbox in his Mustang. Stephen Barnard will have seen that smoke. The gap was just over 3 seconds at the end of the previous lap. So while Steve Barnard is spitting flames, the DAF is emitting a bit of smoke. Will he survive one more lap? They're way ahead of everybody else, these two. They're nearly 20 seconds clear of Morrison's midges. He'll lose third place though to Dean Clayton if he gets that penalty added on. He's 6 seconds clear of the Golf at the last lap. Speaking of last lap, we're coming in to start the final lap this time. David Brewis struggling in the midget is lapped. There's the A40 of Ian Morton. And a flash of flame from the Escort. He's met the A40 at the worst possible place there. Can't get past in the chicane. Goes into the... No, the checkered flag did go out that time. Checkered flag went out slightly early there, and that is a welcome sight for Matthew Ellis because he takes the win. I thought we were going to get one more lap out of that, but the checkered flag does go out. About 5 seconds were still on the clock there. And Matthew Ellis will be relieved there because with the smoke we saw, we don't know if that car would have survived another lap. Morrison just ahead of Dean Clayton over the line, but Clayton will take third place because Morrison has a penalty to add on for a false start. And then we wait for the rest of the field. It should be Tom Owen's Peugeot through next, and then the Rovers, and then Stephen Primmett. There he is in the Escort, who's come from the back of the grid. Tom Owen comes through, then Adam Kinman. Where's John Kinman? Where's the other Rover gone? John hasn't come through. There he is, he's dropped back into the clutches of Alistair Bapty, but he beats the Fiat home. So effectively the winner of the Classic Sports and Saloon split is Adam Kinman. William Underwood over the line, I think he's a lap down. Oh, Big cloud of smoke there. That's Ian McBay's Davria. Are those marshals waving at us or the cars? You may need to turn around and get your fire extinguishers, gents. Hope that car isn't on fire. Ian McBay's Davrian has blown up on the final lap. So that's John Ellison has come in to complete the top 10. Everybody else a lap behind. We'll confirm the provisional results in just a moment for the Scottish Motor Racing Club Mod Sports, Classic Sports and Saloons and All-Comers race. Held earlier in the morning than we're used to here at Thruxton because, of course, a lot of drivers have a long journey home back to north of the border from here in Hampshire. Well, Matthew Ellis takes the win over Stephen Barnard. Great run through from the back of the grid for the DAF V8. It's a long time since we've seen that car take a win. He wins by nearly 4 seconds over Stephen Barnard, with Dean Clayton's VW Golf in third. David Morrison penalised to 4th place. He finished ahead of the Golf, but a 10-second penalty drops into 4th. Tom Owens 2:05 was 5th. Then Adam Kinmond, Stephen Primett and John Kinmond dropped back on the last lap there in his Rover. Alistair Bapty in the Fiat and John Ellison's TVR round out the top 10. The other finishers: Martin Reynolds, Peter Baker, Underwood's Triumph, Brewis in the Midget, Morton in the Austin A40 and Castaldini's Davrian. Let's head down to Ian in Parc Ferme.
It's our first Parc Ferme of the day, and it's Matt Ellis who climbs out of the car as the victor. A little nod of the head. We've got Andy Wilson just behind us as well. I've been talking to him. We'll have a quick chat. He was trying to achieve 100 miles an hour average. Not quite though, Matt, but still a fantastic achievement. You've got 98.2.
That's pretty good going. No, we're very happy with that. Not to make my excuses, but we had a bit of a top-end misfire. So we're keeping the revs low, short shifting. So actually made all my time up through the bends in the end. I was actually the handling car in the end. But no, really happy with that, and it's just a privilege. I was just wanting to look after it, get her home at this event. She deserves to get across the line with a win. So yeah, it's all about the car, and yeah, huge thank you to Andy.
I am so. I'll just move you over a little, Matt, if that's all right, because we don't want Dean to run us over. Do it. I'm really glad it's okay actually, because I was listening to commentary and it did sound like they were suspecting there might be an issue, but there wasn't. You're just looking after the car. Right?
A little issue, so top end misfire. So down the back straight, it's just half throttle, coasting it under 5, really looking after it, and then driving like a maniac through the bends so I can get away again. But no, what a privilege, and yeah, I can't thank Andy enough for letting me have a go.
Well, I can't thank you enough as well for putting on a show for us. Really appreciate it. Great job indeed. Let's go have a quick chat with Steve Barnard. He's had a very good weekend, Steve, haven't you? But you're actually done now, aren't you? Get to go home.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's the sad thing about it. But yeah, it's been a great venue. Absolutely first class. Can't fault it. Yeah. So yeah, brilliant. Thanks for everyone.
Well, you had a first yesterday. You've had a second here. You must be pretty thrilled, are you?
Yeah, that's happy. I was always going to struggle against this thing. So, but yeah, happy with that. Yeah, and I think overall I might be the winner of the weekend.
I think you could be, yeah,
so,
on an aggregate. So, I mean, what do you do now then? Do you just go home? Do you just relax? Do you know?
That's
do you
it.
stick around?
Back to the day job, isn't it? we're not like the other brigade.
not getting a private helicopter out of here.
No, none of that nonsense. Got to drive the motor home back up.
Steve, thanks so much for coming this weekend. Really appreciate it. Well done. Thank you so much. Good stuff indeed. Let's go have a quick chat with Dean again, shall we? As well. He had a third place yesterday, and he's had another one here, Dean. You must be delighted, aren't you?
Yeah, I am. I mean, I thought I was fourth and tried. Yeah,
you were, but David got a 10-second penalty.
Oh wow! So another third then. Brilliant.
We'll take that, won't we?
Yeah, I'll take that. Yeah.
So you're done as well now for the day. So where's home?
About 20 minutes up the road in Salisbury. So.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you are a local.
I'm a local. Yeah.
Oh right, there you go. You'll be home by 12 o'clock.
Yeah, easy. I might stay and watch a bit of the racing.
Good lad. Yeah, Dean, that's what I was hoping.
I love to watch it around here. So yeah, brilliant.
Excellent. Thanks for coming out to play this weekend. Really appreciate it. Lovely to see you as well, Dean. Thank you so much. Right, so we've got quite a bit of time here, so don't disappear, everybody. Stay with us. Let's go talk to some more of the drivers down here. I've got Miles in the number 78 down here. He's just pushed his car in, actually. Let's have a quick chat. Miles, you were pushing the car. That's not normally a good sign. Is that all right? Is it just looking after it?
Yeah, just looking after it.
Thank goodness.
But we've only just got the car, and the gearing was embarrassingly out.
Right.
So I was actually in top gear coming out of the complex, and then just holding that engine speed the whole way around. So it was. But we've modified. So yesterday the cooling system wasn't working properly. So overnight we've changed that. And so today was a test for that, and that's a definite thumbs up because it worked. It was sitting
You're
exactly.
happy?
Yeah, I am. Even though we were about 2 laps behind everyone,
Yeah.
That's worked. So we just need to now sort the gearing out, and it'll be good.
So forget about finishing position. This weekend has been a success for you then. Is it?
That little bit was a
That
success.
was-
Yeah.
Well, you want to end on a high, don't you? So at least you've done that.
Absolutely.
Now, tell us a story about yourself and the car then. How long have you had it? Tell me.
I've raced Davrians for a long time, maybe
Yeah.
25 years or so. We normally run with a Ford Crossflow in it. We
Yeah.
run that since the series started. But the engine's in bits, and we're sort of trying to work out a way how to sort that out. This one has been sat for about 12 years. The chap who owned it was sort of toying with the idea of coming racing, so I said, well, I'll buy it and get it out there, and then perhaps sell it on once we got it sorted. So yeah, that's the plan. So
Well-
the handling, even though it was over a lap, it wasn't very good. The handling is actually pretty good now.
Yeah.
We did a few changes since we took it out at Knockhill, and we've done a few changes since then. And so through the complex, it was actually pretty good.
When are you next out then in it?
If we can sort the gearing, well, we're meant to be at Chelsea Walsh in a
Yeah.
couple of weeks. Although we could use this gearbox for that, and then I don't remember. We're out at Castle Combe, then Croft. I can't remember the actual dates,
Okay.
but the plan is to be out at Castle
So
Combe.
we need to keep an eye on you for the rest of the season, don't we? Then?
Well,
just put a bit of pressure on.
Yeah. No pressure.
Well, thanks for coming out to play this weekend.
Cheers.
Really appreciate it. Lovely to meet you as well, by the way. Right, let's keep going down. We've got plenty of time. Let's keep mooching around, shall we, and have a chat with some more drivers down here. Oh, let's go. We'll come back here. Let's find out how Stephen got on, shall we? Stephen, can we just jump in very quickly? Stephen, how was it out there? Sorry, guys. We'll come back in a minute. How was it? Right.
It was good. Enjoyed it, mate. Yeah. After yesterday, it was like
Yeah.
we had a bit of a 8 o'clock finish last night. You know, so I'm happy to finish, and I'm over the moon. Little girls behaved.
You get to go home now, don't you? It's only like 10 past 11.
Win Class C.
Yeah.
B Class C. There you go.
There you go. Another pot to add to the many that
That's
you've
what we
already
need.
got.
That's what we need.
How big's your trophy cabinet?
House, mate. The house is full. Modesty.
It'll be a bottle of Black Shook gin for the.
look at that, Black Shook.
That
Yeah.
Black Shook rum today.
Oh, yeah, I might come round later then.
I'll see you later on.
See you. See you guys. See you later, lads. Good to see you. Right, let's keep going around. Sure. Just actually off to our right, we've got a qualifying session we've got the Historic Racing Drivers Club here as well. Look, I wonder if we can, let's just go over and have a very quick word, shall we? They're about to go out for qualifying, but something's going on the circuit, but we're not quite sure what. I guess there's a bit of a clean-up going on, but it's great to have you here, by the way. How are we feeling this morning? We good?
Really good, thanks. Yeah. Feeling a little bit nervous, but it's good. First time out, so we'll see how we get on.
When you say first time out ever, or first
time out in
first
time out ever.
Really?
Yeah.
And you've come to Thruxton. Well, we're a bit privileged, actually.
Well,
Thank you very much.
Well, it's really looking forward to it. It should be fun.
I think is that the whistle? Oh no, it's not. No, we can carry on talking. So, you've just going out for the car for the first ever time ever.
I've been racing this car around the circuit.
Okay.
I've done, but not an official race. So this is my first race. But I've
Amazing.
been doing some work with the car over the last couple of months. But so it's exciting.
It is very exciting.
Yeah.
Don't be nervous. Look, have a great time. We've got great crowds here. You've got a great group of people with you as well. We'll catch up a little bit later. Thank you for talking to us. Really do appreciate it. They are about to go out qualifying. It's going to be a 25-minute qualifying. They've got a 45-minute race coming up a little bit later as well. The cars are firing up here for the Scottish Classic Sports and Saloon Championship Historic Model. Don't go anywhere. We're going to stay live. Just a quick reminder as well. We're live on the BARC YouTube channel. We're up to 40,000 and just 40,900 or so, just over. We're just below 41,000 subscribers on the BARC YouTube channel. If we could try, if you haven't already, please do hit that subscribe button. We really want to hit the 41,000 mark. Remember, all of the racing action we bring you is completely live and free for you to tune in for. But the more subscribers we get, the more chance we've got of bringing you even more coverage completely free as well. We've got Martin Reynolds up here. Wonder if we got a chance to have a quick chat with him. Not allowed to speak to him before. Let's go over. Martin, we can talk now. The race is finished.
Fourth gear Reynolds.
There we go.
Fourth gear all the way round.
Yeah.
Good old Mach 1. And I'm now going down to join the Dragster Mach 1. It's the only one in Europe and the only race in Mach 1. How about that?
Your car.
Good weekend.
Good weekend.
Yeah.
And that, look, that's fine now. It's not my fault if anything happens because we've done it after. So
Sorry?
That's good. It's not my fault if anything happens.
No, I made it. Thank you. You broke the curse.
I broke the curse. Thank you. Right, stay with us, everybody, because after we've got a qualifying session, then we've got the Pre-66 Classic Touring cars going out onto the circuit. So we'll bring you all of the action. And then we, well, very shortly actually, we're going to leave Park Ferme. Just watch the cars go out, because what a brilliant sight it is indeed. That's Dean Clayton there in his Golf GTI Mark II. There is Steve Barnard now. He had a win yesterday, second place in his Ford Escort. Absolutely beautiful. We're just waiting for Martin Reynolds is going to come out as well in the Mach 1. We've got Miles, we just heard from him as well in the number 78 back there in the Davron Mark 5. Stephen Primmett's just about to come past as well, just heard from him in his Ford Escort Mark 1. There goes Stephen now. And then what we are going to bring for you is we've had a number of Group B rally cars who have been doing some demonstrations this weekend. They're literally just behind us. Now, I'm not the biggest rally buff, but we're going to have a look and see if there's a couple of people we can speak to. Shall we go? Make sure everything's all right there with Martin. Yeah. Well, let's go have a look at some of the rally cars. We're still waiting for the cars over there to head out onto the circuit, so we can bring you a little bit behind the scenes here. So I'm going to find some people to speak to. So these are the rally cars. Now they're going to have a little demonstration after the Pre-66 race. I think we might be able to bring you some of that on the track as well. They've just been going up, actually backwards onto the circuit, down to the chicane, a little bit further down. They'll be doing a few donuts and then coming back on to the back into the assembly area here. What a sight these are as well. I wonder, John, can we? Some of them have actually got information about the car on the top. I was wondering if it's possible to get that on the camera. There you go, the Nissan 240 RS 1983. Wow, absolutely incredible. These make a fantastic sight indeed. I'm sure we'll be able to find somebody to speak to very shortly about these. Let's keep moving on, shall we? We've got the Volvo alongside it as well. We've got some chaps here from the Volvo. I wonder if we can... you showed a car, John. I'll see if I can find somebody to talk to down here. Guys, I was wondering if somebody could, has somebody got a minute to talk about the Volvo? We are live on the BARC YouTube channel, and we're just geeking out a little bit, if that's all right. Is that okay? Sorry. How's it going? You're right, I'm Ian.
Hello, Ian. Hi, Stuart.
Lovely to meet you, Stuart. We're just geeking out about these rally cars. Will you tell me about the Volvo?
Yeah, so this is it's probably about a 1986-87 Shell.
Yeah.
We bought it 2 years ago bought it over from Belgium.
Yeah.
Where it was built by a couple of rallycross drivers over there who know what they're doing, and they built a good chassis. We compete in Retro Rallycross Championship within the 5 Nations Rallycross in the UK.
Yeah.
She's a 3 litre, 8 valve, 300 horsepower, rear wheel drive, 4-speed dog box. It's good fun.
Good fun. You've been doing some demonstrations here this weekend at Thruxton. So what exactly have you been doing? Where have you been going? Because I've seen you all going out onto the circuit, but you've been going out backwards.
Yeah, so what we've got is like a back-to-back, point-to-point demonstration. It's not a race, it's not timed, just demonstration. Just to show people the cars, let them hear the noise. Yeah. As with all race cars, that's what you want to hear. So we're going out left and right, one each way. There's a cone at the end of each run where we do a few donuts, or try anyway.
How's it gone so far?
I'm not great at them, if I'm honest.
We might film you later, so just try and put on a show for us.
I've ended up more off the track than I have doing donuts. And the donuts that I have done that look okay, and people have said they look good, I was just out of control.
Look, I appreciate the honesty. Really, really.
You've got to be.
This must be a real joy to own and drive. Is it something very close to your heart now?
It is now. So what I wanted to do when I bought this car over to race in the Retro Championship, I wanted to get a car that I thought would be enjoyable to drive.
Yeah.
Something the spectators could relate to, because a lot of people had these as family cars back in the day. Something that was a bit different within the UK rallycross scene. I think we've ticked all the boxes with it, and spectators seem to love it. So,
when you said that as well, you said it is now. I take it was a bit of labour of love to start with, was it?
Well, so my history within rallycross has been front-wheel drive.
Okay.
So this was the first ever rear-wheel drive car that I'd raced. So this is rear-wheel drive, left-hand drive, very, very different. And when we first brought it over, I raced at a very, very wet meeting at Lidden Hill in Kent in November. Yeah. And to say that it tried to kill me several times is not an understatement.
Okay. And you still love it.
I still love it. We've grown to love each other now.
Stuart, thank you so much for coming out this week. I really do appreciate it. Thank you for your time. I love the stories. Thank you so much. Thank you. Lovely to meet you. Let's keep moving along, shall we? Have a look at a few more of these. We've got a gentleman over here as well. I was wondering, is this yours, or do we?
It's not.
It's not
hers, but I will get her.
Oh, can you please? Yes,
Hannah?
yes. Hannah, here she comes. Hannah, thank you so much. She's shaking her head in absolute joy at the fact that she's going to come and have a chat with me. No, don't worry, Hannah, don't worry. You're not the first, don't worry. Lovely to meet you. I'm Ian, by the way. And first of all, can I say thank you for coming out to play in this. Tell me a story about the car. How did you come to own it? You own it?
Yeah. Yes. So it's my car. It's been in the family a very long time. My dad used to race it in the 90s as a rallycross car. It then got put away in storage because he had a Porsche that took over. And
he had a Porsche?
He has a Porsche.
No way, I'd have a Talbot. No way.
We dug it out beginning of last year and rebuilt it. It's got a new shell on it because the one that he had rusted away. But all the running gear and everything is still all the original that he had back then.
So you, when he was racing it in the 90s, you probably weren't even born, were you?
I wasn't born until 94, so no, I'm part way through, but
you probably don't remember seeing it at all?
No, I don't remember, but there is some bits of footage that I get to see here and there and some photos of it, but yeah, so...
What sort of attention has it got from people coming by?
Yeah, there's been quite a few people, all of them. I mean, everyone seems to love seeing them, and when they're out on rallycross circuits, they get a lot of attention because they're just a great bunch of random selection of cars.
Have you been doing the demonstrations here as well?
Yeah.
Have you been putting the donuts and things?
Oh, I mean, I've attempted, but I wouldn't say it's gone very well. I'm going to make all the excuses in the world and say that our tyres are too sticky and that we're not really designed for doing them. But
when can we next see you in competitive action, Hannah?
That will be the 25th of July at Liddon Hill.
Okay, amazing. Great. Look, thank you so much. Lovely to meet you. You were amazing, by the way, on camera. Amazing behind the wheel as well. Anna, thank you so much. Thanks for coming out to play. We really do appreciate it. Yes, John, let's keep going, shall we? See if there's anybody else we can find to... we'll just show you all of the cars, shall we, as we're here, because, hey, why not? Look at that. Absolutely beautiful. In fact, you are going to be, if you love your rallycross, your rally cars, indeed. We've got a few more cars down here. I was wondering if we've got anybody who can have a chat with us about any of the cars that you've got, guys. Who's?
That girl there.
We spoke to Hannah. Oh, we've already had Hannah. Oh, okay, brilliant. Yeah. If we can, we need somebody else. Oh, we've done him. Yeah, we've done Stuart. But thank you anyway. We need somebody else. We need more people. How's it going? You all right?
Yeah.
You good? Here we go. Hello.
Hello.
I'm Ian.
Hello, Ian.
Lovely
I'm
to meet
Shirley.
Shirley, where's your car? Which is yours?
They're both in the Gibson.
Right, so you know everything.
But this is mine.
Okay, come around to the front of me if that's okay, Shirley.
Okay.
Because I want to know, and I've been told you organise Retro Rallycross, is that correct?
I own the Retro Rallycross Championship. I started it 14 years ago.
Okay.
On the 22nd of July at Mallory Park.
Wow.
With just 4 cars.
And it's grown significantly.
I have over 30 now, so it's grown a bit, yes.
So where did this love come from then?
Well, I've worked in rallycross for 56 years.
Okay.
I worked in European organisation and ran a drivers' association, organised television for Bernie Ecclestone for the FIA European Rallycross.
What was he like to work with? Was he?
He's lovely.
Is he?
Yeah.
He's quite tough in the boardroom, can't he?
Well, I don't know. I didn't go into any boardrooms, but he gave me the rights to do the production and the broadcast of the FIA European Rallycross Championship from 92 till 96.
Wow, probably in its prime era as well,
Absolutely,
right?
yeah. Screen Sport had gone, so we were on Eurosport, and we needed television.
Yeah.
And after Screen Sport had finished, of course, all the top drivers, Martin Shanker, Kenneth Hansen, Per Eklund, they were all saying, well, come on, and I was in charge of the drivers at that time.
Wow, you had quite a responsibility then. How did you find juggling all of that?
I loved it.
Did you? Yeah.
I loved it, yeah. I mean, my husband has been racing also in rallycross for 56 years. I was so used to him that the other drivers, I'm telling you, they were a pushover.
I love that, Shirley.
They were pussycats.
Look, tell me about your car, and I could see as soon as we walked over, your eyes lit up. I can see there's a lot of pride there.
Oh, there is. I mean, this is our baby.
Okay, yeah.
This is an original Malcolm Wilson Computer Vision 6R4.
Okay. Yeah.
And we bought this in 1986 and we converted it and started using it in rallycross.
Yeah.
But oh my goodness, I don't remember the year, but John Taylor contacted Rob, and Ford wanted him to have an RS200.
Yeah.
So he went to Boreham and he tested it in the morning, had his lunch, went out again in the afternoon, and then told John Taylor he didn't like it.
Oh wow, okay. Right.
But he was used to driving a rear-wheel drive Porsche.
Yeah.
So this felt like a big lump.
Right, yeah.
So he said, thank you, but no thank you. Wow. And then he went and bought this one. But I've always loved the RS200.
I think everybody loves the RS200.
And I've always wanted to get my hands on one. So here it is. And I only allow him to use it in demonstrations or for static displays.
Has he been he's been taking it out for the demos we've been doing here at Thruxton?
He'll be taking it out again today. He took it out. He took one out. He took the 6R4 out and then the RS200.
Has he been doing the donuts, putting on a show for everyone? You can tell him not to. Do not do it.
Well, he tells me, and everybody else tells me, so I have to believe that it's not an easy thing to do with a four-wheel drive car.
Absolutely.
Yeah. But no, you're not donuting this, no.
So, Shirley, look, tell me more about Retro Rallying, where we can find out more about you, where we can next see you.
Right, okay. Well, I've also just opened a sister company called the Retro Rallycross Legends.
Nice. Yeah.
And with that, I'm taking the cars more into Europe.
Yeah.
So we've had our first race in Valkenswaard, and in October we go to Maasmechelen. Nice. But the Retro Rallycross Championship will next be out in July, the 25th at Lydden Hill.
Okay, yeah, brilliant.
Then we have Pembrey. Oh my goodness, I don't keep the dates in my head.
No, you don't need to, don't worry. What's the website? Where do we go to find out?
RetroRallycross.com.
Perfect.
Or you can find us on Facebook, of course.
And just so you know as well, Shirley, when you go all over Europe doing this, I make a mean cup of tea if you need some help. All right?
Oh, yes.
Just let you know that.
Then come along. You're very welcome.
Shirley, it's a real treat. Thank you for your time.
Oh, thank
really,
you.
really appreciate it. And if you ever need any live coverage, we're the people for you. All right, lovely stuff. Thank you so much. Shameless, got no shame whatsoever. Let's keep moving on, shall we? Got a couple more as well. We've got a qualifying session going out on track, so don't worry, you're not missing any of the on-track action right now. These Pre-66s are starting to come in to assembly as well. Let's just keep moving around a little bit. We've got oh, look at the Audi, look at this. This is the Audi Sport Quattro, absolutely incredible, isn't it? Look at that, what a machine. Right, we've got the ice cream van just alongside. Oh, look everybody, there's Ollie from Bark as well. Look, it's Ollie from Bark. Look everybody, it's Ollie from Bark. He's got a very important phone call that he doesn't have to make. Right, let's go into the assembly area, shall we? Look, everybody, it's Mr. Waite. How are you? I'm very well. Look, we're live, by the way, so we've got to be professional, but that's not a problem for you and I, is it? Good to see you again, by the way. Stu, how are you? How you been?
Yeah, good.
Yeah. When are we seeing you next out racing? Have you?
Everything we've been doing this year has been in Europe,
yeah.
So just to do some things I've never done before.
Yeah.
We're out at Assen in Holland, end of the month.
You still out in the Beamer?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. So doing 3 in Europe this year, and some plans for the car over the winter. We might come out in Thunder next year.
Yes.
So yeah, we'll see how the winter goes.
Well, I've missed you, Stu.
Thanks.
I've missed you. Come on, we want to see you back racing in the UK. Come on, good stuff indeed. Right, let's go into this. So we've got some cars starting to arrive. The 8th race of the season for the Pre-66 Classic Touring cars. Please forgive me, I'm just trying to sort bits and paper. Where are you? There you are, John. I'm trying to sort bits and bobs of paper out, you see, because that's the way we do things over here. It's the way we roll. A couple of cars coming in, so let's go see who we can find to talk to. No driver in this one, so we'll quickly just move down and make sure I've got the right thing. I do, yes. And Astley down here in the Mustang. Let's go have a quick chat with Ant, shall we? As I said, there is a qualifying session on track right now. You're not missing any racing action, don't you worry. We've got you covered here. And how are we?
Yeah.
Oh, you don't have to turn it off. You keep it ticking over. It sounds like heaven, doesn't it? Is it like heaven to drive?
Yeah, it is. Yeah. Dream, isn't it?
It's a power circuit, Thruxton, right? Yeah. So this is made for you.
Yeah, it is. It's running out of revs on the back straight, so I'm like on the limiter for quite a bit of time. But no, it's good. Yeah.
Tell me about this car. Tell me a story about it.
So I've had it 3 years. I bought it. Alan Mann was selling it, and they'd done some bits to it. And then since then, I've just rebuilt the engine this winter.
Nice.
Got a new gearbox, new suspension, but it's always ongoing, isn't it? Yeah.
What's the response been here at Thruxton Retro? It's been a good crowd, hasn't it? It's been a really good event.
Really good fun. Yeah.
It's quite an eye-catching car as well. Have you had a lot of attention from people?
Yeah. So it's all good. And last night was great. The band and everything.
Did you get up there?
Yeah. People were dressed up in the 80s stuff. It was like there was so many Freddie Mercurys kicking about.
Your Aunt Astley.
Yeah.
No relation to Rick.
No, unfortunately not. Yeah. You have to be an older generation to know that, don't you? But well, having said that, he's made a comeback, hasn't he?
Well, you and I both knew straight away, didn't we? That says more about us, I think.
I know. Yeah, no, we might be related somewhere down the line. Who knows?
Time to do family tree. And thanks so much. Lovely to see you, by the way, mate. Thanks for coming out as well. Really do appreciate it. I don't think we actually have any more drivers. Oh no, let's go up here. We've got a few cars. Drivers are starting to come in now. Glorious sunshine here at Thruxton. Thank you to all of you as well for tuning in. We really do appreciate it. We literally wouldn't be able to live stream if it wasn't for you, because there'd be absolutely no point, because nobody'd be watching. So thank you so much. That's Steve Dunn's Austin A35 there, just coming in. I don't think I've spoken to Steve Dunn before, so I'm not sure if that is Steve Dunn, but we'll find somebody to talk to. Just alongside the number 75 there as well, Richard Bateman, the Ford Lotus Cortina there. I wonder who is in the car. I wonder if that actually is. Maybe it could well be. Let's go have a quick chat and find out if that is Steve. I think it is Steve. Steve? Is it? Yes, Steve. Yeah. How are we doing? All right.
Yeah,
lovely to see you, by the way. And this car is unbelievable. Tell me a story.
Well, it started off like 2012, but it's supposed to be just a little car down the road.
Yeah.
And we just built it up from there. So we've done good revival. And then, try this lot out now.
You make it sound so simple, Steve, but it's not, is it? Has there been a lot of work to it? Or
there has been a lot of work, modifications and things, and trying to get it right. So there's not so many out now. It's a shame, because there was quite a few. But hopefully get into this series, or get some going, and hopefully some more cars will come out.
Has it had quite a lot of attention this weekend here at Thruxton Retro?
It has, yeah.
Is it?
Yeah, loads of people constantly coming round. I think everywhere she goes is the same. We call her Doris. But yeah, every meeting you go to, there's always loads of people interested. So.
Do you find there's been a bit of a revival in classic cars, certainly Austins as well?
I think there is, yeah. And I hope we get more of them as well. Yeah.
There's
been a lot of Fords, but no, I think get some more of the A40s, A35s back in there. That'd be nice.
Excellent. What's it like to drive around here as well? Because this is a power circuit, isn't it? So perhaps maybe,
Basically, foot to the floor and just keep going. Yeah, don't lift off at all. So,
don't lift off.
No.
Steve, thanks so much. Lovely to see you, by the way. Really, really is indeed. More cars coming in as well. There. Let's go down and have a quick chat, shall we, with Mr. Swan down here. Jake Swan, of course, he's in the Ford Anglia. We've spoken to him a few times over the years, but let's grab him for another chat, shall we? We'll just let him park up. I had a go earlier, actually, with the Marshals at parking these cars up. It's harder than it looks, actually, believe it or not. And we'll just... Libby, very quickly, we are live, I'm really sorry to do this to you. I helped earlier, didn't I, parking some of the cars. What would you grade me out of 10? Because the car I parked was a little bit wonky, wasn't it?
A 5, but that wasn't your fault.
Thank you. See, that wasn't
the driver was paying attention to the lines on the floor, not the marshals and you.
Yeah, but maybe I should have made my presence known a bit more. But...
No, he knows we're there.
Yeah.
But some drivers do like parking themselves.
Okay. And yesterday, though, I did the boards at the front as well. What would you grade me out of that?
A 9, because there's always room for improvement.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thanks. That's Livy. We did a great feature of her and her dad last year as well. You may remember. I wonder if I can just borrow Jake for a chat. He's just having a quick chat with Ant, but we will grab him. Sorry, can I just borrow Jake for a second? So, Jake, let's go over to your car if that's right. You can catch up with him later.
Yeah.
You catch up with him later.
Hopefully he doesn't catch me up.
He won't, will he? He won't let him.
No, I won't
do that. That must be quite daunting having that.
It's fast on the straights, isn't it?
You're pretty nifty as well. Tell me about the car, Jake. Tell me a story about it.
A mate had it in a barn for a few years, and he knew we was into the Anglias, and I said to him, "I'll have that when you want to get rid of it." And yeah.
Did he know what like? We've got a guy over there. We've done a couple of features with the bearded explorer, and that's what he does. He does barn finds. Did your mate know what he had, or did you get a bit of a deal out of him?
I did get.
Then did you tell him after?
He did know what he had, but I did get a deal as well at the same time. He knew it was going to a good home. So.
What sort of condition was it in? Was it not in great nick? Did it need quite a bit of work?
It wasn't great. No, it needed a bit of welding, as most old Fords do, but it wasn't terrible.
Sorry, I'll just make sure we don't get run over here. Listen, Jake, look, you've been part of the Classic Touring Cars for a while now. Why do you keep coming back? Why is it such a good club to be a part of?
Great racing, great people. There's always a bit of competition, so yeah, it's always good. Good laugh, like good meetings like this. Great weekend.
Did you go enjoy the music yesterday?
I enjoyed it a little bit. Yeah, not particularly into music, but
no.
Yeah, we watched it for a little bit. Yeah.
I think this is your last race, actually, isn't it? Today,
yeah.
Yeah, it is, isn't it, for the weekend as well. So nice early finish for you then. What are we doing this afternoon? You going to stick around? You're going to go home?
No, it's 3.5 hours home. So
where's home?
We'll get home. March near Peterborough in Cambridgeshire.
Oh, okay, yeah. At least you'll be home nice and early.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, mate. Lovely to see you again, as always, as well. Look at this. This is great, isn't it? More and more cars coming in. In fact, quite handily, we've got Brendan Rooney, who's just come in as well in the Hillman. Let's have a quick chat with him, shall we, as soon as he's done his checks. I can't leave you to do your checks. You've got to do all the official bits and bobs, haven't you, Brendan? How are you anyway? All right? You had a good weekend so far?
Yeah, it was a bit of a lonely race yesterday. Just enjoyed it for what it was and had a bit of fun, you know.
Do you enjoy those races? It's nice to be battling with people, isn't it? But sometimes is it quite nice when you're out there kind of by yourself, you can really get to grips with the car?
Yeah, I mean, I ended up in so much clear air yesterday that I was just going slower and slower, trying to look after the car a bit. And then it was only 2 laps from the end. I could see a Mustang glooming in the mirror, and I thought I better pick up the pace again.
Tell me a story about the car then. How did you end up behind the wheel?
Well, me and my dad, we restore Hillman Imps, CA Restoration.
Yeah, there we go, look, right there. We'll give you a plug. How about that?
Yeah.
Where are you based?
You'd be better off with the other side. I've got a big dent this side.
Yeah, ignore that. It's all right though, because I know a company that can restore that for you.
Yeah, it's just having the time, isn't it?
Whereabouts are you based?
Just outside of Red Hill, basically. Okay. Not far from Gatwick.
And so this is the family business essentially as well, then?
Yeah.
Okay, so you know what you're doing, and you're good. And we've got a sticker here.
That's my dad's little mate.
I wonder if we can probably show it. Let's do it anyway. We'll just show it and then get told off later for it. We've got sorry, John. I'm really sorry to do this to you. I'm making life as awkward as possible. Why is that there?
I'm not
Keep
sure.
it clean as well.
I'm not sure, to be honest.
Okay. Well, we'll figure it out. We'll find out. Brendan, thanks so much, mate. Lovely to see you as well, by the way. Thank you. Really, really good indeed. And we've got more and more people coming in, and it's a familiar face to us, a very good friend of the BARC, the Classic Touring Cars as well, a former champion as well, Mr. Gerry Preble. Gerry, hello, my friends. How are you? You all right? I'm just trying to wonder why you've got catering all over the back of your overalls.
No idea, really.
How are we, anyway?
Some freebies, I think. Well, it's really good, mate. Yeah, really good.
Listen,
car's going well.
Car's going well. You're obviously going well. You've got a good opportunity here, right?
Yeah, it was good yesterday. It was lovely to have my dad here. So when my dad came up yesterday, he won here back in '75. So
did he really?
Yeah, so it was lovely. He caught up with a lot of old friends that used to race with him back in the day.
Nice. You don't fancy it today? How is he? Is he
lovely,
okay,
mate.
Yeah?
Really good, mate. Yeah, actually had a brilliant day yesterday. So yeah, really good fun. Yeah, we did really well. I'm pleased. Obviously, we had a lot of trouble with the engine at Cadwell, so we rebuilt it at home, and it was a little bit of a when you rebuild anything yourself at home. But so yeah, we rebuilt the engine, and it's been fine. It's really been good. So it's probably not quite the power as the other imps, but I know the circuit obviously because I do a bit of work here.
Yeah.
And it's put us in a good place on the grid.
Home advantage, definitely. A lot of people as well watching will know you, Gerry, from the Civic in the O3s.
Yeah, a little bit.
Have you still got it?
Still got the Civic, yeah.
You gonna bring it out?
still want to bring it out. There's not many places for it at the moment. With the 03 category here, the engine swap stuff kind of went away, so hence looking at, and you know, the 66 is something different to do, and I just thought it's a nice touch. My dad used to race them back in the day, and I thought it'd be a nice touch to get stuck in and to sort of a full circle kind of thing, really.
Do you know what, Gerry? We've spoken so many times over the years, but I don't really know how you got started in motorsport. Tell me your journey. Where did it all begin? Obviously through the old man, I guess.
Dragged up with the dad, mate. Yeah, exactly. You know, it's knee high to the grasshopper. My granddad used to own Silver Lake Garage down in Kirkby, Southampton. So I've literally been born with cars surrounded by me the entire time, and yeah, just he's obviously he was a second-hand car sales as well. So we've literally just been surrounded by cars. Didn't stand a chance, really, did I? You know, used to watch him race.
There's worse things, though, isn't
There's
there?
worse things, mate. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think it's more expensive than drugs at this point. So,
of course, we don't condone that. We definitely condone motorsport.
Definitely don't condone that. I'd rather have this habit than that 100%. One. That's for sure, mate.
This is a very good habit to have.
No, it's good, mate. But you know, no, it's good. As I said, I watched him race all the way sort of late 70s, 80s, and then finally got the sort of his last stiletto race car was my first race car, and took the reins really, and then he still follows, he still comes to most races, still goes and supports me. My younger brother Adam at Castle Goom, still heavily involved with him as well. So yeah, it's lovely, mate. It's just nice to keep it all in the family.
Well, you know the Prebbles to us are very important, as you are certainly as well, Gerry. Lovely to see you. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Right, we've got still got a little bit of time, I think. Let's move a bit further up, shall we? Go chat to a few more of the drivers further down the grid and find out how everything's getting. It's a great opportunity, actually, to talk to a lot of people we don't often talk to. So I actually don't have this car on my grid at all. I was wondering, hello guys, you all right? I was just going to jump in and say hello if that's right. I'll be back in a minute. How are we? All right? Are we good?
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, we're enjoying it.
You enjoying the weekends?
Yeah, it's been a fantastic weekend.
What do you make of the event as a whole, the Thruxton Retro? They're sort of back to, I know you're pre-66 cars, but back to the 80s style. It seems to be a bit of a crowd puller, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's brilliant, really good. I looked at what was on. I thought we've got to get here early because normally I never roll up till midnight. So we got here at 5 o'clock to make the most of it, and it's been. Yeah, really enjoyed it. Well,
yesterday then, after you'd finished your racing, did you just sort of chill out a little bit and enjoy the music because we had a good gig going on?
Yeah, that's it. Went up, watched the band, and had a few beers, and had a good evening. Yeah, it was really well worthwhile.
Excellent. Tell me a story about the car.
Well, it's my old road car. This was for 20 odd years.
No way, really?
Then it dissolved, so I thought I could retire it to the racetrack. So I rebuilt it all, and here we are.
So it's a real passion project, I suppose. It's something that's it. This is mine forever.
Yeah, that's it. I've raced an imp since '92, and then I thought I can do things a little bit better. So that when I build this one, I'll do things a little bit different.
Apologies, we appear to have lost Ian down there in the assembly area, but on track at the moment we have a qualifying session taking place. There's 7.5 minutes of it to go for the Historic Racing Drivers Club Top Hat Series. Interesting name. This is celebrating the early years of the British Saloon Car Championship, the years from 1958 to 1966, so it's another pre-66 series. We've got a whole variety of cars out there for this one. Quickest at the moment is a car that is currently in pit lane. It's the Mustang, number 119 of Jack Ruddell. The Ford Mustang has done a 132.116, 0.2 of a second clear of another Mustang, that of Alex Reed, number 7. That's the car in the Alan Mann Racing colours, the red and gold. Now, approaching through the complex there is a personal favourite of mine here this weekend. That is a very beautiful Ford Fairlane coming towards us there. The number 57 car, driven by Henry Mann, son of Alan Mann, and also by Alex Thistlethwaite, who I think has entered just about every race here today. But then again, he does own the circuit. Alex Thistlethwaite is the landowner here at Thruxton, leases the circuit to the BARC. There is the gorgeous Ford Fairlane being chased by one of the Mustangs. And we've got Alfa Romeos out there, Austin A40s. Loving the Union flag on the roof there of one of our A40s. We'll get the number of that car as soon as we can. Another A40 almost cornering on the door handles. That's the Burdett family car, Robert and Fraser Burdett in that car. We have lost one car out on circuit. I noticed the little Austin A30 of Ria Sauter and Andy Newell. Unfortunately pulled up in a bit of smoke. Andy Newell, interesting contrast with him. I believe that's the same Andy Newell who also races the McLaren M8F Can-Am car at some historic events. That car's got an 8.8 litre V8 in it. The Austin A30, I think the size of the entire engine in that car is the size of one cylinder in the McLaren. 65 there, a Mustang of Giles White and James Hall Fox. We heard from them in the assembly area before this qualifying session began. So apologies for losing our interviews down there in assembly at the moment. Problem with our camera down there at the moment. We'll bring that back as soon as we can. There's one of the Mustangs. Nice sideways moment there for Alex Reed in the number 7. The 65 of Hall Fox and White. No points on these races. It is a series, not a championship. The Top Hat race series. Jack Bond and Matthew Moore, the car in grey with the Union Jack roof. There's the Burdett family Austin A40 and Austin A40 Speedwell. Speedwell was a tuning company in the 50s and early 60s, owned by a certain Graham Hill. Of course, went on to be a 2-time Formula One world champion and father of a certain Damon Hill. A little A40 there at the back of this group, the black car. That's George and Mark Daniels' machine. Number 9. The classes in this series named in honour of former British racing drivers. We've got the Leston category, named after Les Leston, who raced in the 50s and 60s. Sears, the Sears class, that's for the bigger cars, named after Jack Sears, who was the first ever British saloon car champion in 1958 in an Austin Westminster of all things. Nowadays, the only road to races you'll see Austin Westminsters competing in are banger races usually. There's the Rhodes category, that's for minis, because John Rhodes, of course, great mini racer. There's a couple of minis here, including Harry Hickton, the modern-day mini challenge racer in support of British touring cars. He's out in a classic mini this weekend, as are the Davies family. Mike and Tony Davies sharing a car this weekend. That will have gone in, having done its laps in this qualifying session, because they're in the Pre-66 race. Next up, the Davies family. So Rhodes, Leston, Sears, and what's the other class called? Ailey, after John Ailey, who was a touring car official and helped organise the early European touring car races back in the early 1960s. So he's got a class named after him. To compete in minis as well in the early 60s. The Ailey category, the 2 entries in that are Alfa Romeos. Saw one of them there, the 164 of James Gibbons and Alex Dupe. Alex has been racing Alfa Romeos for many years now. An extra car on the entry, Johnny Horsfield, that is in his Alfa Romeo. There's the number 110 Alfa, the 2-tone blue machine of Nick Pert and Steve Robinson. So the Ailey category is for Alfa Romeos, Rhodes for minis. The big V8s are in the Sears category, and Leston for the smaller cars like the A40s and so on. I think we can go back to Ian now down in assembly area.
Right, qualifying is almost over for the Top Hat series. Not quite yet. We've got a few cars in park for me already. I've got a very familiar face. How you doing, mate? You all right? You good? You're all right. Very good. And you? Harry, come on, my friend. It's really good to... Oh, no. Oh, no. It's lovely to see you as well. I'm very well, Harry. This live? This is... Yeah, this live. Oh. Yeah, so you can't swear. Okay. All right, you can't swear. This is a little bit different for you, isn't it? How did this come about?
So I used to race with Westbourne in the Coopers and in the Juniors a few years ago. Yeah. And Richard, who owns Westbourne, this is his car. Nice. So I shared it with him before, and then I was going to be showing it with him this weekend, but he wasn't able to make it last minute, so he's going to let me have the reins and take it on
You're used to
myself.
something, a more modern Mini, aren't you?
Yeah. I mean, this year, obviously, we did Coopers for 2 years, like I said, and then now we're in a JCW. So I've done 4 generations of Minis now. So
Okay,
yeah.
so the obvious question then, which is your favourite, or is it still a bit too... Is that not a fair question?
They're all extremely different. Extremely different. It depends what you want. I think this is like, in terms of just driving these.
Yeah.
I think like just and with no like pressure.
Yeah, yeah.
Because obviously in a JCW where it's so competitive, you're battling yourself to get every single like minute millisecond out of a lap. Whereas in this you can just come and enjoy it.
Yeah.
And it's really just good fun to drive. Coopers were really good racing.
Yeah.
And quite easy cars to drive, but then still quite fun. JCWs can be good to drive and can be good to race, but it just has to be the right day, right situation for it. So yeah, they're all very different, all have very different characteristics.
So is this a lifelong love affair with Minis, Harry, for you? Is it going to continue?
Not really.
I don't know. I don't know why.
It's just the way it is. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'd never have a Mini on the road or anything. It's not like I'm obsessed with Minis. It's just how it is. Obviously, Mini Challenge provides a good ladder for us in the UK.
Yeah.
And I've always loved historic racing. And this is just one of the opportunities. Obviously, I've always been front-wheel drive, and these are the pinnacle of basically the historic front-wheel drive cars.
Yeah.
Obviously, very very famous. Opportunities have just come up in this. So yeah, it doesn't look like I'm really obsessed with Minis, but I wouldn't say I am. They're good fun to drive.
Where do you want to get to then, Harry? What is the target for you? Obviously, I know you've been on the Toka package a few times. Hate to bring it up, but you had quite the moment at Brands Hatch last year, wasn't it?
Yeah, I don't know. Obviously I'm in JCWs at the moment, like I said, and I'm trying my best to get as much success here as I can. It's not going too great at the moment, but we'll get there. We know we're capable of it. So we're just going to stick it out and see where it goes from there. You know, I'd love to do British touring cars, but that's very hard. Hard to get into. You know, so that's really where I want to be. But then, you know, to progress into anything else, whether it's GT racing, want to go into Europe, you know, part of me wants to go to America and start racing. You know, whatever it is, it's super expensive. So it's managing what I'm going to do, how I'm going to do it, and actually going for it. You know, we can't just do it on a whim. We have to fully commit to what we're doing. So I have to make a choice.
You're a very young, talented man, whole future ahead of you. I've seen you race for the last couple of years, certainly in Minis. Very, absolutely remarkable, right attitude as well. Whatever you want to do, I'm sure you'll make it. But for today, it's all about this Mini, isn't it?
Yeah.
What a joy.
Yeah, I can't wait. I did 4 laps in that because I mean, it's a pretty simple track really. So I got the most out of the car within 4 laps. Wasn't really going to go any higher, and I don't think hopefully not anyone's pipped me now. 4 laps and I was sweating.
Yeah.
And I'm 20 years old. You know, and I got 45 minutes by myself later.
Are you doing it solo, are you?
Yeah.
Okay, right. Okay, you better go sit in an ice bath or something.
Exactly. So I was thinking it out. I thought it might be right because it's only a little Mini, but I need to go and condition myself for the race later.
I'll let you go. Harry, it's really lovely to see you. Good luck later as well, by the way. Thank you so much. Right, let's keep going down as well very quickly. Jump in here. How are we? All right? Are we good? How was qualifying? Was it all right?
Yeah, it was P1.
Oh, you have to forgive me. I've had no idea what's going on in qualifying. We were doing rallies, we were doing the pre-66s. So you're the man to beat then later, right?
Yes. I mean, 2/10 to another Mustang.
Yeah.
Alex Reed's driving it. But yeah, man to beat.
We know Alex Reed, caterer Alex Reed.
Alex Reed, by me, yes.
You've got to beat him, right?
Yes, okay. Of course I will. Of course I will.
Tell me about the car. How did you come to be behind the wheel of it? Tell me a story.
Well,
forgive my naivety as well.
No worries. Well, it's my dad. My dad used to race this about 5 to 10 years ago. Had a bit of a crash, and then it got rebuilt by Alan Man Racing, and now I kind of taken over. Tom Ingram sometimes drives it with me.
Yeah, I was going to
notice that.
Famous name.
So he does help me out with a bit of coaching, but yeah.
You've got a pretty good teacher there, haven't you?
Yeah,
right?
Exactly.
But are you quicker than him? You reckon in this? Who's faster, you or Tom Ingram in this?
He's faster. He's faster, but like we're talking tenths now, so it's close.
I like that. Look, thanks for talking to us. Really well done as well.
Cheers, thank you.
And we'll probably catch up a little bit later. Good stuff. As you can see, the cars are all coming into Park Farm. This is qualifying, so don't worry, you haven't missed a race. This is just qualifying for the Top Hat series. We have a 45-minute race coming up a little bit later. We're going to go get ourselves just right by the by the exit there of the pit lane so we can bring you the pre-66 cars. We'll just move over to the side. Look at this, by the way. Sorry, John, I don't want you to get run over, so let me grab you, because that is wide, isn't it? Murray Shepard, Alex Thistlethwaite, of course, sharing the drives there. So let's move along. Sorry, guys, let's keep going. The cars are revving up for the pre-66s. We are about to get under green flag racing conditions once again. It's the 8th race of the season for the Classic Touring Car Racing Club pre-66s. You can see the board is about to go up. The whistle is about to be blown. Here we go. The 1 minute board goes up. The engines are firing up. They're revving up. We are about to go racing once again here at the glorious Thruxton. And the 30-second board about to go up as well. They call it a Thruxton minute, which is more like 40 seconds. And we wait for the board. There goes the 30-second board. And any second now the cars will make their way out. So you may remember in the pre-66s yesterday, Ian Thompson took the win. Alex Thistlethwaite was in second. Simon Gustafson in third place. So here we go for the 8th race of the season for the Classic Touring Club pre-66. Let's hand over to your commentator, Dave Goddard, who will take you through the action.
Yes, thanks, Ian. So second race of the weekend for the Everard's pre-66 touring cars. Lining up in the order that they finished yesterday's race. Now, Piers Grange in the Ford Falcon, we see there, the red and gold car, took the win on the road. He got a penalty for a false start, though. He jumped the start, stopped himself, dropped to nearly the back of the field, came through and won it anyway, but then had to be given a 10-second penalty. It was Ian Thompson in his Lotus Cortina who pipped that man Alex Thistlethwaite on the line to take the win after Thistlethwaite was slow out of the chicane on the last lap. And Alex Thistlethwaite has jumped out of that gorgeous Ford Fairlane in the background after his qualifying session, over the fence and straight into his Mustang to go out in this second race of the weekend. They're lined up in the order that they were classified in the first race yesterday. Ian Thompson's Cortina on pole alongside Thistlethwaite in the Mustang. As we said, he's entered every race today, I think. Second row, Simon Gustafson's Lotus Cortina and Piers Grange hoping to get the start correct this time in the Ford Falcon. Gary Preble's giant killing Hillman Imp on row 3 alongside Jake Swan in his Anglia won their classes yesterday. The class is based on engine size except for Class F, which is exclusively for Lotus Cortinas. Row 4, number 91, which is Brendan Rooney in the Hillman Imp alongside Ant Astley in the Mustang. Then on the 5th row, we've got Bob Bullen's Anglia, Adrian Oliver in a Hillman Imp. The Singer Chamois, a badge-engineered Imp, a sportier version of the Imp for Steve Platts, alongside the Imp Deluxe of Michael Loveland, number 22. Row 7, Richard Bateman with his Lotus Cortina. He shared that with a certain Rowan Atkinson at Goodwood in the past, with Steve Dunn's Little Austin A35 alongside him. Row 8, Keith Wright in his Morris Minor. Robin Slater in his Lotus Cortina, pulled off with some problems in yesterday's race, so we'll wait to see if he is there. Kevin Swan, father of Jake, with his Anglia retired from yesterday's race. Ed Gibbs' Anglia, I don't think will be there. I think that broke down in qualifying yesterday. And the Davies family Mini starts at the back because that car has changed drivers. Mike and Tony Davies sharing that car this weekend. Unfortunately, we don't know which of them is in the car for which race. It's usually Mike that does race 1 and either Tony or John Davies does race 2. So I suspect it's Tony in the car for this race. Ian Thompson then was surprised when he came into Parc Fermé yesterday. He didn't know he'd won because he had a photo finish with the Mustang of Alex Thistlethwaite and they were behind Piers Grange on the road. He didn't know Piers had got the penalty. No penalties today, hopefully. Bob Bullen's Anglia. There's Adrian Oliver, number 13, son of Eric Oliver, 4-time world sidecar champion. Eric Oliver. Steve Platts in the Singer badge to Imp, the Singer Chamois. There's quite a few Hillman Imps trackside. One of our car clubs is the branch of the Imp Club. There's a Singer Chamois and a Sunbeam Stiletto I noticed in among their cars earlier. So the grey Cortina of Ian Thompson on pole, the former overall champion with the very dark blue Mustang of Alex Thistlethwaite alongside. Second row, Simon Gustafson with his Lotus Cortina, the white car. The red and gold Alan Mann Racing colours displayed by Piers Grange's Ford Falcon. On row 3, the two-tone blue Hillman Imp is Gerry Prebble. The black Anglia is Jake Swan. 4th row, we've got Brendan Rooney. It was the Davies Mini that finished 7th yesterday, so it would have been on row 4, but because it's changed drivers, that car's had to move to the back of the grid. Ant Astley from Cornwall in the black Mustang with the gold stripes. It's looking towards the back here. Have we got any gaps? Robin Slater's there, the red Cortina. He's repaired from yesterday. Kevin Swan hoping to get a race this time after his problems in yesterday's race. Looks like Keith Wright's Morris Minor is not there. The Davies Mini at the back. Ed Gibbs, we know he's not there. That car broke in qualifying yesterday, so he's failed to race. So a couple of gaps towards the back. Steve Dunn in the little Austin A35. It's an A35 leading the championship at the moment, driven by Charles Norris, but he's not out this weekend. So we wait the all clear from the Marshals. There's the green flag at the back. It'll be a 15-minute race for the Everard's Pre-66 touring cars. They contested the Fred Francis Trophy yesterday in memory of the founder of Scale Extric. Race 2 gets underway. A wheel-spinning start for the Mini from the back of the grid there. Look at Piers Grange blasting up the outside. He's got the start absolutely right this time in the Ford Falcon. He door handles with Alex Thistlethwaite. He did that when he took the lead yesterday as well. But it's Ian Thompson who's got the lead in the Lotus Cortina from pole position. The Falcon in second place, Simon Gustafson in third. And Alex Thistlethwaite has not got the start he wants. Look at Gerry Prebble up there in his Hillman Imp. He's won here in his Civic in the past in the Pre-03 Touring Car Championship. Those Imps, they're such manoeuvrable little cars. Well, you only need to look at James Ibbotson to prove that. Sadly, James not here this weekend as Kevin Swan has a look at the Mini there of the Davies family. Bob Bullen in front of him. He's had a bit of a slow start in the Anglia. Robin Slater at the back in his Cortina, just running the car back in after his problems yesterday. I think that's Richard Bateman behind him and Steve Dunn's Austin A35 right at the back of the field as they charge their way out into the country through Village Corner, then up towards Church. It's Ian Thompson with the lead. Can he stay ahead of Piers Grange? Simon Gustafson, sideways Simon Gustafson there. Thistlethwaite and Prebble side by side. What a contrast. The big Mustang, the little Hillman Imp, as Piers Grange uses the grunt of his V8 to take him into the lead. Piers Grange racing 2 cars this weekend. He's got his very modified 2.6 litre Escort Mark II in the Blue Oval Saloon series as well. He's a multiple champion in that division. He raced a Mustang last season as well, the classic Ford collector from Cheshire. Runs PRG trailers. His products will have brought many of the cars here this weekend. Alex Thistlethwaite up into third position with his Mustang, and he's going for it. Ooh, that was close. He nearly barged Ian Thompson out of his way there. Thistlethwaite in the 65 car. This is the car that was running in the previous session with 2 different drivers on board. Goodness me, more door handling. The 2 Cortinas there, Simon Gustafson and Ian Thompson. Thompson must feel like everybody's out to get him here, and Gerry Prebble going for the outside on the Cortinas. Gerry Prebble, the king of Castle Combe, has taken, I think, more wins at the Wiltshire circuit than any other driver over the years. Jake Swan behind him, he leads Class C in the Ford Anglia. Normally we'd see him battling with Barry Symes Mini, but he's absent this weekend. Prebble up the inside, he's taking Simon Gustafson, the ex-Golf GTI racer, and Alex Thistlethwaite on his circuit is going for the lead. It's the car that was driven in the Top Hat qualifying session that we saw a few minutes ago by 2 relative newcomers, hence the novice cross on the back, and it's taken the lead. Giles White and James Hall Fox were driving that car, so Alex Thistlethwaite has got in and has taken it into the lead. No, he hasn't, because Piers Grange, it's a drag race up towards the chicane. Thistlethwaite moves across. It'd be nice to see, wouldn't it be nice to see these cars out on the drag strip on the infield this weekend? We'll have a look there hopefully in the lunch break later on. It's Cortinas, Imp, Anglia, more Imps behind them. Gustafson up the inside is going to take third place away from the number 7 of Thompson, who won the Fred Francis Trophy, as you mentioned yesterday. If you don't recognise the name Fred Francis, then you will certainly know of his legacy to the motoring world. Fred was the inventor of Scale Extric. And The Classic Touring Car Racing Club does have a tie-in with Scale Extric, and you may even be able to buy some of the cars you see in this race in Scale Extric form in years to come. How cool would that be? Running your own Classic Touring Car Racing Championship in your living room. What is Ian Thompson doing here? He leans on Jake Swan there. He's trying to hold everybody up. There's something wrong with the Cortina. He's lost out to Gary Preble. Now Jake Swan leans on Adrian Oliver. I'm getting flashbacks to the MG Owners Club race yesterday. They were all over each other at that part of the circuit, going 3 and 4 abreast. And the Classic's trying to do the same thing here. Yeah, Ian Thompson, I think all is not well with that Cortina, because it's unusual to see him drop back like this. He's got Hillman Imps and Anglias swarming all over him. Jake Swan. His father Kevin further down the order. Well, he was further down the order. I can tell you Kevin's pulled into the pits again, unfortunately. Problems with his Anglia this weekend. Brendan Rooney, we mentioned pre-race, that dent in the side of his Imp there. He's holding off Adrian Oliver. Alex Thistlethwaite leads from Piers Grange. Going around to complete their 3rd lap of this 15-minute race momentarily. The gap between them is 1.3 seconds. The 2 big V8s going clear of the rest of the field. Gustafsson is 3rd, 2.5 seconds further back. Gary Preble up there in 4th overall. James Ibbetson's Imp actually took 2 outright wins in the Pre-68 class last time out at Alton Park. But that was in wet conditions. Rain proves a great leveller in this series. Thompson next in the order. Then we've got Jake Swan's Anglia still leading its class. There's Brendan Rooney behind him, leading the points in Class E at the moment, with a chance to, if he can catch Gary Preble, take the lead of the overall championship, if my calculations are correct. Because it's Charles Norris in Class D with the A35 who leads overall, but he's not out this weekend. Steve Dunn, the only Class D runner. No, in fact, I tell a lie there. Steve Dunn is in Class G, the guest class, so not racing for points. That class currently being led by this man, Richard Bateman, in his Cortina, using this event as a double-up with the HRDC this weekend. Battling with Robin Slater's Cortina, the ex-Ford Anglia racer. Yes, Dunn and Bateman not scoring points this weekend, so we haven't got any Class D entries. The only other one here this weekend was Keith Wright, and he was a non-starter. Thistlethwaite continues to lead. Just under 8.5 minutes of this race to go for the Everard's Pre-66 touring cars. 1.4 seconds in it between the 2 leaders. They're 2.6 seconds clear of Simon Gustafsson in 3rd. He's pulled away from Preble, then Thompson in 5th, Jake Swan in 6th, Rooney 7th, Adrian Oliver is 8th. There are the leaders. The 2 big V8s on this power track out in front. There's only a couple of slow sections on it. This is one of them, the Complex, the other being the Club Chicane. The Davies Mini has come through into 9th place ahead of Bob Bullen's Anglia. And Michael Loveland lost a couple of places on that last lap. The man from Salisbury, he's dropped behind Steve Platts and Ant Astley. There they are. Ant Astley from Bude in Cornwall. Steve Platts in the Singer Chamois, number 94. He's from Telford in Shropshire, the former Historic Sports Car Club touring car champion. Adrian Oliver's won that title in the past as well. Thistlethwaite's still your leader. He's got the fastest lap as well, 1:35.23, as the power of the Mustang is about to tell here into Church Corner, the fastest corner in the country. Past Steve Platts. Him past the handling advantage. Complex next time through could get back down the inside. Here comes Michael Loveland in the 22. Side by side, just as Bill McGovern would drive them, the Irish-born racer who was a 3-time British saloon car champion. Michael Loveland forced to go over the curbs at the chicane there, taking a bit of a shortcut, but no alternative there with Steve Platts alongside him. Yes, Bill McGovern was British saloon car champion with the George Bevan tuned Sunbeam Imps. Sadly passed away a few months ago, Bill. And the Imp drivers racing in his memory in their rear engine machines. If only the Hillman Imp had been released before the Mini, it would have been a much greater success. The car built near Glasgow in Scotland at the Linwood plant. An orthodox rear engine layout, but a great little race car. As was the Ford Anglia. That won one British Saloon Car Championship in period. John Fitzpatrick in the mid-60s taking an Anglia to the title. I think that was, if I remember rightly, was a Broadspeed tuned car, Ralph Broad's team. And John Fitzpatrick later went on to become a great success in sports car racing, including Group C. The Lotus Cortina, of course, well, that was the first homologation special, really, the first racing saloon, built by Colin Chapman. And all the greats of Lotus, Jim Clark, Graham Hill and so on, competed in them. Tyre squeal in the background as they fling these cars through. You can see the Scale Extric stickers on these cars as well. Ian Thompson, yesterday's winner, took the Fred Francis Trophy, but he's back in 5th place here. Chasing now Gary Preble into the complex. Chasing Simon Gustafsson in turn. He's further ahead, about 4 seconds clear in 3rd place. He's in turn 4.3 seconds back on the 2 V8. Still Thistlethwaite from Grange out in front in the 2 big Class A cars. Still just the one retirement. Kevin Swan pulled in after 1 lap in his Anglia. So Jake, his son, upholding family honour this weekend. Swan family, former Bangor racers from Cambridgeshire. Just over 2 seconds in it now for the lead. 4 minutes of the race to go. The Everard's Pre 66 touring cars. The Classic Touring Car Racing Club have 2 more races to come later today. The Pre 93, 03 and Pre-83 cars on the same grid. The Classic Thunder cars, Alex Thistlethwaite will be out in his Chevy Camaro in that race as well, with Historic Thunder, and the Blue Oval Saloons, which Piers Grange will be in. That's Everything Ford. Alex Thistlethwaite pulling away now from Piers Grange in 2nd place. He's got the lead up to 3.6 seconds. He pulled away by 1.5 seconds on that last lap. In the early 60s, Roy Pierpoint was the man who took a Mustang to the British Saloon title. The Alan Mann Ford Falcon was raced by Australian Frank Gardner. We'll be seeing the son of Alan Mann race later on in that Ford Fairlane share with Alex Thistlethwaite. Henry Mann will be out on track. He's raced with the great Steve Soper in the past. Simon Gustafsson playing Jim Clark in the Lotus Cortina. Adapted very quickly to classic racing over the last few years, having switched from the Golf GTI Championship. Everybody relatively well spaced out now around the Thruxton circuit, just enjoying their Sunday afternoon drive. Through to Church Court. Jake Swantill giving chase to Ian Thompson for 5th position. Thompson 2nd in class. Rooney and Oliver 2nd and 3rd in class behind Gary Preble. Class E for the smallest capacity cars, i.e. Hillman Imps. Class D, Morris Minors, A35s and the occasional A40. Class C is Minis and Anglias. We haven't had any entries in Class B this year for the slightly bigger cars. We've seen BMWs and Triumphs in that class in the past. Class A is the biggest capacity cars, the V8s, and occasionally we see Mark II Jaguars. Grant Williams with one of his Jaguar collection occasionally appears there. Nothing smaller capacity than an Imp, I don't think, has appeared in there this series for R. We did see about 10 years ago an Auto Union DKW, which I think was even smaller. remember who it was who raced that. It was at Cadwell Park, I saw that. I have to delve into the Classic Touring Car Racing Club archive to find out who that was, but we're just over a minute to go. We haven't got time to do that at the moment. Just waiting to see if the checkered flag is going to go out this time for Alex Thistlethwaite, who lost the win on the line to Ian Thompson yesterday. Is Piers Grange going to catch him here? Grange has just done the fastest lap of the race, 1:35.182. He's got the gap to 2.75 seconds now. I think we will see one more lap. Yeah, it's just over 30 seconds to go as they will cross the line at this time through by the look of things. We watch the battle for 4th, 5th and 6th. Thistlethwaite, looking at the timing screen, has just gone through to start his final lap. The gap is 2.8 seconds, so it's looking relatively safe against Piers Grange, but it's never over until that checkered flag drops. Here he is coming into the complex, our race leader. There's Grange in the background in second place. Thistlethwaite just keeping it steady here. Had a minor problem of getting stuck in gear at the end of yesterday's race, which is why he lost the win on the line. Alex hustles the Mustang towards Church Corner for the final time. To the right-hander, powers the Mustang through it, through the heat haze, up Woodham Hill for the last time. He suffered the disappointment of being pipped on the line for the win by Ian Thompson's Cortina in yesterday's race, but no such problem this time around. Thompson led off the line, but it wasn't long before the circuit owner was into the lead, and here he comes. It's going to be a 1-2 for the American V8s. Appropriate on Independence Day weekend. The checkered flag goes out. Thistlethwaite takes the win. Grange comes over in second. And we await Simon Gustafson, who will complete the podium a few seconds back down the road. Here he comes. Gustafson in third. Oh, look at this. 3 wide into the chicane for the last time. The Mini of the Davies family charges past Brendan Rooney and Adrian Oliver in a single move. That's how you drive a Mini around Thruxton. And he's going to beat the 2 imps to the line, gaining 2 places there on the last corner. Great stuff. Sadly, we don't know if that's Mike or Tony Davies in that car. We weren't informed who was doing which race. The Anglia coming in behind, that's Bob Bullen, because Jake Swan has already crossed the line in 6th behind Preble and Thompson to win the class. There's Michael Loveland coming in behind Ant Astley. Just the one retirement, sadly, Kevin Swan pulling into the pits after completing a lap. Robin Slater and Richard Bateman down at the back of the field. Richard Bateman's going to win Class G. That concludes the Everard's Pre-66 touring cars. Last couple of finishers just coming in. Steve Dunn finishing a lap down in the A35. I'll give you the provisional results of that race. 10 laps completed by race winner Alex Thistlethwaite. And he's treated to a fly past from the Spitfire. Fantastic, just as the race finishes. Provisional result then of our Pre-66 touring car race. Alex Thistlethwaite wins by just under 3 seconds over Piers Grange. It was Grange who got the fastest lap of 89.28 miles per hour. Simon Gustafson wins Class F for the Cortinas in 3rd place. Gary Preble wins Class E for the Imps in a fine 4th overall. Ian Thompson, yesterday's winner, has to settle for 5th. Jake Swan in his Anglia wins Class C. The Davies Mini 7th, Brendan Rooney 8th, Adrian Oliver 9th, Bob Bullen rounding out the top 10. Beyond them were Ant Astley, Michael Loveland, Steve Platts, Robin Slater, Richard Bateman, the winner of Class G, the guest class in his Lotus Cortina. Steve Dunn, a lap down, was the final finisher, and we lost Kevin Swan into the pits. Next up on track here today, we will have the Group B rally cars, so hopefully we'll have a demonstration there. We've already heard from some of the owners of the Group B rally and rallycross cars that are here this weekend, and then it will be the qualifying session for the Gerry Marshal Trophy. Impressive quality over quantity field for them. Let's head down to Parc Fermé with Ian first of all.
Welcome down to Parc Fermé, but we've just had to swap the boards over because Alex is parked in the wrong bay. But Alex, we'll let you get your helmet off. Great racing indeed. And second place yesterday is a P1 here this morning in the Pre 66s. Alex, that's more like it, isn't it?
That's
Come
better.
on.
That's what we came for. That's more like it.
I suppose you've got to know this place pretty well now, haven't you? You must know absolutely every inch of tarmac.
No, admittedly, that is cheating me. Yes, I know the whole bloody place, inside out.
This is a power track. This is a power car. It's made for this, isn't it?
Yeah, it's lovely, and it's great fun. It's all the car's compliant. It does what you expect it to do, and you dance around. It's lovely.
Next time, can we just improve on your parking, please?
Yeah, quite right.
Well done, Alex. Great stuff indeed. Here's Piers Grange coming home in second place, please. I'm really sorry. I had to move the board. Really sorry about it. Well done. It's been a good weekend, hasn't it?
Yeah, not bad. It'd be nice to have the win yesterday, of course, but it is what it is, isn't it?
It is.
So, I mean, Mr. Thruxton knows his way around here. And
so, sometimes, bigger picture, this, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well done. Thank you so much. Well, lovely to see you, Piers, as well, by the way. Right, we'll grab a quick chat with Simon very shortly. There goes Ian as well. He was our race winner yesterday. He's heading straight out. We'll have a quick chat with Simon Gustafson in a second. He had third place yesterday. He's finished third place in this one as well. We've got some of the rally cars about to go out on demonstration as well, so we might be able to pick some of those up. But let's have a quick chat with Simon very shortly indeed and chat to some more of the drivers. Simon, this is what happens when you're on the podium all the time. You have to do this boring media bit, don't you?
What bit you mean?
Yeah. How was it out there? Right.
It was cracking. Absolutely fantastic. Really enjoyed that, and it just felt. After the race yesterday, I felt I had to go out there today and, I had a good night's sleep, first of all, as I was just saying.
That's important.
That's really important.
You went up till 2 o'clock in the morning partying?
No. So a good night's sleep was important, and then I just had a bit between my teeth. I knew what I had to do, just push a little bit harder, and just everywhere I possibly could I pushed today. I thought if these tyres went off, I had a chance, but power will always beat us, won't it, really, on the circuit like Thruxton. But yeah, I've got a beaming smile on my face, and it feels bloody good, it really does.
This car must be a real joy to drive.
It's fantastic. Yeah, Alan Henderson's done a great job with it. He's the maestro, isn't he, really? He's the leading authority globally in Lotus Cortinas, and what he doesn't know about them isn't worth knowing. He's done a great job and took it from a really quite a basic, tired old car and rebuilt it. And I saw one of these about 15 years ago when I was racing back in the Renault Sports and Golfs and all the rest of it. And it went past me, it just had a certain sound to it. And look, and I just thought, I'm sure I remember seeing those when I was a little kid in the back of my dad's car, going past every now and again, and I've got one, and it feels fantastic. Very lucky. I'm a lucky boy.
We're lucky as well for you coming out and driving it as well, putting on a show. Simon, lovely to see you. Thank you so much as well. There we go. We say goodbye actually to the Pre-66s here this weekend at Thruxton. They will be back out next time for the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. Just over us a little bit, shall we have a look at some of these rally cars as they make their way out? Let's go down. They're making their way out onto the circuit now. They've just got a little bit of a demonstration. So let's go have a quick look at some of them. So let's just make our way down here. We'll throw back to Dave shortly, but let's just get to the front, shall we, and have a real good look at these cars as they make their way out. It was great, wasn't it? If you did miss it a little bit early, if you just joined us here on the BARC YouTube channel, hello, great to have you along today. We did actually go catch up with Shirley, who was a big part of the Rallycross, Retro Rallycross, the founder of it, created it all, went through some of the cars as well. It was a real treat, so do make sure you go back and watch watch that. Let me just jump over. Great work by John here as well to bring you these cars. So they're going to come out of here. Some are going to go off to the right. Some are going to go off to our left over here down to the chicane. They're going to go do a couple of donuts, or attempt to do some donuts anyway. Put a bit of a demonstration and show on for us as well. Great work. Here they go out now. Look at this. Wow. Absolutely great stuff. I'll protect you, John. Don't worry. I'll make sure you don't get run over. So as we'll watch them go out now, let's just stay with us a little bit longer. We will hand over to Dave because he's a lot more knowledgeable on this than I am. But we just want to stay here and watch them as they prepare to fire off and go out. So we've got the... I actually followed this one in yesterday on my way into Thruxton. Actually came past this on the A303, the Peugeot here, the GTI. Absolutely glorious, isn't it? And here we go. Two more about to go out. I know you're looking at different. You're looking at the on-track action right now. I'm just stood by the next two waiting to go up. The BMW and the Peugeot. They're waiting to head out onto the track. And yeah, here we go. More about to head out. What I think I might do is I'll probably hand back to Dave Goddard because he can probably give you a lot more information than I can to talk you through. But we'll stay down here, keep bringing you the pictures here in the pit lane. So Dave, over to you, my friend.
Well, I debate that I'm more knowledgeable than most about these cars, but I have covered rallycross for a few years, so I have seen some of these machines in action. Let's take a look there. We've got the Peugeot 205 GTI out there in the yellow works Peugeot colours. That's what I know as the Dakar livery. It was the colours that the Dakar 405s are finished in. Now here's a name I recognise from BTRDA Clubman's Rallycross. This is John Cross, Rallycross veteran in his new project, the BMW. No, John, you're supposed to do donuts round the post. Not there. He used to race the Lancia Stratos replica in the classic division of BTRDA Clubman's Rallycross. Nigel Davies TR7 V8 there on the left, and on the right we heard from Stuart Emery earlier, ex-British Super National champion, had a Peugeot 206 back then, but now in this Volvo 242. Yes, Volvos did go racing before the 1994 British Touring Car season. Back in the 80s, the Volvo 242 Turbo raced in the European Touring Car Championship as well. But Stuart, as we heard earlier, has owned this car for a few years now. Nigel Davey heading down to the chicane in his TR7 V8 in the old works colours. The likes of Tony Pond used to compete in one of these cars. That's more like it. Stuart Emery trying to go round the post there, but not making a great job. It's tricky to do. Now just light up your tyres, Stuart. Enjoy yourself. As we mentioned, most of these cars compete in the Retro Rallycross Championship organised by Shirley Gibson, who we heard from earlier on. Shirley involved in Rallycross virtually since there has been Rallycross. The sport started out in 1967 with an event at Liddon Hill, won by Vic Elford in a Porsche 911. Although it is an urban myth that that sport was created as a result of the RAC rally being cancelled because of foot and mouth disease, because the first Rallycross actually took place a few months before that rally was supposed to take place. It was basically a made-for-TV sport to have motorsport during the winter. Here we have on the left an Opel Manta 400, and on the right the Talbot Sunbeam Lotus of Hannah Stewart we heard from earlier. She's the daughter of Barry Stewart, who has previously campaigned the Rothmans Porsche 911 raced by Rolf Nilsson in period. That won the first ever British Rallycross Grand Prix at Brands Hatch in 1982. The Opel Manta, of course, very famous, more famous as a rally car than in Rallycross. The Opel Manta 400, the likes of Jimmy McRae and Bertie Fisher, the late Irishman, competed in those. The Talbot Sunbeam Lotus in rallying, the most famous exponent in one of those cars was the late Henry Toivonen, who was lost in that tragic accident and fire in the Tour of Corsica in 1986 in the Lancia Delta S4, which led to the banning of the Group B supercars. Speaking of Group B supercars, here's one, the Ford RS200, a most of the RS200s went into Rallycross, but I think the rear wing on this one is the Pikes Peak hill climb spec. We did see some RS200s, including Pat Duran, the former British Rallycross champion, who now owns the Liddon Hill circuit, competes at Pikes Peak in his RS200 after its Rallycross days. The RS200 never particularly successful in rallying. Mark Lovell competed in one of those, the Somerset-based driver, sadly later lost his life in a rally in the United States. John Cross goes grass tracking, the chicane, in the new BMW. It's Pat Duran and of course Mr. Rallycross himself, Martin Schanker, the Norwegian, one of the leading exponents in RS200s. Now, is our safety car, the Porsche, going to go out and do some donuts? Alan Evans, our safety car driver this weekend. Let's see what he can do. Well, the Marshal's encouraging him there. Big thanks to the Orange family this weekend. While we have this little pause, let's say hello to a few of you commenting. Hi to Jan007, Ethan Dance, Thomas Butterfield. I wonder if that's the Jaguar racer, Thomas Butterfield. Andrew Miller-Swan was watching earlier on. See him at Snetterton. He's based over in Norfolk. Hi to Andy Spate. He says, do you remember Jos Ronchetti, who used to race a Sunbeam Talbot? Yes, that wasn't a rally version, though. That was his Lotus Bullet, as it was known, as the special saloon circuit race car. I think Jos, excuse me, I think Jos won the first ever circuit race I commentated on at Mallory Park back in 2010 on Boxing Day. Hi to James Ibbotson, he's watching. I mentioned him earlier, the Pre-66 touring car champion, not out in his Hillman Imp this weekend. He's at a clashing event. Apparently there's something going on at Silverstone this weekend. Hi to Dirt Devil RC Motorsports, watching from Australia. Hello to Colin Ware. TWM DB7. And hi to Caitlin Penny as well, top sim racing commentator. Chris Simitan said, shame the Fiat Uno didn't race earlier on. Paul Hadsley says, is the Hell Rod still there in the car park? We'll see when we look at the drag racers later on. Hi to Grant Mule in South Africa. Thanks for all your comments coming in. Looks like we're going to have a parade of the cars around the full circuit here behind the safety car. Of course, in the first part of the 80s, Group B rally cars were as popular as Formula One and almost as quick as well. There were rumours that a Lancia Delta S4 lapped the Estoril circuit in Portugal ahead of Rally Portugal almost as quick as an F1 car. Okay, while the cars head around on their lap of the circuit, I think we can go back down to Ian in the pit area.
How cool was that? That was absolutely amazing. The rally cars have just gone out on a parade lap, then they'll be coming back into the paddock. So I really hope you enjoyed that. That was brilliant. Right, John and I, we're going to go get ourselves up for another spectacle. Yesterday, I had the great privilege of being taken for a passenger ride in one of the drag racing cars. So John and I are going to take the walk up there now, and we're going to bring you some drag racing action very, very shortly. Whilst we take the walk and get up there, because it's pretty boring looking at the back of my head whilst we go for a walk. Yesterday we were in the outer paddock, in the outfield here at Thruxton, catching up with some of the exhibitors. So let's hear from them now. Right, I have made my way out to the trade stands here at Thruxton Retro, and I've come across the bearded Explorer. I can't see where the name came from. I don't really know. It doesn't make sense.
Just
does it?
grew my face, really. You know?
You're committed to that beard for life now, aren't you? With that name.
Short for a lot of money.
No, my walk in I saw this Mazda,
Yes.
and I thought I have to come over and find out a little bit more about you, what it is you do. So the Bearded Explorer, what is it you do?
So basically, it started as a hobby, going around looking for old buildings, and that's where it originated from. And then finding old cars. So,
So how did that happen? Like, you were in an old building, you just happened to come across an old car?
Yeah, well, I've always been a bit of a petrol head, and occasionally you do find stuff like this in a derelict building. There's an old car in the garage, or there might be 3 or 4. And the channel grew when I started posting the cars. People love the cars. So I now go hunting for abandoned barn finds, car collections hidden in forests.
So the Bearded Explorer, it's a YouTube channel, isn't it?
Yes.
You've got over 268,000 subscribers. Make sure you follow it, by the way. Do go. It is fascinating. And you actually find these old... Like, we were talking actually off camera. I've been fascinated by this. We watch the programmes in America. You actually do it in the UK.
Yeah.
Is there still plenty of opportunities out there?
Honestly, mate, I got contacted last week. Someone's got an old Mini in their garage, and they're interested in selling it. It's got 7,000 miles on it.
Really?
7,000 miles.
What year's the Mini? Do you know?
It's an 86. It's a green one.
Proper Mini.
Yeah, so I went to go and look at it on Thursday evening, and you couldn't even see it. You opened the garage, the car's not here. Yeah, it's here, and he's took all these carpets off, and there it is. And it looks incredible.
Yeah.
And you just think, my God, there's stuff like that hidden all over the place.
Then what goes into a negotiation with that? Let's say you're like, yeah, I'd quite like to get that. Is there like... The owner obviously thinks, I can pocket a bit of money here, but obviously it doesn't start, it doesn't work, the engine's probably flooded. And, you know.
Yeah, some people know what stuff's worth, others don't. This Mini does need an engine rebuild, and I know that. But, you know, you might get someone who think, oh, it was my father-in-law's car, no sentimental value whatsoever, I don't care what I get for it. You might get someone else that I know exactly what that's worth, and I'm not having anything less than 30 grand, 40 grand, you just don't know. But that's what I like, is the surprise, you know.
Right, we're looking at the Mazda right now on screen, so tell us about that. You've even kept the dust on.
The dust is on it. That's original.
So where did this come from?
So this belongs to my friend James. Now this was one of his teacher's old cars, and he used to walk past this car every morning when he went to school.
Oh, right.
And I think he's like 33 now. Now the car went up for sale. He's straight there. I want that car. I don't care how much it is. The nostalgia, the sentimental value. He wanted that car. He's had it for I think nearly 3 years now. Yeah. And he's done nothing with it. But I think because of that, I mean, he remembers it like this and he doesn't want that to change. And I think he's going to try and keep it as like this as long as he can, just for that memory.
So what sort of maintenance goes into it? Like it looks dusty, it doesn't. You know, if you saw that, you'd be like, God, that car's a mess. But actually, that's the nostalgia value too, isn't it? But it will still take a bit of maintaining, won't it?
It still runs.
It still works.
He drove it most of the way here, to be honest.
Really? So it's tax. It's all, good.
Yeah.
What's been the wildest car you've ever? Is there something you've opened up? You thought, oh my word, I cannot. You ever come across like a Ferrari or a Lamborghini, Lamborghini Miura or something like that?
No Lamborghinis, but I have found Ferraris. Now I did find one car that was very rare. It's called a Nardi Silver Ray. It's the only one in the world. Okay. It originated from an Alfa 512 or something like that. It's a really old chassis, and they built the Nardi Ray on top of it. It belongs to a famous collector, but the place honestly was like a museum. There were about 50 cars in there. They're all covered in dust. The ceilings are actually coming down on some of the cars. Some of these cars are worth millions of pounds, and they've just been left in this barn.
Did he know what he had?
He must do. He must do. He's got hundreds.
You wouldn't let the roof cave in on him, would you?
Wow,
got a million quid
that's
sat
what
there.
I mean. The door, you could see the door hadn't been opened in years. There's grass growing all up the front of it. I don't know. It's very strange, really strange. But yeah, that's probably one of the most expensive and rarest cars I've found. But there's all sorts. I mean, stuff over here like Escort Cosworths. I found 2 Escort Cosworths last year in a barn covered in dust and mould.
They're worth.
Absolutely, yeah, really are.
Do you actually? Do you sort of make money off this? Do you sell them then? Or do you like fix them up a little bit?
Yeah, I mean the little trotter van here, I bought that last year. It was like 50% done. The chassis been rebuilt, the engine's been rebuilt, and it was literally.
Look at them. Get your fingers off.
Yeah, I know. But I mean, if I'd have just painted it as a normal van, no one would have looked twice at it. But because of the Trotters Independent, I had to do it. You know.
I like it. And let's move around a little bit, shall we? Actually, cause as we're looking at it now, because we've got quite a few special things going on here as well. So the van is incredible. Although 3-wheelers, they're still quite unique, aren't they?
They are. They're scary to drive. Honestly, they're terrifying. I had to get this recovered here because I hate driving on the motorway. If you get a bit of wind, you can feel it and it almost wants to tip over. It's horrible.
Right. So we've got the Trotters van. There's something very special going on as well because we've got Sarah over here, haven't we? So, John, if we can grab you to come hear the artist, Sarah. Can I have a chat with Sarah? Is that all right? Do you mind? Sarah, I'm going to come in and have a little chat. I'm really catching you on the fly here. You weren't expecting this, aren't you? You are doing a live painting this weekend here at Thruxton. This is incredible. Tell us more.
So it's Thruxton race circuit, and it's the super bikes going around the tracks because I am just a massive bike fan.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. You've come to the wrong meeting.
I know, but we came to the bike one, I think, last year, and it was brilliant. And I'm just starting a helmet series, so I just thought I'll do some represent the bikes.
So you're doing this now. You started. This is Saturday morning when we're filming this, by the way. I don't know when you're watching it. Could be any time. We're going to come back Sunday, if that's right with you, and see, and you'll have it finished. When do you reckon you'll have it finished by?
Tomorrow, yeah, probably tomorrow. Maybe even end of play today, to be honest. Once I get going, it's just like it flows out.
What's the reaction been? I've already seen lots of people stopping and filming you and just having a good time.
It's just, you know what, I just love painting live. We've done a few mural murals and stuff back in Portsmouth, and it's brilliant because everyone it just starts a conversation, and you just get really lovely people come and chat to you, and yeah, I just really like it. It's brilliant.
I don't know how you do it. Honestly, I've got terrible at art. I really am. How do we find out more about you, Sarah?
So you can find me on Instagram. I've got my own website with the prints up for sale, which I've got a new series of, like, as you can see, bike helmets in.
Is that Sarah Gennart?
Yeah,
that's www. Sarah with no H, SARAGANART.co.uk.
Thank you very much.
We will come back and we will see that finish. Thank you so much. Let's grab the Bearded Explorer again, because I didn't even see that. I remember that episode. Anybody under the age of 18, you shouldn't watch it. Let's keep going over, shall we? Because, wow, what a treat this is, by the way, because we've seen the barn find cars, we've seen the art, we've seen the Chocolates Independent Trade, the Only Fools and Horses. That's not all you do, though, is it?
No.
Because over here we've got some fine-looking cars. Do you have a car club as well?
Not really. These belong to my friend Lee,
okay.
so he's brought these down for me. He's got his own business, basically restoring these incredible machines, and these are 3 of the best. This was his first car, I believe, this one here.
The Fiesta, yeah.
And you can see it's immaculate. Every nut and bolt is gleaming on it.
Wow, these are getting some attention, aren't they?
Yeah, they really are.
Oh my word, look at that engine. I didn't even see that.
It's not quite standard.
No. It's a little bit better than my Citroen. Let's move around, shall we? Because I know a lot of these cars get an awful lot of attention. And we need some rope around here, don't we? Stop people putting their hands on them, don't we? Right, these Cosworths, these go for some, don't they, these days? But what a rarity.
This one's valued at around 80 grand. So when you consider what they were new, even
more than my house, I think.
I know, it's crazy, isn't it? It is absolutely crazy. Wow. But they are just such an iconic car.
And over here as well, our final one.
I think this is my favourite. This is definitely my favourite car.
I imagine it's probably going to be the Cosworth that's going to get all the attention. However, if you know, you know.
Yeah, it's definitely the BMW for me. I love it. Absolutely love this car. Always liked these, even when I was a kid. It was always a dream car for me. And just look at it. It's just incredible, isn't it?
Well, all I can say, thank you so much for coming down.
Pleasure.
You have lit up Thruxton Retro. I hope the sun comes out a little bit soon as well.
It's a bit. The blue sky is starting to come through, so let's hope.
But if you love that story, which I'm sure you will, the barn finds everything, do head over to the Bearded Explorer on YouTube. Just go to YouTube, type it in. Make sure you hit subscribe. Please do that. It is so worth it. And I'm not even paid to say that either. So there we go. Thank you so much. Enjoy Thruxton Retro. We'll be back tomorrow to see how Sarah's got on as well. Now back to the action here at Thruxton. Well, hello everybody. Yes, welcome back. We've made our way up to the runway, and as timing would have it, they've just broken up for lunch. So we're not going to be able to do any drag racing, which is a real shame. We will, though, be able to bring you some of the cars. This is one of them here, absolutely remarkable. In fact, I can show you the one that I went out in yesterday. Thank you, guys. Good to see you. Let's keep going up as well. I wonder if we can just jump in for a very quick look at these guys. How are we doing? Can I just have a quick chat with...
He's the owner.
You're the owner. Which is your car?
No, that's car.
Whose is that car, first of all? That's yours.
Yes,
Can we have a talk about it, please? Because it is absolutely... Let's go up to it, shall we? Unfortunately, we were hoping to see him in action, but I understand they've all just broken for lunch right now, which is...
Yes.
Yeah, they have. But tell me about the car.
The cars are a replica of a 1941 Willys Coupe.
Yeah.
Now, Willys Coupe, Willys was like the Jeeps in the Second World War.
Yeah.
And they did produce some
saloon cars, even during the wartime. There's a purple Willis up there that Beth's running.
Okay,
That's the 1933 replica again. This is a replica 1941. If you was to buy an original steel body, if one came up, you'd be looking at £60,000. Oh, $60,000.
Yeah.
They're really rare. So fiberglass is, you know, and that's it. I built it in the early 80s, sort of mid 80s. I built it. It was pink and purple. Sold it in the 99, and then it sort of disappeared. A few people owned it, and then I hunted it down. It had been sitting in the garage for 7.5 years, so I bought it back. And then stripped it all down, rebuilt it.
Wow.
It's pretty much the same, exactly the same as I built it then, but I've upgraded suspension, upgraded the engine and such like. So
did you go looking for it? You'd sold it, and then did you start to get a bit of an itch and think, yes, I need to find that again?
Yes, I did. Yeah, it was that. If somebody said, I think I know where it is, he didn't, but then that was the itch, you know. So, and I thought, I really want the car back. So I found it and completely rebuilt it.
So do you do? Forgive my naivety. I don't really know a great deal about drag racing, if I'm honest.
Well, this is why Thruxton wanted us here to try and put on a show to show what drag racing is about, to promote drag racing for Sandpod and other airstrips, you know. And I think
do you do this competitively with this car then, or is it more demos?
No, competitive to a point. Obviously, professional drag racing, there are many big classes for different cars, different styles, bikes, whatever. But then on the back of that, you have what's called lifestyle events,
right?
Where the people here basically, we've got jobs. We do it as fun.
Yeah.
And then we started the Outlaw Outcasts because we were doing what's called Run What You Brung.
Yeah.
So you go to a major meeting or a lifestyle meeting, they've got all the classes that run, and then between time they will allow Run What You Brungers to use the track. We still have to pay, but so we started the class up so we could sort of start putting on a show. This is sort of what we're doing, is a sort of like a testing ground for people if they want to upgrade and then they start going into professional classes. So this is all just, we just do it for fun, but we got lots of cars.
The cars I've seen him. Now, I actually, yesterday, I had the great pleasure, is it Graham Scriven?
Yeah.
Graham. He took me out yesterday in his black and green machine. And oh my word. Right, and he was like, I'm not really even going pushing it that hard. If I was really going for it, the wheels would be off the ground. But we still did 101, I think we got up to 101.
I'm 104 here today. So, but over the quarter mile, I mean, that's only 8th.
Yeah.
And obviously, by the time you've gone past the 8th, you're already doing 100 mile an hour.
Yeah.
So it doesn't take that long to get to the top end. I think he does the quarter in about 9 4s, 9 5s. And this is, and his car's road legal. This is road legal.
Yeah.
And this will do 9.7 at about 140 mile an hour, 145 mile an hour.
So I imagine, and again, I really don't want to be patronising or anything, but for people like myself who don't know a lot about it, we were probably introduced to like drag racing, to things like Fast and Furious, and they bang on about 10-second cars, and you shake your head. You know?
I can't use the words to describe that sort of movie.
Yeah, we're live.
Yeah, exactly. You need to try and watch something. If you want to watch a good drag racing movie, it's something like Shirley Muldowney, who was a professional racer in the States.
Yeah.
You know, it's a proper. It's her life in drag racing. You know. It's a slow movie, but it's an iconic one for any hot rodders. Is a film called American Graffiti.
Okay.
And that's sort of how it started. If you watch American Graffiti, it's all like in the 60s, it's rock and roll music, it's what the kids did on the streets at night, and then they do drag racing, and that's sort of where it started, you know. So these Fast and Furious things is a bit, but, you know, coming here, it shows people what drag racing's about, you know.
Well, I appreciate you giving us the alternatives and the cars. I saw a Rover 600, a white Rover 600. My dad had a white Rover 600. I was looking at it originally thinking, I wonder if it's the same one. But it's just brilliant.
People will. The thing is, if we all like the same thing, it'd be a boring planet.
Yeah.
The amount of unusual cars, people will look at a car and go, I can turn that into something unusual, and that's why you're seeing so many variations on what a race car is, you know, and most of them are still, you know, a lot of people that are here, there's just cars that they just want to build, they build themselves, They go out to coffee, these coffee meetings now and whatever, and then you go to find drag strips like this just for fun. And this is what it's all about. It's just having fun.
Have you been pleased with the response? Every time I've looked down here, there's been crowds of people either side watching.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think the idea from the owner of Thruxton was to actually come here, introduce drag racing here, and hope it worked. And the races that are here are absolutely loving it. I'm loving it. We're all loving it. Outlaw Outcast, we are all loving it. It's short. It's fun.
Yeah.
There's no traction, which makes it entertaining.
Yeah.
You've got to try and drive the car. It's a leveller. There are cars here. Graham's got an A40. It just hits the numbers all the time.
Yeah.
He doesn't do a burnout. It's a performance engine, but he can drive it just that well. Yeah. I can, he's about half a second slower than me on a quarter mile. Here, he's beating me because he's getting off the line, and that's it. But so this unprepped track, it's a leveller. It's actually less power is more.
Yeah.
You can't get the power down. So the more power you've got, the worse it is.
So how do I find out more? Everybody watching right, and there's a lot of people tuning in right now who will be fascinated by this. How do we find out more about Outlaw Outcast?
Outlaw Outcast, we have got a page on Facebook.
Yep.
We have our own private page because we've got about 30 cars involved in it. My daughter, she was the one that came up with the idea. She's got a car herself.
Oh yeah. Well, it's her car. We must go see it.
It's not here. No, she's rebuilding the engine. But she came up with the concept of what we were trying, and so we just do it, and so we have got a page on there, but we've got our private page which for our racers, But you can just Google Facebook. You can just Google if you want to understand it without going. Google drag racing at Santa Pod Raceway. On there, it will give you a program of what racing's coming up. Big racing, professionals all over the world will come drag racing, and the best bit is you can sit there all day and watch it. It's live stream. They will say, and then the commentators will give full information as he knows there are a lot of people watching do not understand drag racing, so he will explain things. And probably the best thing is to Google it, find out when there's a proper drag meet on at Santa Pod, go to the live stream. The commentary, the film, the footage is absolutely excellent, and you will learn so much from that. Or pick a main event and just go and watch it for a day or a weekend.
I've got the bug.
And it's quite, it's I've been to a lot of stuff, Goodwood, Silverstone, whatever, and they were great years ago. They're not so much now. You cannot walk around the pits. Santa Pod and the people that race there, they are the nicest people you can meet. You can have a car that will run 6, 7, 7 quarter mile, and if you've got a little kid and said, could he sit in it? They will talk to you for days about the car and whatever. I've never seen any bad people up there, and you can walk around the pitch, you can look at thousands and thousands and thousands of pounds worth of car and talk to the people. You can't do that in these professional racing sports nowadays. You certainly can't do it in Formula 1 unless you pay for a premium ticket and whatever. Goodwood's the same. Santa Pod, you've got free range for everything. They've got monster trucks up there sometimes and everything. It's a good weekend, so you just need to research it. But I'd say go, definitely.
All I can say is thank you so much.
Very much.
Thanks for coming. Like I say, I had the thrill ever when I was there. Maybe. Forget time, I'd absolutely love it. I might be a bit scared actually after yesterday's experience. Thank you so much. Right, we're going to keep walking. Let's go find some of the cars to have a little look at. Can I just say as well, by the way, Goodwood's amazing. Goodwood is really good, really good. So let's keep going on, shall we, and make our way through and look at some of the cars that we have got about to head out for the drag racing this afternoon. Let's see if there's a few more people to talk to. Also, I've been handed something very, very special as well, and it is this. It's the BARC corporate credit card. So there we go, and I've been given a budget of £1 million to spend on whatever I want. I haven't actually really, but I have been authorised a little bit of money. Here is that's Graham, by the way. Graham took me out yesterday in his machine, so let's go find that car. If you watched the intro, you will have seen it. In fact, John, should we go have a little look? Because we were told we were allowed to look inside the caravan. It wasn't there, was it? It was over. Sorry, I've gone completely the wrong way. I'm getting completely lost. Let's have a look at some of the cars that we've got here doing these. We've got an MX-5 here, as you can see. Some of the most iconic cars, some of the most standard cars you're likely to see are going out doing this drag racing here. You just turn up and off you go. It is absolutely incredible. It looks like we've got a driver here, so I'm going to see if I can. Look, I mean, look at this. Guys, whose is this? Is that yours? Can we talk about it, please? We are live, so I'm really sorry. But I've disturbed your sandwich. What's in your sandwich, by the way?
Cheese and cucumber.
Oh, okay. I like cheese and cucumber. That's good.
Cucumber.
Is it nice?
Oh, it's delicious. It is great.
What's it like here at Thruxton? Are you having a good time?
It's incredible. I mean, it's the first time we've run on an unprepped drag strip, so it's taking it as it comes, and yeah.
So you say. Right, I don't really know a great deal about drag racing, so I'm here to learn.
Yes.
You say sort of an unprepped drag. How do you prep one? What's different?
So effectively, the track will be glued. So here, the whole track will be effectively, not bumpy.
Yeah.
Here. I'm having to ease into it to understand when I'm losing the traction. So
it's a runway, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. So I'm used to it to be a little bit more sticky, but got the burnout box, so do what I can with that, and it's going pretty good. So.
And you have quite possibly the most eye-catching car here.
Thank you.
Tell me a story about it. How have you come to own? Do you own it?
So myself and my dad co-drive it. We built it over a period of just over 5 years, and we've been running it up at Santa Pod for the last 3.5, 4 years. So we run it with a class called Outlaw Outcast. So
I've just been chatting to the chap over there.
So we're all here for that this weekend. So effectively we're a huge mix of different cars, from different backgrounds, different experience levels, and just come together and have a laugh and do a bit of driving.
Have you been taking passengers out?
We have done passenger runs in here, not this weekend, but we have done historically. I know before we owned this car, Idris Elba has been a passenger in this car.
Really?
So it's got a lot of history behind it. So it's an incredible car.
I went out in Graham's yesterday.
Oh, amazing!
It was terrifying. Now, what sort of times do you do? Because I think we got to 101 mile an hour. I think we did 7 point something.
I haven't picked up my timing slip for the last run I did. I would anticipate it was pretty much up to 100, I would guess.
I would, if I was you, I'd say it was about 104 and it was like 6 seconds. That's what I would do.
I'll take that, definitely. Albeit I did get stranded at the end and got cut off, so I had to be towed back, but we don't talk about that, it's fine.
How did you get involved in this then? Because it's I mean this, when I say this, I mean this politely, it's a little bit different, isn't it? It's not like your football, your golf, or even your circuit racing.
Yeah, I mean, I've been going up to Santa Pod, since I was small, so I reckon I was probably 5-6 years old first time I went to Santa Pod, so it's always been something I've done with my dad, and I'd done sort of junior dragster when I was younger, so I'd had a bit of seat time before I got in this, so and then we've been having an absolute whale of a time with this over the last 3-4 years. So
if I sign on later, could you take me out for that? I'm trying to get in every single one. Look, there's a passenger seat there.
Exactly, you have got the passenger seat, so why not? Why not?
Thank you so much for talking to us. I'll let you finish your sandwich. It looks good though, the sandwich looks good. Thank you very much, I really appreciate it. Thank you. Right, yes, I was out in this yesterday. There is Graham, there he is. Hello Graham, how are we doing? Are we good today? Was I how good a passenger was I yesterday?
Reasonable, yeah.
Reasonable. Out of 10, that's a 5 out of 10. Just tell us a little bit more about, you told me some stories, of course, about the car yesterday, but we weren't on camera at the time. So tell me about your history with this car.
I've had the car 14 years now. It was built by a man called Ron Richardson, who raced it in Outlaw Anglia. It went through 4 other owners till it got to me, I think.
Yeah.
The last owner put an engine like that in it with a supercharger, had the flames put on it, and the wings, and he never raced it. He took it to shows.
Oh, okay.
Unfortunately, Roger died, but before that he sold it to me, and I raced it the next weekend.
Wow, wow, wow. And now you were saying to me yesterday as well, you were going fairly easy on me, were you? You say there's a lot more.
The fastest it's run is 9.6 at 136 at Santa Pod on prepared track. Here this morning it ran a 7:02 at the 8th. So it's
because we did a 7.63 or something yesterday, didn't we?
Yeah.
And that was with me in it, so that's not bad, is it?
all the weight in the world. It helps. It helps grip, especially the way there was no grip out there yesterday.
No, very
well,
true.
there isn't a lot more, but I put the slicks on today, and it's not swinging about so much. So.
Graham, again, I can't thank you enough for yesterday. It's such a great experience, and thank you so much. Thanks for bringing it out to play, and enjoy the afternoon, yeah? Okay. Lovely, thank you so much. Let's keep moving on, shall we? Because I've spied something very special indeed. In fact, I think we saw this firing up a little bit earlier. Was it this one, actually? Let's go have a quick look at this, shall we? And see if we can find out a little bit more about whose is this? Is it? Can we have a chat about it, please? Because I'm getting so excited. As I've said to everybody, I'm not an expert in drag racing. I'm learning. Okay, I'm here to learn. But tell me about the car.
It's Mazda RX-7, and it's got a small block Chevy V8 in it. Yeah. So yeah, it's got a few bells and whistles. Makes about 460 brake, and so far I've run an 11. Sorry, that's a quarter mile. 8th mile we're doing 7:87, I think is my best time so far, so not too bad.
What have you done the quarter mile in?
11:57 is my best quarter mile, so yeah.
How did you get involved in drag racing?
So actually my friend stood over there, Mr. Charlie Seaward.
Let's get him over.
So Charlie has a fairly well-known drag car called the Bracket.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
Okay. So yeah.
Is that here?
No, it's all up at Santa Pod still at the moment because we're there next weekend, so we store it all up there. Yeah. So yeah, we're up for the Super Pro ET Championship, which we're currently leading. So yeah, we've come up today to support Thruxton in the drag racing scene here. It's local to us.
So you got involved through
Charlie, yeah. So he just happened to have a workshop around the corner from mine, and yeah, I went to go watch him one weekend. I thought, this is brilliant. I want to have a go at this. So,
what does it feel? I had the good fortune of going out to Graham's yesterday. Took me out for a couple of passenger laps. But when you're like competing, Charlie, as well, and you're going toe to toe against somebody else, that initial launch, your stomach just sort of disappears, doesn't it?
Yeah, especially if you've got a car that picks the front wheels up. You're looking at the sky for a moment before anything else happens, and then with the bracket racing that we do, there's two races. There's your reaction off the light, but then you're racing at the finish line. You need to be first one there, so you're looking out the window. You only want to be.
I thought that's how it worked. I thought it was just, and again, please forgive my ignorance here, but I thought it was like lights out first to the lights at the end wins. Is that?
Yeah, so that's heads-up racing, which are cars where first to the finish wins. But there's a lot of other classes, which there's a little competition going on today with these guys, where you got to get close to your own time. Okay. So they'll actually stagger you on the tree, but you'll cross the finish at the same time. So it's quite a lot. It gets really in depth of man and machine and down to the nearest thousandth of a second, and yeah, it's tricky.
So you got the bug now, that's it?
Definitely. It's just you just want to go faster. That's the trouble all the time. It's what's the next level? So yeah, we'll do this for a little bit with this car and yeah, see where it takes me.
What's the reaction been like, guys, here at Thruxton? Because we're involved in circuit racing. We don't often do drag racing, but every time I've looked over down to the strip, there's hundreds of people watching.
Oh yeah, no, it's been brilliant, really good. I think it's been run really well actually with the straight liners and that. But yeah, to go down every time, see a load of people stood there, it's quite
well done. That's the right thing to say. And we can see you next week, you say?
Yeah, next weekend we'll be at Santa Pod in Super Comp and Super Pro ET, and hopefully we'll keep it at the top of the championship.
Guys, thank you so much. Charlie, thank you. Really appreciate that. Thanks for coming out to play, guys. Love it indeed. Let's keep going, shall we? There is that Lexus, by the way, that I saw. Yes, it's called Big Bird. Look at it. And what an incredible car. We've come down to a great place here. There's so many, isn't there? In fact, let's go over here as well. We'll look at them all. Don't worry, I won't miss any. We've got gallons of time. You're not missing anything on the track right now. We are about to move into the lunch break. Actually, we'll come back because we saw this a little bit earlier, didn't we? I'm wondering if it's been loaded onto the trailer. So this might be our only chance to have a look at it. The Void Reaper. Look at this. Oh my word. We will have a chat with somebody very shortly. It says LC Podium on the window. I was going to have a listen to it. It looks unfortunately like it's going home though, so I wonder if we can grab a quick chat with somebody, find out a little bit more about it. Just enjoy the noise. is incredible. Let's go round and have a chat. And he's got the overalls on, so I'm assuming this is our main driver. He's just having a quick chat with somebody, so we'll speak to him very, very shortly and find out more about it. What a shame. It looks like it's going to be loaded up and headed off home. It's not going home, is it? Is it? Oh, no.
Blew a supercharger gasket.
Oh, no. What a shame.
Got a couple of runs and we could bodge it, but it's just not worth the risk.
No. It is absolutely. How long is it?
I don't know. He's the man.
He's the man to ask. Great. We'll grab him for a chat. Thank you for bringing it out. Anyway, I'm really sorry it's not able to get back out again, but that is one of those things. Let's have a quick chat if we can. How are we doing? We're live on Bark TV right now, but we had to come over. I saw it's been loaded on. I thought, oh no, it's going, but I understand it's not quite working how you'd like it.
No, we did a supercharger blower gasket, so did a big burnout and then blew the front of the gasket out, so I've got a vacuum leak.
Tell me more about the car, though. How did you come to be behind it? Well, you own it, I take it.
I do.
Yeah. How did you come to own it?
Yeah, I've just got to get this guy out of the way. So.
Oh yeah, go ahead. You do what you need to do. We're going to crack on the way. We'll let these guys. Thank you so much, guys. Really, thanks for coming out anyway and bringing it. We'll let's move around a little bit, shall we? It's remember we're in a live paddock here, so things are going all the time, and I imagine they probably want to get out as quick as possible and avoid the crowds a little bit later. Let's move a little bit further around, shall we? I want to have another look at that Lexus. I really want to find that Rover 600 as well. There definitely was one. I saw it going out on a run yesterday, unless maybe they've gone and they're not here today as well. But here is that Lexus. Look at it, absolutely incredible. I remember seeing these trawling up and down the motorway back in the 90s and 2000s. Absolutely huge. What a wonderful car indeed. Right, let's go over. Let's see if we can find somebody else to talk to as well. We've got more cars. We've got a gentleman over here in overall, so I'm assuming he's the driver of this fine looking machine as well. I'm going to come over and find out. Anyway, hello guys, how are we doing? Hello. Can we have a quick chat? Is that all right? Yeah, I just want to find, this is yours, I take it?
Yes.
Yeah, hello, how's it going? You all right? You good?
Yeah, not bad.
I want to know more about the car. I want to know more about both of you and your journeys in drag racing. Tell me a story about the car first of all.
Oh, it started as a daily drive about 15 years ago, and then slowly become into this, and now it's only a drag race car really.
How much work did you have to put into it to get it into this specification?
A ton of work and a ton of money.
Yeah.
My missus don't need to look at this.
No, she's not watching.
She's not watching. Yeah, I'm sure. But if she does, hello. Anyway, he was behind the project since the start.
We met scientists.
Yes, he's
you
the
are.
mad
Yeah. Okay. What's so mad about it? Tell me what's the wildest thing you've done?
Till now, we accidentally managed to run full boost, which is supposed to peak like 1500 horsepower.
Yeah.
I mean, accidentally, and the car ran fine, didn't blow up.
Yeah.
Honestly, that's kind of a big.
Yeah.
Running on a 2-liter engine.
Yeah.
Because it's standard 2-liter engine.
It's
that much power.
It's just up to 2.1.
Do you guys compete in this then? Is it?
He's the first year,
Yeah.
so that he came specially for this event because he
just
don't
came
live
before
here.
races and when I did the maintenance on the
Yeah.
car, but
it's
running
we need
quite
to
well.
dial in. So this year in April we finished it, and we still not managed to put the power down. That's the main thing.
It had
So
the fastest time with the minimum boost.
Okay. Because I understand it's quite difficult here as well because it's an unprepared track, isn't it? I've learned things about this.
Yeah,
I'm having such a good time down here.
Imagine that this is a 4-wheel drive with wheels that big, and it's spinning the wheels in 4th gear at 200 kph.
Wow.
It's still spinning the wheels. So it's kind of hard to make it grip the track.
So what is the fastest time you've done here so far at Thruxton?
I know. Here I think
6:45.
Whoa, that's quick.
Yeah, 6:45, but 122 or 25 miles an hour.
Wow.
But it's only 1.8. So
but that's
quarter mile.
It's quite short.
Quarter mile I've done on low boost because at the moment we just run it on low boost to actually go off the line. So on low boost, I think the best was 9.5 at 157.
Is that a Santa Pod?
No, it was an non-prep.
Non-prep.
So
on Santa Pod, I think it ran a 9.4, I think, with 156.
Yeah.
but the car went sideways.
So I took
during
the
the
foot
launch.
off to put it back on track.
Yes, it was,
and
it
then
was a total disaster and still went 9.4, I think. But
wow.
I mean, now
it sounds terrifying.
Now
I stay in there and hope for dear life.
Yeah, just hold on like that and grip it tight. Guys, thank you. Thanks for coming out to play. I hope you're having a good time anyway. I hope you enjoyed yourselves at Thruxton. You're smiling, that's what I like. Guys, thank you so much. We really appreciate it. Let's keep going on, shall we? And let's move around a little bit. Let's get ourselves into the paddock, shall we? Because we need to start spending some money on this credit card, don't we? Again, don't worry, we're in the lunch break. You're not missing anything at all right now. Our next race up will be the Jochen Rindt Trophy, the second race of the weekend. So let's make our way into the paddock. Oh, look at this. This is nice, isn't it? Oh, that's the Historic Racing Drivers Club. We've got a few races from them coming up a little bit later as well. Looking forward to it. In fact, we spoke to Harry Hickton a little bit earlier too. Remember, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. We are just shy of 41,000 subscribers on the BARC YouTube channel, so it would be amazing if we could get even more of you. There's the guys. We'll just give them a wave and start moving our way into the paddock. We'll head down towards the ice cream van, but we might be able to grab a quick chat with a few of the drivers as we make our way through. In fact, the next race due to get underway in about half an hour, so we've got a little bit of time just to keep milling around, give you a little look behind the scenes, isn't it? Let's see what really happens at a race meeting when the cars aren't on the circuit. We've got a number of the series down here, and we keep going on and keep moving forward. A little bit gutted that we didn't actually get to see the drag racing, though. That was a bit of a shame. Literally, we were walking up there thinking it looks a little bit quiet up here, and then we caught up with them and they said, yeah, we're just going to move into the lunch break now. We'll be back a little bit later. So that is a shame. So what I think we will do at the minute, we're going to make our way down to the assembly area, and then we're going to have a very special treat for some of the marshals whilst we do make our way down, and as we start to get ourselves warmed up and ready for the Jochen Rindt Trophy. Yesterday I had a little potter around some of the garages to catch up with some of the stories about the cars, so let's hear about that now. Well, we are so thrilled to have the Jochen Rindt Trophy here this weekend at Thruxton Retro. Now, when Thruxton opened back in 1968, it hosted the European Formula 2 Championship. Jochen Rindt for 3 straight years reigned supreme. This weekend we have 2 races coming up for you, and look who I found over here. It's our good friend Robin Lackford. Robin, you're going to give us a little bit more information. Tell us a little bit more about the Jochen Rindt Trophy.
This was started by Rob Manger 4 years ago. Right. Rob organised a bunch of old idiots like us to all come out with our Atlantic cars, basically in memory of Jochen Rindt. He was a Formula 1 driver, the only guy to posthumously win the World Championship. I mean, I saw him racing Crystal Palace when we were racing saloon cars in the 70s.
Wow.
And he was in Formula 2, Formula 3. He was a real fierce driver, and it's just in memory so that people like this don't ever get forgotten.
Did you get to know him? Did you get?
No, I sort of saw him in the paddock, but never got to know him. But he was there in the days when all of the top Grand Prix drivers were racing at a small circuit like Crystal Palace. They used to come places like this as well. And they were accessible drivers in those days.
Yeah.
You talked to them and, you know, pushed their cars around, gave them a hand and gave them spanners when they needed it. And
well, you're here as well, Robin, and we appreciate that. Look, this machine in front of us, tell us a little bit more about it.
This is a GRD 272, 1972. Basically, Group Racing Developments were a lot of ex-Lotus engineers that kind of fell out a little bit with Lotus and went off and did their own thing. Built this, they built some sports cars as well, they built some F3 cars.
Yeah.
This is a Formula Atlantic spec. This car went to Indonesia when it was built and came back to the UK in around about the 90s. I looked after it for the guy that brought it back into the country, and then when he wanted to pack up racing and sell it, I couldn't part with it. So, I mean, I've owned it about, I don't know, 15, 20 years now.
What's it like to drive, Robin, especially around Thruxton as well, the speed here?
It's just awesome, but it's really, really, really planted. You just have to be really smooth. You don't make any false moves, but it is really planted and it's so fast. And you can feel the mechanical grip round here because the circuit is so quick, and you're trying to keep your head up because it's trying to push your head over. But it's also a user-friendly car because it will give you a warning before it does. It'll kind of go, I don't like doing that, don't do it again or else you're in trouble. But it's a brilliant car. I've driven it for years,
What sort of speeds are you getting up to here at Thruxton?
I'm not sure. I mean, average lap speed's about 108, something like that. Wow. Which is, if you take that as an average, that's even through the chicane. Yeah. That's enormously fast. Yeah. Really, really quick.
Look, Robin, thank you so much. It's lovely to see
Nice
you
to
again,
see
by
you
the
again.
way. It really is. We're going to geek out a little bit and have a look up and down the garages. Let's go for a little walk. Thank you, Robin. Lovely to see you. Enjoy the weekend as well. Let's just have a look at some of the other cars taking place in the Jochen Rindt Trophy. We've got another one over here. I think we've got a driver here as well. I wonder if we can have a very quick word. This is something special, isn't it? First of all, tell us about the car.
The car, it's a 1983 RT3 Rindt. It's one of the ex-Eddie Jordan racing cars. It was one of the cars that Martin Brundle raced his season against Senna. He raced several cars. This was one of them.
So this car, under the hands of Brundle, raced against Senna?
Correct.
Wow.
Correct. It was then involved in an accident when it was coming back from the Austrian Grand Prix support race. Quite badly damaged. It was rebuilt, went out to Macau that year, and Tiffany Dale Road drove it at Macau in the livery that it's now in here today.
So it's quite an iconic moment then. How's it for you getting behind the wheel on it?
It's exciting, but it's also a privilege to be able to race cars of this nature. It's a lovely bit of kit, and I'm very lucky to own it and race it.
Wow, you certainly are indeed. Thank you so much, by the way. At least it's got a proper driver behind the wheel now, hasn't it? Right, let's go, because we've got one firing up over here, if that's okay, John. Let's. They've just turned it off. Oh no. Oh, just turned it off. I was listening to it. I was getting excited. Guys, can somebody tell us a little bit about the car? Who's the best person? Can you tell us a little bit more about the car?
Yeah, this car, it's 1974.
Yeah.
Formula 3. It's had quite a long history in Formula 3. It's raced at Monaco twice. Yeah, in 74 and 75. It made the final in 75. And it's what it is really. It's how it was in 77, so it's quite an old thing really.
What's it like for you guys being part of the Jochen Rindt Trophy?
It's really enjoyable. It's a really relaxed race. There's a mixed grid, and most people come here for a bit of fun and want to have a good race. That's kind of what it's about.
Are you here for the fun, or are you here to win?
Oh, I'm here to be here. I mean, that's really it. I'm never going to win, but I love being here and I love racing these cars, so that's why I do it.
Well, I've got to say thank you so much for bringing it out to play. We really do appreciate it. Thank you, guys, and good luck this weekend. Enjoy yourselves, won't you? Let's keep moving along over here if we can as well. Do you mind if I jump over? I'm just coming over because I'm just geeking out a little bit. I'm really sorry about it. Lovely to meet you. I'm Ian, by the way.
Hello, Ian. Steve Barlow.
Steve, lovely to have you here. Steve, tell us a story about this car.
It was originally driven by Ernesto Jokamovic, which is South American chap. And it raced in the Italian F3 series. And I've been over and seen some of the tracks, but I've never managed to take the car over there yet. I would love to, but
have you raced it here at Thruxton?
Yes, it's a couple of times, a few times. So it's a good track, lovely track, but it's more difficult actually than people think. They think, it's just big fast straights. No,
you've got to be pretty brave at it.
Yeah,
especially in these. Right?
Yeah. But it's good. It's good fun.
What sort of speeds do you get up to?
135-ish, something like that. Yeah, it creeps up and down depending on how the car's set up and how well you've taken the corners. And that's what makes a difference. Corners.
Yeah. Chicane at the end
don't
as well.
But don't put too much lock on. Which then slows the car down. So you want as far out to the edge of the track without going off. The grass is not a good thing.
No, I imagine not. Steve, thank you so much.
No problem.
Thanks for bringing it out to play and for coming along this weekend. We really do appreciate it, guys. Yes, where have you come from, sorry?
Oban, West Coast.
God, that is a long way, isn't it? Blimey.
It's a few hours run.
Wow, how long did it take you to get down here?
Well, a straight run takes about 10 hours, 10 and a half hours. But I came down. I have relatives who live in Newbury, so we managed to come down and stay with them.
Imagine if you could do it in this, down the M6 and the M1, M25, you'd be down here in no time.
Yeah, but you get caught these days. Those days, in my youth, when there weren't speed traps, you know, we did run up and down quite quick.
You don't have a very Scottish accent.
No, I came from Kent originally,
Right.
and I was at sea. And my parents moved to the Isle of Mull, Tobermory actually.
Nice. Yeah.
Balamory as in Tobermory.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And they'd just done another series. Yeah. But no, my parents moved up there in the early 70s, and I built a house in the 80s. But I worked offshore. I worked on the tankers offshore and the lifeboat. Chased around a bit, you know.
So were you England, Scotland for the World Cup? What were you? Both. Were you not interested?
Honestly, football doesn't do it for me.
Okay.
But they did well to get where they got to. They're out now, aren't they?
Yeah.
Unless they're very, very
Well.
lucky. I think. Let's face it, they're out. I think
They are out.
Yeah,
They're definitely out.
Yeah.
But
But they did well. Anyway, thanks.
Yeah.
Good.
Lovely to meet you. We might be catching up later anyway. We've got Assembly Park for me. You never know. Thank you so much, Steve. Really appreciate it. Let's keep moving down a little bit further. In fact, let's jump through, shall we, John? And we can start having a look at the cars from the front. Look, everybody, it's Ollie from Bark. Look, everybody, it's Ollie from Bark. There he is, everybody. Remember last time out, he ran away, didn't he? Let's have a look at these cars more and more. I wonder if we can have a chat with somebody just walking away from us. Guys, I wonder if actually very quickly, whilst I've got you here, can either of you tell me a story about this car?
I can't remember who it was originally. It's a German guy.
It was driven by a German guy. I think it won the German Formula 3 Championship back in the 70s.
Yeah.
His name escapes me, and I probably couldn't pronounce it anyway.
I'll tell you what, right? We've got our viewers know everything about motorsport. So who can tell us the German driver you say?
Yes, it was a German driver.
Okay.
The driver now, Richard,
he ran away, didn't he? Yeah, let's get him back. Yeah.
We'll go and fetch him. It's sat in a garage in Farnham for I think about 25 years.
In Farnham, you say?
Farnham in Surrey.
Yeah, that's not too far. That's the old Mike Hawthorne.
Yeah, that's great. Richard bought it 2018, and he will carry on now and tell you the German driver.
We are trying to find out more about this car and the story behind it.
Yeah, so it was originally bought by a German team, Michael Corton Racing, 1979. It's the last 793 that March made, chassis 25.
Yeah.
Michael, he finished the season in this car, won the German Championship, and he started the season in Ben's car next door.
Yeah.
In 783. Yeah, so they were both Corton race cars. And I bought it in 2018, hadn't been raced for 30 years. Wow. Been on a hill climb in Switzerland.
Yeah.
And
so you've patched it up.
I patched it up, and here we go.
What's it like to drive?
Oh, it's brilliant.
Is it?
It's fantastic, especially here.
Yeah.
Flat through church is very exciting.
Be careful.
He did win our class last year.
Did you?
And 2 years ago.
There you go.
He's got a tough reputation.
Sorry, what's your name?
I'm Richard Cook.
Watch out for this man. All right, watch out today.
Steady
Richard,
on.
thank you so much.
Steady on.
Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. There we go. Thank you. Really appreciate it, guys. And have a lovely weekend, won't you? Right, one more. We've got time for one more because over here this car says Nigel Mansell on it. So let's jump over. Chris, let's go. I'm coming over, Chris. I'm really sorry. All right, tell us a story about the car. It says Nigel Mansell on the side. I'm assuming that's the link.
That is the link. I'm a big Mansell fan, and he drove this car in 1979. It was his first fully paid drive.
Was it?
Yeah, it was, yeah. And he did enough. He won in the car and some podiums, and he did enough for Colin Chapman to notice him at the end of the season. He did a test for Lotus, and the rest is history.
So this car essentially put Nigel Mansell on the path to his 1992 Formula 1 World Championship win.
Correct, that's absolutely right. So it's a real thrill to be, well, just sitting in it, let alone driving it and racing it. It's my first time out with it as well, first race.
Okay.
So I'm here to enjoy the weekend and smile, and hopefully smile at the end of it as well.
Well, you say that, Chris, based on the history of this car, in 10 years' time, you're going to be the Formula 1 World Champion.
Oh yeah, I'll settle for that. I'm a bit past that, but yeah, I'll settle for that.
Chris, thank you so much. I'm going to leave you to your fruit. Lovely to meet you as well. Thank you so much. Wow. Let's just move back out here, shall we, John, so we can get out of everybody's way. All right, guys, you're right. Wow, what a grid of cars we've got for the Jochen Rindt Trophy. Something special. There is a story. I can literally spend all day. Every single car you see has its own unique story. Absolutely incredible. 2 races coming up for the Jochen Rindt Trophy here at Thruxton Retro. Oh, it's going to be an absolute cracker. Hello everybody, we're not too far away from the Jochen Rindt Trophy race getting underway, the second race of the weekend, but before that we've got a little bit of time. And as we said, what I've managed to do is I've managed to take this is the Bark corporate card, and what I've actually done as well is I've turned the electricity off in the media centre just to open up a little bit of extra budget. And as a very small gesture, a very small, but we just want to say thank you to the marshals. We appreciate, Libby, there's a lot of other marshals around the circuit. There's only so much we can do, but we're going to buy you all an ice cream. Guys, do you want an ice cream? Do you want an ice cream? Guys, do we want an ice cream? I need you to come with me if you want an ice cream. Come on, let's go get an ice cream. Ice cream time, off we go. Come on.
I'll have a...
It's time for an ice cream for all the marshals. Here is a little bit of a thank you. Appreciate we can't quite get everybody around the circuit, but it's something just to say a big thank you for all of the work that you do. So we've got a big order coming in. Let's get some of the other guys in over here as well. We're still eating. Let's grab Seb here for a little bit. Seb, how long have you been marshalling? You're only a young man.
Yeah, it's my second year marshalling now.
Yeah. Why do you love it so much? We're going to order.
I mean, you get to be like front seats and help out behind the scenes and everything.
You do an incredible job. Yeah, what do you want, Libya? What do you want?
Single with a flake.
Single. We've got a big order coming up for you. This is going to be good. What are you having?
I'm going to go a waffle flake.
Waffle flake. Oh, waffle flake. Okay, no one's going for the bubblegum crunch. So what are you going for? What do you reckon?
Probably just do the waffle flake as well.
Well, it's on Bark, guys. So have what do you want? You know? I'll have a bottle of Dom Perignon, please. Thank you so much. Seb, what are you going for, my friend? You choose.
Waffle flake, please.
Waffle flake. How long have you been marshalling?
29 years.
29 years. And have you gone all over the world?
I've been sent to Dubai and I've done all the UK and Ireland.
Wow. It's Thruxton's your favourite, yeah? You've got to say Thruxton. Okay. What would you like? Go ahead.
Please.
Sam, how long have you been marshalling, my friend?
About 6 years now.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. You love it?
Yeah.
What's the best thing about marshalling?
That's all the people around here.
Yeah.
And all the crew we keep playing with.
You must be. You guys must get hot in that, though, mustn't it?
Yeah,
oh, there you go. That's yours. Go on. What are you having, Sam? How long have you been marshalling? That's the question. We're gonna do some work together later, aren't we?
Oh,
yeah.
Are we?
Oh, yeah. I'm going to guide the cars in.
Paint job.
There we go.
Sign there, please.
You're only a young man. How long have you been marshalling?
About 12 years now. Started when I was 16.
Blimey, I only thought you were 16. That's a compliment. That's a good thing.
That's better than the opposite, I suppose. So thank you very much.
You go, mate. Help yourself. No worries.
Play single, please. No flake. Thank you.
You're only a young man.
I'm not a young man.
No, you're meant to say that to me.
Oh, yeah. You could have only been marshalling a couple of years because you're only a young man.
I have 8 years. That's all.
8 years.
That's all. Single flake, please. Can you? Can I
Go
get
on.
one?
Yeah.
Can I get one for Mark?
Yeah, please.
Because he's camera shy. So.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, get away if you want. I'm not paying for it, so
I won't help.
Do what you want. What's everybody want on the live stream? What do you all want? We'll get it for you. It's courtesy of Bark.
Yeah.
Courtesy of Bark. John, we've got to remember John. John, what are you having? Waffle with flake. Okay. In fact, we'll have. Can we have 2 waffles with flakes as well? Because I'll have one as well. Yeah, there we go. Thank you so much. Right, we've got to pay now. Got to remember what the PIN number is as well. I bet it's been quite a good day for you, hasn't it, up here? Have you sold? How many do you reckon you've sold?
About 200.
200. Okay, that's nice. That's nice. We've just done another 200 here. Could I? Oh yeah. Sorry, this is going to get awkward, isn't it? Thank you so much. That's a. Thank you, Mark. Thanks, Lily. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. That's everything. I think. Thank you so much. How much was it? Sorry. 48. Oh, is that all? Should have spent a bit more, shouldn't we?
Thank you. Have a good
Thank you so much. Big thank you to Bark as well for doing that. Guys, thank you so much. Thanks for all the work that you do with the Orange Army. We really do appreciate it. It's only a very, very small gesture, but it's something that we can do. Apologies to the rest of the Marshals as well. We can't quite get out to you all, but look, mine's got a bit wonky, hasn't it? Right, we're going to eat these and then come back for the Jochen Rindt trophy. But a little bit earlier, we caught up with Sarah again to find out how her art is getting on. So let's hear from her now. Now, if you joined us yesterday, you may remember we caught up with the brilliant artist Sarah here. We've come to the outer paddock, and you were working on this yesterday, and you've made quite a bit of progression here, haven't you? It is Thruxton, it is bikes, of course, not cars. But how far are we away from getting done, Sarah?
Pretty much nearly there. All I've got left to do now is just fill in the helmet.
Yeah.
And then she'll be done. She'll be ready.
So if this was, say, a normal commission, because you've literally started this yesterday, haven't you? You're going to get it done this entire weekend. How long would a piece like this take you normally?
Maybe a couple of days. If I'm working on it solidly,
yeah,
a couple of days. I'd say maybe 8 hours or so.
Really? That's actually quite impressive. That is. Yeah, no hanging around, is it?
No.
What's your favourite thing to do? You've obviously got bikes here. Is that your favourite thing?
I do. I love bikes, and obviously the whole design, the whole thing was based on reflections in helmets. However, it's moved on now. I think next week or two, Colin's going to help me. We're going to do a Victorious piece in Portsmouth. They have the big festival. It's going to be in the sunglasses reflection. We're also going to do some Formula 1 designs as well, and have like Max Verstappen and the reflection in the glasses, because I don't know, it's a cool design, and I just think people will like that, and they're fun to do. I love doing them.
Have you had any like commissions from like celebrities or anything?
No, not yet.
It's coming.
Maybe it's coming. I've worked with Dot Motorcycles. That was a good highlight. And we might be working with Goodwood Revival. We don't know, but yeah.
Okay.
There's some names in the work. We're working on it.
Can you do us a favour?
Go on.
When this is finished,
Yeah.
can you take a picture of it and tag Bark on Instagram into it, please, so we can see and we can share it with everybody. Make sure you head over to Bark. And also, Sarah, again, for those who didn't watch yesterday, how do we find out more about you? Where do we go?
So you can find me on Instagram. I'm at Sarah Jean Art. And then I've got a website, everything's on there. So yeah, if I'm on Instagram, I'm also on his YouTube, and you'll see me there. I'm around.
Sarah, thank you so much. I can't wait to see it. Thanks for your time. And talking of him, the bearded explorer, let's just grab another quick word. Thank you so much for yesterday for showing us around. You showed us the Mazda, amazing. Got a few more cars as well over here,
We have
haven't we?
got a few more cars here, yeah. Today's collection is actually really interesting. Let's go
Do you mind just taking the time just to have a little look? Oh, look at the Hilux.
I know, it's great, isn't it? One of my favourite cars.
Didn't Top Gear did a thing with the Hilux,
Yeah,
didn't they?
and
Just
they,
indestructible.
That's
wasn't
why
it?
they put it on top of a building, didn't they? And demolished the building, and the car drove away.
Now, I saw you geeking out over here when I first popped over this morning.
Yeah, this is quite a special car, this one. Golf Rally, apparently it's got just under 500 brake horsepower.
Wow, that is insane. It's a 1989 G-Reg, this one. 143,000 miles, and it is obviously very well looked after, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. It's got quite an impressive roll cage in the back as well. It's quite the weapon, this.
Let's go have a look at that roll cage, and then we'll move around a couple of other cars as well. And actually, John, we can probably... Oh, look, there you go. If somebody wants to buy it, you can buy it. Offers above £37,500. So if you are interested, drop us a message over at Bark on our social media channels and we'll pass it on. But yeah, it does look pretty cool.
It really does. It's a car that everyone would really love to have in their garage, isn't it?
We've got two more as well over here. Let's just have a quick look as well. And oh, look at the Escort. Absolutely love the Escort, isn't it?
Oh, wow. I really like these cars. I mean, look what it's got in it.
Now you were here. You were here yesterday. It was a good day yesterday, wasn't it? How much attention did these cars all get yesterday? The ones that you had on show.
A lot. Do you know what got most attention? The little three-wheel van.
Yeah.
It just draws everyone over. Everyone loves it. It's so funny. But these, I mean, what we've got here today. I mean, look at this one here as well.
Yeah.
They're just so special, you know.
They really, really are. And of course, if you want to find out more, do visit the Bearded Explorer on YouTube. That's the Bearded Explorer. It's incredible. I'm not just saying that. I've been fascinated by like barn finds and things like that. I've even attempted to have a go with a few Ford Sierras before, and they got priced out immediately. Because I think the guy knew what he had. He tried to charge about 15 grand for one that was.
A lot of people do know what they've got, don't they? And they just don't want to let it go, unfortunately. But you never know. You might get lucky one day.
Might do. Thank you so much.
Pleasure.
Really appreciate it. Lovely to see you again as well. One last thing just before we let you all go. We've got a little competition. It is just for fun. But come over here. It has nothing to do with cars. It is to do with motorbikes instead. But who in that live chat, because I know you all know your vehicles, your bikes, your cars. This Kawasaki, guess my age. Now apparently they had about 50-60 people have a guess and not one of them got it right. So what year, when we say guess my age, we mean what year is this Kawasaki from? Pop it in the live chat. I know the answer because I've asked a question, not because of my own knowledge. We will reveal the answer a little bit later in the day. So John's going to give you a good look at the bike. There we go. Make sure there's no plate on the back. No, there isn't. They've sensibly taken that off. So what year is this Kawasaki from? Let us know in that live chat. If you get it right, we'll obviously let you know. We'll reveal the answer a little bit later. But so much going on here at Thruxton Retro. We're having a great time and we're not too far away from getting back out on track for some more racing action. Oh, John's still eating his ice cream. But, I don't know how it takes somebody 5 minutes to eat an ice cream, but we love you anyway, John. Don't you worry about that. Right, as you can see, the cars are lined up here in the pit lane at Thruxton. It's time for our second Jochen Rindt Trophy race of the weekend. Remember, yesterday it was Rory Smith who took the win, Tom Smith in second, and Chris Porritt came home in third place. We didn't actually get a chance to speak to Chris straight after the race. We were supposed to have the top three in Park Fair. We only got the top two. The rest, because they're in the garages here at Thruxton, they tend to come straight back through. But let's go chat to some of the drivers, shall we? About 2 or 3 minutes ago, the 10-minute board was shown, so we've got 5 or 6 minutes or so to grab a quick chat with some of the drivers. It looks like we've got Ben Hudson here just getting strapped into the car. Let's have a quick chat. Hello, Ben. How are we? Are we all right? Are we good?
All good, thanks.
Here we all right? Yeah.
Yep, looking forward to it.
Yeah. Well, how was yesterday? How did it go for you?
Yeah, it was good. Yeah, a few dices, yeah, no, it went really well.
Tell me about this car. How did you end up coming behind the wheel of it?
Yeah, so this is a car bought probably 4 or 5 years ago now. Yeah. And I raced Marches quite a while ago. Yeah, just wanted to get back into it and go and have some fun.
You say fun, it looks terrifying. You're so close to the ground, and of course you're at the UK's fastest circuit. Have you got nerves of steel, have you, Ben?
I wouldn't say that, but yeah, it is very quick, but a lot of fun.
Yeah, excellent. Look, have a great race. Brilliant. Thank you so much for coming out to play this weekend. We really do appreciate it. Let's go over here and have a quick chat with Bruce in the March, because it's a fine-looking machine, this, isn't it? Bruce, this is an eye-catching machine, this, isn't it? So tell me a story about it.
Yeah, it's 1974. It's a March.
Yeah.
It raced in British Formula 3 in 74, 75 and 77.
Nice.
Went to Monaco in 74 and 75.
Okay.
And was last raced, it looked like this in sort of 77.
So it's seen a bit of action, hasn't it, over the years? Or what's been in the decades since? What has it been?
It's been doing it went into sort of club motorsport for a number of years.
Yeah.
Then it was hill climbing, and then it was damaged in the late 80s, and then it was sort of partly rebuilt, but I sort of picked it up sort of 12 years ago and then restored it to put it back to what it was, and this is exactly how it was.
What's it like to drive? Certainly around Thruxton, we know obviously fast paced.
It's good fun. Yeah. You have to concentrate, but yeah, no, this is a good event, and it's always a challenge, so all seem to go well here, so I enjoy it.
Yeah, it's try and stay cool, won't you? As well? I mean, I decked out with the overalls helmet on. You'll be out soon, I promise. You'll be out soon. Thanks for talking to us. Really appreciate it. Let's move it on a little bit further, shall we? Let's go. We've got Steve Barlow here. Let's go say hello to Steve. Hello, Steve. How are we? It's good to see you again. You all right?
Yes, all good.
How are we feeling now then?
Oh, much better now.
Yeah, racing gone all right, yeah?
Not so good last time, but the first few laps were the same as my qualifying time, so pleased with that. Then a few small issues. Then after that, well, I came in basically, but it's sorted. Really good. Looking forward to it.
Steve, lovely to see you again, my friend. Thank you so much. Enjoy it, won't you? There we go. Good stuff. Let's keep moving down, shall we? And work way down. The engines have just started to fire up a little bit down here, so it's getting harder and harder to hear. We've got Steve. Let's say hello, Steve. I don't think Steve's fired up. Hello, Steve. How are we? Good luck. I can't really hear, so good luck. Yeah. Thank you. There we go. So, I can't hear anything at all. So let's give him a fist bump. How are we feeling? All right? We good?
Yeah, brought a knife for a gunfight, but I'm going to have fun.
Excellent. Go enjoy it, won't you? Have a great time. Thanks for talking to us. Really appreciate it. Look at these cars. These are absolutely unbelievable. We feeling good? We ready?
Oh, yes.
I can't really hear anything, so good luck. Sorry, we'll move out of the way as well. Let's get all the way into the end here. I can't hear an absolute thing, so I'm really sorry about it, everybody. But let's get a view of these cars. They are firing up, as you can see. In fact, I was just looking at the number 4 there. Look at the amount of grass and stains. Our 4-minute board has just gone up as well. So I've tried this before. I remember doing this with British F4, trying to talk to the drivers in assembly just as they fired up, and you can't actually hear anything. It's probably not great viewing just to be able to try and talk to the drivers when you can't hear anything over the noise of the engine, but it is absolutely brilliant. Less than 4 minutes to go until they're going to make their way out on to the circuit, the second Jochen Rindt trophy race of the weekend here at Thruxton Retro. Oh, what a glorious noise this is. Turn the volume up, everybody, if you haven't already, because this is going to be loud. It's a blast from the past here at Thruxton Retro. It is going to be an absolute corker. We'll enjoy some of the cars as we make our way down, but that's it from me. I'm going to hand over to commentator Dave Goddard to take you through the action, and I'll see you in Parc Ferme after the race.
Yes, thanks very much indeed, Ian. It is almost time for our first race of the afternoon session. 2 races this morning, but this is today's feature race, the second leg of the Jochen Rindt Trophy, honouring the memory of the great Austrian who was so dominant here in his European Formula 2 days. He won 3 years in a row here at Thruxton, was so proficient around this circuit, particularly with Lotus. Of course, went on to start for Lotus in Formula 1 at the same time as he was racing in F2. But in 1970, while he was leading the Formula 1 World Championship with Colin Chapman's Lotuses, he tragically crashed in qualifying for the Italian Grand Prix at Monza, lost his life, and while he was leading the championship, there were 3 races to go on the calendar, but the rest of the pack, led by Jackie Ickx's Ferrari, not able to overhaul Jochen's points total, and Jochen was the only posthumous Formula 1 world champion in history. We celebrate his memory here this weekend with this wonderful grid of cars from Formula 2, Formula 3, Formula Atlantic, the American and Canadian series, Formula Ford 2000 cars out there as well. Sadly, no F1 cars. We haven't seen F1 cars since the days of the Aurora AFX F1 series back in the late 70s, early 80s here at Thruxton. But still an amazing grid. There are meant to be 27 cars on the grid for this race. I can see 1 or 2 gaps, but still a very high quality entry. The aggregate of the 2 races will decide the overall results. The cars lined up as the order they finished in leg 1 yesterday. It was Rory Smith, Formula Ford star and former race instructor here at Thruxton, and the number 45 who took the win yesterday. That's a Rolt RT4 that he is driving, the Formula Atlantic Cup, with Tom Smith, no relation, alongside him in number 41. The Formula Atlantic number 41 is a March 74B. So the 2 Smiths on the front row. Chris Porritt, last year's winner of the trophy in his ex-Davina Galiza Chevron B40 on row 2, alongside Mark Harrison in the March 772. Neil Harrison on row 3 alongside Ian Rowley with his March 79B. Anthony Hancock in the top Formula Ford 2000 car, great finish for him in 7th yesterday, starts alongside Gaius Ginn in his Formula 3 Rolt RT3. On row 5 of the grid, number 10, which is Richard Cook. He's in a March 793, starting alongside Matthew Smith in his March 712. Robin Lackford's GRD 272. The car was raced in Indonesia from new, starts alongside Clive Wood, long-time Clubman's racer, among other things, in his Chevron B43 on row 6. Row 7, Bruce Balchin with the March 743 alongside Ben Hudson's March 783. Heard from Ben a few moments ago. Steve Barlow, all the way from the west of Scotland, starts alongside Roger Newman in the Formula 3 spec Dassel Mark 10 on the 8th row of the grid. On row 9, Mark Storer, number 11. Car being pushed away there. I think that's Chris Porritt. Oh, unlucky 13 indeed. Chris Porritt, a non-starter. Just break away from the grid there to see that. Well spotted by our director. So Chris Porritt, unfortunately, is a non-starter. He won't retain the Jochen Rindt trophy, that's for certain. We'll go back to the grid sheets in just a moment. On row 9 of the grid is number 11, Mark Storer in the Delta T7980 that he's owned from new, alongside number 5, Neil Jenkins, Chevron B38. Jeff Hoodless in the Rolls RT1 on row 10, alongside Steve Gardner in his Reynard. Row 11, Alan Lancaster in the Pilbeam, more famous for the hill climb cars Pilbeam. He starts alongside Jago Keane in the wingless Palliser WDB2. We heard from him earlier. Row 12, David Jones, number 47 in his Van Diemen RF82, and Jim McGockey from Scotland in the Swift DB4. Failed to finish yesterday's race, a couple of non-finishers yesterday. Row 13 of the grid, we should have seen Matthew Sturmer in the ex-Martin Brundle Formula 3 Rolts. Sadly, he's not there. Picked up some damage yesterday. Jeff Pashley's Reynard and David Shepherd's Chevron B25, the Canadian Formula Atlantic car, starts from the back of the field. What a magnificent sight they make. Stunning mixture of single-seaters. It'll be a rolling start for the second leg of the Jochen Rindt Trophy. It'll be a 20-minute race. I suspect we're going to see Rory Smith drive away at the front of this one. TSL Timing have also set up a facility so we can see the combined classification as well. We'll throw to that on the last lap of the race, or I'll try to. Thank you, TSL, so we can see who's won on aggregate. So Rory Smith in the red Rolts on pole. He was also on the podium in one of the Formula Ford races yesterday, so a busy weekend for him. Tom Smith, the white and green car alongside him. That's the ex-Bruce Jensen car from Canada. No Chris Porritt, so there's a gap on the second row. Alongside Mark Harrison, the number 93. He's in the ex-Ricardo Zunino car. I'm indebted to Marcus Pye, the long-time journalist and the PA commentator this weekend. No mean racing driver himself either, for big bank of information on the cars racing here this weekend. Big thanks to Marcus, big thanks to all the drivers for bringing them out. It's time for the second leg of the Jochen Rindt Trophy. The lights go out, they're breaking ranks already. The number 1 of Anthony Hancock making a decent start there up the inside. Not a great start for Tom Smith, but it is Rory Smith who goes into the lead in the Rolts as they howl their way up towards the complex for the first time. 1 or 2 gaps on the grid a little bit further back, but it's Rory Smith who leads. Tom Smith back up into second place. Then the Harrisons, Mark and Neil. They used to race more modern F3 cars in the old F3 Cup series, before switching to the 2 cars they've got here. Mark in the March 7, both in March 772s. In fact, Mark's is the ex-Ricardo Zunino car. It was hill climbed successfully by Ted Williams and Martin Bolsover, and Neil Harrison is the ex-David Franklin car, which won the British Hill Climb Championship in the late 70s. Sort themselves out. The number 60 there is Clive Wood in his Chevron B43. He raced Clubman sports cars for many a year. Through Church Corner they go. What a great sight they make. 25 there. That is Matthew Smith in the Shift Point Racing March 712. Various classes in this race. Class A is for early Formula 2 cars. I think there's only 1 of those out there. Just looking down the entry list, yes, Matthew Smith's car is the only early F2 car, and we've got somebody out of the race already. I think that's Mark Harrison possibly that's pulled over. Yes, it is. He was third, but he's out. No Chris Porritt either, so the 2 cars from the second row of the grid out of the race already. Rory for Tom Smith, Neil Harrison now in third place, Anthony Hancock up there in fourth. Father of Sam and Ollie Hancock, hugely successful historic racers themselves. Gaius Ginn rounds out the top 5 in his Formula 3 car. He's leading Class F for the later Formula 3 machines. He's raced Formula Ford for many years as well. Gaius Ginn, interesting name. His Rolls RT3 used to be owned by a Swiss driver, Freddy Eschenmoser. Originally had an Alfa Romeo engine, now VW powered. Stories, history behind every car on this Jochen Rindt trophy grid. 60. It's Clive Wood's car coming under fire from number 44. That's Ian Rowley in the Delta Motorsport March 79B. That car raced in Formula Atlantic in the USA, raced by Howdy Holmes. Distinctive looking car with those unusual wing designs. The chicane they come. Behind them, I think that's Bruce Bolchin. We've got yellow flags out the chicanes. The green is out there. Through goes the 44, the more powerful Formula Atlantic car. Rory Smith leads, but Tom Smith has done the fastest lap. He's starting to close him down. There's the number 57 car of Robin Lackford, the GRD 272, designed by Joe Marcotte, the ex-Lotus designer. Raced in Indonesia by Dolly Indra. Leads number 14 here of Steve Barlow. It's the ex-NATO Djokovic car. He was from Peru and raced that car in Italy. And an Alfa Romeo engine. In its later years, Formula 3 became a single spec series, just one chassis. David Shepherd's on the move from the back. He's up to 12th from the rear of the grid. One car that didn't make it out, who we spoke to earlier, Chris Buckler, sadly has failed to race in the ex-Nigel Mansell March 793. Problems yesterday. They make their way through the chicane once again, the lead cars. Rory Smith out onto the back of the circuit once again. What's his lead? It's just under a second over Tom Smith. There is Tom, trying to keep up. What was his gap at the end of race 1 yesterday? I'll have to take a quick look at the result sheets here in the box. I've got the result sheets here. He won by 2.97 seconds, Rory Smith over Tom Smith. So basically, Tom has got to catch Rory and beat him by more than 3 seconds, pretty much, to take the overall trophy. There's a second between them as they cross the line. Neil Harrison third. Anthony Hancock right up there in fourth in the less powerful Delta Formula Ford 2000 car. Then Gaia Skin and the number 10 of Richard Cook is next in the order. 1-2-2 car coming into the complex, looking a little slow there. That is Jeff Hoodless in his Rolls RT1. Early RT1, the ex-Larry Perkins car, the Australian, went on to an Australian touring car champion. Looks like Jeff in a spot of bother there. Here's David Shepherd in his Formula Atlantic number 65 car. That's a Chevron B25 for the man from Suffolk. Charges past the GRD of Robin Lackford. Stunning looking car that is. And Jeff Hoodless has stopped and he's on the track there, signalling to the marshals he's okay. So yes, a bit of smoke there from his engine. That will bring out the safety car, I think, which was the last thing Tom Smith wants to see, because he won't be able to get past Rory Smith and pull away. It'll delay his attempts. And Jim McGockey looks to be slowing there as well. The Scotsman Alan Lancaster's just got past him. The leader's already lapping these two. Yeah, the lead gap has come down to less than 0.3 of a second between these two. Tom Smith is going for it. He passed Lancaster's pill beam there, and Rory Smith just about holds the lead. Right on his tail there as they come through the complex, not quite able to make a move there. There's yellow flags anyway on the exit of the complex because Jeff Hoodless's car is on the track there. And yes, the safety car is being scrambled. Not surprising with the car stranded on the edge of the road. So the Smiths first and second, Neil Harrison in third. Just under 13 minutes of this race to go, but yes, hands in the air from the leaders. Slow the field down. The safety car is out. To recover Jeff Hoodless's Rindt RT1, stopped on the exit of the complex. This is going to allow everybody else to close up. Neil Harrison in third in the ex-David Franklin Wendy Wools sponsored car. They sponsored Special Saloon racing for many years as well. Anthony Hancock in fourth. Raced Formula Ford 2000 cars for many years, including with the Formula 4 series run by 750 Motor Club. Rounding up the top five, Gaia Skin. And Richard Cook 6. Matthew Smith's Formula 2 car in 7th. There's Neil Harrison, the Wendy Wools car. Behind Jago Keane, who's already a lap down in the Palliser. Car built in London by Hugh Dibley, who was a racer and airline pilot. Jago Keane also races a Ferrari 308 in the Ferrari Formula Classic series. It's been lapped by our leader. The Marshal's attempting to recover Jeff Hoodless's car. It's to race Formula Ford 1600. For 20 there, that's Gaia Skin. Rindt RT3. The other RT3 would have been the ex-Martin Brundle and Tiffany Dell car, but that failed to start. Steve Barlow's car is a Rindt RT3 as well. Matthew Sturmer had the orange and white Autobacks car. We saw that yesterday, but some damage yesterday means it couldn't race today. The safety car here at the Thruxton circuit. Sadly, Mark Harrison pulled over on the opening lap, challenging for a podium in this race. Of course, though, the classification will be added together with race 1 to produce the overall winner of the Jochen Rindt trophy. Last year it was Chris Porritt, this year looking likely to be Rory Smith. The trophy itself is a silver steering wheel mounted on a plinth. It was inaugurated around 8 years ago by Rob Manger. Blackford on the in the 57, running in 11th place. For some reason Chris Porritt is still showing at the top of my timing screen, even though he never started the race. I'm sure what's going on there. On our timing tower we can see Rory Smith, the leader in the Rolts. It's the ground effect model, the RT4, so it does have a downforce advantage. A couple of lapped cars behind him. That car still hasn't been moved from the edge of the circuit there, so presumably waiting for a recovery vehicle. In fact, the red flag has come out. So presumably that means Jeff Hoodless's engine has seized, and that's why they can't move the car from the edge of the circuit. So with its position there, in the interest of safety, the race has been red flagged to allow the recovery vehicle onto the circuit. See what the Marshals do here. And there's Mark Harrison's ex-Ricardo Zunino March, the Argentinian. They started in Formula 2 in the late 70s. And there's Jeff Hoodless. Currently powerless with his car stuck on the edge of the circuit. Now, number 74, that's Steve Gardiner. Why has he stopped his Reynard SF80 there? Is he just waiting for the restart, or has he had a problem as well? The rest of the pack are coming round. So Steve stopped under the red flag on the start-finish straight, waiting for the rest of the pack to catch him up. Thanks to all of you for your comments coming in. Fluffy Pingu says big up to the Marshals. There's the recovery truck needed. Right to Kevin Davies says, great meeting, wish I was there. Right to DMT Sports Media Live. Yes, could you mention my father Jeff and brother Heath, both watching in Somerville, Australia. Jeff raced a General Motors Holden EJ and Heath a VS Commodore in later years. I do like a Holden Commodore. Thank you, Dean, for getting in touch from Australia. Apologies for the slight delay in that message. We've not had a lot of time over the lunch break to bring you your comments. So the recovery operation in progress then. I think while this recovery is taking place, we can head down to Ian, see who he's found to talk to on the grid this time.
Well, the only positive thing about a red flag is that it gives us a chance to get onto the track and have a chat with some of the drivers as we sit here and wait, because they haven't really got anything else to do, have they? We've got James here. I wonder if we can have a quick chat, just chatting to one of his team members. So we'll very quickly have it. Everything okay, James? All right?
No, very bad misfire. I don't know if it's a petrol pickup. It's just getting worse and worse.
Oh, it's such a shame because you were going so well out there.
Well, not really. It's just we've had this problem all weekend. I think there's something wrong inside the petrol tank itself.
Oh, I'm really sorry to hear that. But are you going to try and carry on though?
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
You got the right spirit, my friend, haven't you? Good stuff indeed. Let's keep going. I really wanted to find Matthew Smith, if possible, in the number 25, because it's his first ever weekend of racing. So I really wanted to see if we could find him. If not, let's keep going down anyway. We've got Gaius Ginn here in the Route RT3. I hope I've said that right. Probably said it completely wrong, but let's just jump in and have a quick chat, find out how we're getting on. How do I say your name correctly?
Gaius.
Gaius, I think that's what I said. How's it going out there?
Yeah, gin, as in gin and tonic.
Oh, I love a gin and tonic, I've got to be honest.
I could do one now.
I was going to say, I bet you could. Bit warm in there, is it?
Oh, it's murderous, yeah.
How has it been out there during the race?
Yeah, no, it's great. It all settled down and yeah, all going well. I don't know what, I guess the guy spun out of Allstars, which sort of caused a red flag, but no, it was settling down and yeah, it was great. Yeah, all good.
Now you've got to do it all again. I think I'm hearing something about a full 20-minute restart. I'm not sure if that's fully right, but we'll find out anyway.
I'll probably run out of fuel if that's the case.
Yeah, I think most people probably...
Yeah.
It's 10 minutes. I think he's just said 10 minutes.
Okay.
10 minutes. Thanks for talking to us anyway. I'll let you get back focused again. I do appreciate the drivers doing this, because they're probably the last thing they want is to have a camera shoved in their face. They are mid-race, don't forget. So it's going to be a 10-minute restart. So we are halfway through the race here. And as we are moving down, we do have Matthew Smith down here. So let's have a quick chat with Matthew. Because I want to find out how his first weekend is going. Matthew, I've been told this is your first ever race weekend. Is that right?
It is in the F2 car.
How are you finding it?
Yeah, brilliant. A bit of a learning curve.
Yeah,
bit different from a Formula Ford.
I'll bet it is, isn't it? I'll bet it is. And of course now you've got to contend with a restart here.
Yeah, not looking forward to that, but I'm getting used to the rolling start. So yeah. I had a good one then. So.
What do you make of Thruxton?
I love it. Fantastic. First time I've ever raced here, but absolutely brilliant.
Excellent. Well, thanks for coming out to play. Good luck for the rest of the race. Yeah, thanks for talking to us. 10-minute restart, by the way. There we go. Thank you, guys. Really appreciate it. Let's keep moving down a little bit further, shall we? Let's go talk to a couple more drivers. Got a little bit of time. We've got David Shepherd here in the Chevron. Let's go say hello. Sorry, we'll jump in. Hopefully we can have a quick chat with David. He's just having a little chat with Getting the correct information. It's a little bit more important than talking. Oh no, Mark, please. Oh, I didn't realise it was you, Mark. I wouldn't have jumped in. David, I'm so sorry. I've taken Mark Werrett away from you there. But how's it going so far this race?
Terrible. I've still got a horrible misfire on right-hand bends, which is unfortunate because most of the bends are right-handed.
Yeah, they are.
But yeah, I don't know what it is. We had the same thing yesterday in the pre-test, although I didn't have fifth gear then, so we fixed that. And then the qualifying was bad as well. We had a fuel starvation problem, and now we've ended up with this. But the gearbox is all right.
Okay. Well, at least there's a positive there, isn't there?
And the sun is shining.
The sun is shining. You're putting on a good show. Is it nice to see so many people around here as well?
Awesome. Yeah, it's absolutely brilliant. Yeah, it's good. They brought the sun out with them. Yeah, it's lovely.
Right, I'll let you crack on. 10-minute restart, so I'll let you get going anyway as well. Thank you very much. We spoke to Steve a lot. We'll give him a little. Hey, Steve, you all right? Good fun. That's what I like to hear, indeed. Oh, it's Robin. Hello, Robin. You look like you need somebody to hold that for you.
Sorry?
You look like you need somebody to hold that for you. Do you want me to do it for you?
Oh, right, okay. Thank you very much.
I can't do it for long, I'm afraid. But
really?
Is it a bit warm in there, is it?
You're not going to hold it while I'm driving around then?
If you let me sit on the side,
yeah,
maybe.
sit on the back wing. It'll be fine. What could possibly go wrong?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, I'm sure health and safety will approve of that one. Yeah,
exactly.
How's it going out there?
Ah, it's very hot and very windy. So
it is quite breezy. Do you really feel it in these
cars?
You
do. You really do. I can't see the dashboard because the crash helmet is doing that with the wind.
Oh, really? Oh, my word.
Yeah, I'm having to drive with one hand on the steering wheel and one hand holding the crash helmet.
Do you want me to tighten it up for you?
I've done that. I've got 2 balaclavas on today to try and keep it a bit tighter.
Right.
So,
well, do be careful, won't you?
It's okay.
Excellent. Do you like my hat, by the way?
Oh, I love your hat, yeah.
It's good, isn't it?
Can I just say, great thanks to John Hutchinson for organising all of this.
Yeah.
He's done a great job, and he's tried to keep everybody informed all weekend. And, he's worked his little socks off.
Although he did stitch you up, though, Robin, because I spoke to John yesterday. I said, look, I need an expert on the Jochen Rindt trophy. And he said, I'll go speak to Robin Lackford, he'll do it.
John always stitches me up. I've known him too long.
Robin, thanks for talking. Sorry I can't hold the brolly any longer. Sorry about that. Let's keep moving down a little bit further. What a great sight it is. People in the grandstand getting a little bit of shade. It really is quite hot. Just over at the other side as well, John, if you don't mind popping the camera, just the other side of that hill is where the Bearded Explorer and Sarah is doing the artwork that we saw. Actually, here we go. Here's a little thing for you. I asked the question during the lunch break, the Kawasaki, the motorbike, what year was it from? How old is it? What year? And for those of you who said the year 1989 is absolutely correct. It was 1989 for the Kawasaki. So there we go. Let's keep moving down a little bit. We've got Neil Jenkins here. I wonder if we can quickly say hello to Neil. 5-minute border's gone up, so 5 minutes till we get restarted, then the 10-minute race to see us out. So another 15 minutes of the Jochen Rindt Trophy, and then of course Park Ferme as well. Neil, hello. How are you? Oh, can I come under?
Sure.
Oh, that's quite nice, isn't it? Nice breeze actually when you sit still for a while. But you must be a bit warm in there.
It's a bit hot.
It is. Yeah. How's the race? How's the weekend gone for you actually?
Yeah, it's been brilliant so far.
Yeah.
Started off with a few problems, but they're being sorted out. So I'm having fun.
How nice is it? The event, Thruxton Retro as a whole, it's quite a special occasion, right?
Well, it is every year.
Yeah.
Every year. Come every year.
Is it nice seeing so many people around the circuit watching?
When I'm not driving,
yeah.
I can notice them.
Yeah.
When I'm driving, I don't seem to see them.
Visor down, concentrate, and of course we come to the fastest circuit in the UK, quite a unique venue, right?
Absolutely.
Excellent. I'll let you, look, you're holding on to that brolly for dear life. Let me get out your way. Thanks, Neil. Lovely to see you. Thank you so much. Let's keep going on, shall we? Great to hear from the drivers. As I said, really nice of them to talk to them as well. We spoke to Ben earlier, didn't we, as well? Let's go down. I think we might have to think about getting off fairly soon. Not yet. I think we've got time to say hello to Roger here, shall we? How are we? All right?
Yeah, not too bad. It's a bit buffety out the back again today, so the helmet's sort of being tried to lift off your head.
You know what, a couple of drivers have said exactly the same thing. I better let you go anyway. Thanks for talking to us all but briefly. There you go, the whistle has blown, the engines are firing up, and we are about to go racing once again. In fact, we'll nip this way, John. And we're about to go racing for the second half of the Jochen Rindt Trophy. It's a 10-minute restart. Let's hand over to your commentator, Dave Goddard, to take you through the action.
Yes, thanks Ian. We are going to restart behind the safety car then after that red flag when Jeff Hoodless pulled up in his Rolt at the exit of the complex. Rory Smith, your race leader. He beat Tom Smith by just under 3 seconds yesterday, so basically Tom Smith's got to get ahead of him and pull away by more than that same margin to take the overall win on aggregate and the Jochen Rindt trophy. The actual precise gap yesterday was 2.971 seconds. That's the figure to look out for. Basically, Tom has got to win by more than that to take the trophy on aggregates. Many more races to come. We've got 5 more races, including 2 45-minute pit stop races this afternoon for the HRDC, the Historic Racing Drivers Club. After this single-seater race, it is saloon cars all the way here at Thruxton Retro. It's waiting for the last few people to clear the grid. We saw 74 pushed off the grid. He had stopped with a problem, Steve Gardiner. Is that his car that they're trying to slot in towards the back there? One car that might require a push start by the look of things. Marshal's just checking with the crew. In fact, I think that might be David Shepherd's number 65 car. Struggling with a misfire, as is Jim McGaughey, the Scotsman in number 4, the Swift DB4, as we heard. So the restart begins. The clock is actually going to be counting down for the lap behind the safety car. So the 10-minute restart starts now. The race is on. It will start behind the safety car. Yes, David Shepherd's car requiring a push. Doesn't go, they're going to have to manoeuvre it off track. Yes, I think they've got it going. Well done. Fuel pickup problems by the sound of it for Shepherd. Now the 74 Steve Gardiner has rejoined at the back of the field. The order is Rory from Tom Smith, Neil Harrison in 3rd place, Anthony Hancock in 4th, and Gaius Gin, the former Classic Formula 3 champion, in 5th place. Classic Formula 3 series celebrating its 40th anniversary this year. There'll be a celebration race in August at Castle Combe in Wiltshire, where the winner receives the Marcus Pye Trophy, presented by the long-time journalist and commentator. Fairly quick racing driver himself in his younger days. Thanks again to Marcus for the background information on the cars this weekend. The 11 of Mark Storer there at the back. Right to Brevis, who's cheering on Gaius Gin here, the former Classic F3 champion in the number 20. We're almost ready for a restart. Rory Smith from Tom Smith. Then there's a couple of back markers. Right at the white and red car of Neil Harrison is the Wendy Walls car. So it'll be just over 7.5 minutes of green flag racing to get underway when the cars cross the line, which they do now, and the Smiths already clear because they can't really pass the back markers until the start-finish line, but it's not easy with such a speed differential in these cars, so a bit of overlap there as they get back underway. That's allowed the first 2 to pull away from Neil Harrison in 3rd position as the Jochen Rindt trophy resumes. There's Harrison up into 3rd place, and Anthony Hancock trying to go with him there in the black number 1 car. Gaius Gin is 5th. Number 10 of Richard Cook is in 6th position. Ian Rowley is up into 7th place in the number 44. There's Matthew Smith, David Shepherd 9th, and Steve Barlow rounds out the top 10. We're going to play swapping towards the back of the field there. Alan Lancaster having a go at Jim McGaughey, who's still trying to cure that misfire, the ex-special saloon racer. Used to race a car fairly similar to the DAF that we saw out earlier on, except his had the body of a Renault 5. Fix all sorts in special saloons. Here comes Robin Lackford having a go at number 14 of Steve Barlow, the Nova rent-a-car sponsored machine. Gets around the outside here on the run into the chicane. Up into 10th place. Rory Smith continues to lead, 0.8 of a second up on Tom Smith. Neil Harrison still in third. Nearly 10 seconds back on them now. David Shepherd trying to make up another place down the inside of the number 10 of Richard Cook. Cook's fallen back a couple of places in the last lap or so. Cook in the Toyota engined F3 car. Just over 5.5 minutes to go then for Rory Smith. Is he going to lift the Jochen Rindt trophy for 2026? Out onto the back of the circuit goes this midfield battle. New fastest lap of the race for Rory Smith, 1:13.112. Certainly one of the fastest laps we've had in race conditions this weekend here at the Thruxton Retro. He has increased his lead to just under a second over number 41 of Tom Smith. 116 miles an hour average around Thruxton from that Formula Atlantic Rolls. Just between these two at the front now, they're already 15 seconds clear of Neil Harrison, just a couple of laps after going back to green flag racing. Harrison also now 5.3 seconds clear of Hancock. There's Gaius Jin. Lost 5th position, or had lost 5th position to Ian Rowley. And behind him is that man David Shepherd, steaming up the inside into the left click at Noble. Gets through no problem at all. Less than 4 minutes to go now in this second leg of the 2026 Jochen Rindt Trophy. There's the number 27. It's running down 13th place, Bruce Bolchin in the March 743. Chasing Clive Wood in the number 60. Far behind them, Ben Hudson there, the red car in the background. So just under a second in it, so Tom Smith keeping the pressure on, but Rory Smith responding just another fastest lap, 1:13.098 for the race leader. A twitch there from Clive Wood in the number 60. Gap not closing at the front, but they are pulling away at a massive rate from Neil Harrison in third place, the top two. The leaders lapping in the mid-113s. Third and fourth place lapping in the 119s, Neil Harrison and Ian Rowley, who's now fourth. There is Rory Smith in the Formula Atlantic Rolls RT4. Still can't quite shake off Tom Smith. Tom knows he must get ahead of him to stand a chance of taking the Jochen Rindt Trophy this year. Over the line up towards Allard. There's a whole group of back markers ahead. They'll be hoping that this little lot don't get in the way. Jeff Pashley is one of them, the number 69 in the Reynard SF83. Alan Lancaster's Pillbeam is there as well. Already, I don't think that was intentional there. Tom Smith gets through now. Rory Smith, I don't think that was intentional by the back marker. He just couldn't quite get out of the way as they came out of the complex there, Alan Lancaster. And Rory Smith has lost the lead there. They're out on the back of the circuit at the moment. So Tom Smith now leads in the ex-Bruce Jensen March 74B, but he's got to increase his gap to over 3 seconds, and Rory Smith is coming back at him. Rory can just keep him there on his nose, really. There's only one lap to go. I don't think Tom Smith is quite going to do it. We'll see what happens around the final lap. What's the gap as the two cross the line? It's half a second. So he's got to gain 2.5 seconds on this final lap, and there's more traffic ahead of them. Also a little bit there through the complex, but I think it's going to be Rory Smith in the Battle of the Smiths, or is it? Because look at the way Tom Smith is streaking clear there, past the back marking number 5, Neil Jenkins. This is going to be close. If Tom Smith can really put a spurt on around this final half lap, it's going to be close for the overall award here between the two Smiths. Woodham Hill. Is that a bit of smoke I saw out of the back of Tom Smith's car there as they lap Jim McGaughey? Rory's keeping him in sight, and round goes. There is smoke out of the back of the leader. The 27 car has spun, but they avoid him. The checkered flag will go out this time, and Tom Smith takes the flag. Smoke coming from his engine, and the gap is 1.9 seconds. So by my calculation, Rory Smith has won overall. 27 car there, that was Bruce Balchin, spun on the final chicane. He's got going again, but smoke out of the back of Tom Smith as he crossed the line. He took the win in this race, but I think on aggregates the win will go to Rory Smith as they add together the two races. The pack come across the line. There's Neil Harrison in for third. He's 42 seconds down on the two leaders. Ian Rowley in fourth place. There he is, the number 44, the ex-Howdy Holmes car. Fifth will be Anthony Hancock, a great performance in the less powerful Formula Ford 2000. Matthew Smith is sixth in the Formula 2 car. David Shepherd from the back of the grid came through for seventh despite a slight misfire. It'll be Robin Lackford next home, then Richard Cook, and Gaius Gin fell back on that restart. There's Lackford just ahead of the number 10, Richard Cook, over the line. Gaius Gin behind them. Good battle between them in the closing stages. We had our eyes on the leaders. Subject to ratification, I think Rory Smith has done enough to take the Jochen Rindt trophy, but it's Tom Smith who steals the win here. Rory Smith briefly bolts by a back marker and dropped into second place. Tom Smith it was, despite smoke from his engine in the last half a lap, took the win, but only by just under 2 seconds. He needed to win by 3 seconds to overturn the deficit from yesterday. Neil Harrison rounds out the podium. Ian Rowley in fourth, then Hancock, Matthew Smith, Shepherd, Lackford, Cook, and Gaius Gin. Just a couple of retirements, Jeff Hoodless and Mark Harrison before the safety car came out. 23 cars going the distance in the second leg of the Jochen Rindt Trophy. Let's head down to Parc Fermé.
Yes, welcome down to Parc Ferme, everybody. Rory Smith gets out of the car. No Tom Smith. He retired, actually, after coming over to Chick-fil-A. He stopped out on track somewhere, so we'll get him recovered. But Rory Smith over the line, and we believe, not confirmed, by the way, I have to say, we're not confirmed. Second in the race, Rory won yesterday, of course, but we believe on aggregate it will hand Rory the overall win. Although, Rory, do not take that as confirmation yet, please. But there's your second place out for this race. But Tom, unfortunately, you look like went bang after the checkered flag.
Yeah, his engine literally blew coming into the last corner of the last lap. Hopefully it's not too much damage, he can get back out again. But I could see it starting to puff with about a lap to go, and I thought that's not a good sign.
No.
But he was, lucky just to get across the line. But credit to him, he drove really well. I just got slightly unlucky this time round with the back markers. Otherwise, I think I slightly had maybe a tenth a lap on him. Was just starting to eke away, but still pretty happy. First and second, can't complain.
If that's the case, and you've taken the aggregate win, then sort of the right result, then, eh?
Yeah, exactly. So pleased enough. The car's behaving really well, driving absolutely amazingly. And like I said earlier on in the weekend, it's really great to see my car and Tom's car, which are quite different, but both Formula Atlantics, racing so closely together, and it's great, and it shows that this is a ground effects car, this is a flat floor, and there's absolutely no difference between them around a track like this, which is really great to see. And I know a lot of people don't quite realise that, but that's the truth of it, yeah.
Look, the drivers aren't bad either. Well done, Rory. Congratulations, mate. And if it is the overall win, congratulations also there. Like I said, not confirmed, though. Do not take it from me. Wait for the official timing results. But we do believe Rory Smith will take the overall aggregate score. We're only going to have Neil Harrison over here as well. No Tom, unfortunately. Like I said, his car's going to be recovered out on track. And yes, let's hope everything is okay with that. We'll grab a chat with Neil Harrison in a minute. But this is what we've got coming up next. Look at all of this. We've got the HRDC and the Alfa Challenge about to head out onto the circuit. They look incredible, don't they? I'm very much looking forward to this one. Alex Thistlethwaite also out in this one in an AC Cobra as well. So make sure you keep your eyes peeled for that one. I think Neil's just about to finish up with Mark Werrell, so let's go have a quick chat with him. We'll have plenty of time as well, actually. I imagine if they're going to recover the Tom's car, that will have a little bit of extra time. Thank you very much, Mark, and we'll just have a quick chat with Mr. Harrison. Wow, that was a good race, wasn't it, eh?
It was a race of two halves. It was a race of two
halves.
It was a bit lonely for me for most of it, but I had a good start off the first rolling start and a good start off the second rolling start. So got to the end, which
it's about what you could do. Because I was watching the race, and then I also had TSL up, and we saw the two Smiths come over, and I'm thinking he's coming, and eventually,
it's good. It's good fun. It's a good race. It's a good circuit. Great weather. Great event, and it's nice to be here, and it's nice to finish on the podium.
And you're smiling.
Yeah,
it's the only thing that matters.
I'll still be smiling next week after today. It's been great fun. Thanks for having us.
No, thank you for coming out as well. Really appreciate it. Thanks for everything you've done, and congratulations on the podium. Great stuff indeed. Yes, as I said, up next, here we go, the HRDC in action. It's our first look at them this weekend, and it is going to be an absolute cracker. And not so long ago, I caught up with a couple of the drivers, so let's hear from them now. Right, everybody, here we are in Assembly Area. What a day we are having. I'm delighted to say as well, I believe we've hit 41,000 subscribers on the Park YouTube channel. So thank you so much to all of you for tuning in and hitting that subscribe button. So much more live motorsport coming up throughout the course of 2026 here on the BARC YouTube channel. So thank you. Now, though, it's time for our first look this weekend at the HRDC Dunlop Allstars and Classic Alfa Challenge. I'm going to have a chat with this man here. This is Ding Boston in the Courier. Let's have a quick chat. And it wasn't so long ago, Ding, just a couple of minutes ago actually, you were being treated like a king here. You had a towel over your helmet, you had brollies, you had the works. You get treated well here, right?
Yeah, I'm afraid I've lost my kingdom.
Oh no, you can't hear what I'm saying.
I was deposed in a coup, and now I'm just Mr. Anybody. Don't deserve any privileges at all, sadly.
Oh, sorry. We've spoken at the wrong time as well, just as all the cars came past us as well, didn't we? No worries. Look, I wish you the best for the race. Enjoy it. Indeed. Lovely to talk to you.
Cheers.
Thanks for bringing this out as well. What a car. Unbelievable. Let's keep moving around, shall we? See who else fancies it? We've seen this car a few times today, haven't we, as well? Richard Bateman behind the wheel. We've seen us out in the classic touring cars. Let's go say hello and jump in with Richard. Hello, Rich. How are we doing? Are we all right?
Oh, yeah, good, thanks.
Oh,
Yeah.
those shades are looking cool, my friend. They're looking good.
Nice and warm.
This car's been busy this weekend, hasn't it?
It's it's such a great circuit. We like to get as many races as we can here, make the most of it.
Absolutely. I don't blame you. Looking forward to this one?
Always, yeah, just to get out on Thruxton on a dry, sunny day.
It's a bit longer, this race, as well. Is it?
I prefer that.
Do you?
I prefer, endurance races, 1.5 hours ideally, but
yeah,
should be plenty long enough in this heat, half an hour, I think.
You'll feel it, I think, but enjoy it, won't you? Have a great time. Lovely to see you, mate. There we go. Yes, a half-hour race coming up. Let's get straight into the action. Let's hand over to commentator Dave Goddard. It's going to be a cracker.
Yes, thanks so much, Ian. Time for our first race of the weekend. First time we've seen the Historic Racing Drivers Club here with us on BARC TV. Their tagline is "No frills, just the thrills" of historic saloon and GT racing. The Allstars series encompasses pre-1966 sports, GT and touring cars in a 30-minute sprint race, combined with the classic Alfa Challenge. It's open to Alfa Romeos of various series, through from the 750 series to the 116 series, so up until the 80s, really. They run on a combined grid. The longer races later on, the 45-minute races, they're pit stop races with some driver changes. The Top Hat series for 50s and 60s saloon cars, and the Gerry Marshal Trophy for slightly later cars. And we have the Classic Touring Car Racing Club with their two races as well. So the grid is formed up, and they're on their green flag lap round to the grid. The HRDC Dunlop Allstars and Classic Alfa Challenge. Pole position for this race will be number 165, Peter Thompson, in his yellow TVR Griffith. It's an all TVR front row because John Spires, the noted historic racer from London, who races in just about every historic racing class around the UK, is alongside him in his TVR Griffith. That's the navy blue version. Second row, Ben Adams in his beautiful Jaguar E-Type number 10. Starts alongside Alex Thistlethwaite, yes, him again, in his AC Cobra. He'll be exhausted by the end of this weekend. Row 3, James Colburn and his brother Ben alongside him. They've raced absolutely everything in historics over the years. James Colburn in the red Alfa Romeo Giulia Sprint GT, the first Alfa on the grid. It's a Lenham Sprite GT for Ben Colburn alongside him. Row 4, Gavin Watson, long-time Alfista in the Alfa Romeo GTAM. That's the blue car alongside Jake Margulies. Seen him and his dad David racing that car with Classic Touring Car Racing Club over the years. That's an Alfetta GTV6. On the fifth row, Andy Hill, number 33, with his Alfa Romeo GTA alongside Robert Burdett in the Speedwell Austin A40. Row 6 is the Alfa Romeo Alfetta of Clive Golding, that's the black one, alongside Ding Boston, no, it's not his real name, in the Elva Courier run by the Oxford University Motoring Federation. Row 13, row 7 rather, 13th on the grid, Johnny Horsfield in his Alfa Romeo Giulia Saloon. I don't think Ollie Leston's there. The Riley 1.5 had problems in qualifying earlier on. Richard Bateman, we know, is there. We spoke to him in his Lotus Cortina. Peter Forfar's Alfa Romeo Sprint GT is next, and we should hopefully have Harrison Goddard, no relation, at the back of the field in his Alfa Giulio. He had some problems in qualifying, but he's qualified out of session to make the back of the grid. So this will be a 30-minute race from a standing start. And this club really is all about the fun and enjoyment of historic racing. There's Harrison Goddard's blue Alfa Romeo. He's the son of Chris Compton Goddard, the long-time Ferrari racer. All of his cars are in that same colour scheme, the blue with the Italian tricolore stripe. This is club run by Julius Thurgood, great name. That's run for old school club racing. Racing purely for fun and enjoyment. No points on their races, the HRDC. We'll take a look at the grid in a moment. Peter Thompson in the yellow TVR on pole with the black stripe has raced that car in... Harrison Goddard's Alfa Romeo has given up the ghost again, unfortunately, so he'll be pushed into pit lane. Now for Julia Saloon. So we've got 5 races to come this afternoon. Hopefully my voice can last the distance for all of them, because in addition to yesterday's races, I was also calling a speedway meeting last night. I had 21 heats of speedway to get through over 3 hours. Apologies if my voice drops out. We have also lost our camera on the pit straight for the time being. There's a few gremlins there, so apologies, we've lost our start line camera at the moment, so bring that back as soon as we can. But it's Peter Thompson's TVR. He's raced that with Kevin McClurg in the HSCC Guards Trophy, among other things, over the years. He's on the pole, did a 1:29.921 in qualifying, about half a second quicker than John Spires, who races cars of all ages in historic racing. He's shared cars with Tiffany Dell, no less, in historic sports cars over the years. Looks like the race has got underway. Again, apologies for the loss of our start line camera there, but we are underway, and it is John Spires who's got the lead into the complex for the first time. It's side by side for second place. That's Ben Adams in the Jaguar E-Type up there, the white car with the navy blue stripes, challenging Thompson for second place. And this fine mix of cars in behind, the mixture of Alfa Romeos and other machinery. At A40's going well in the hands of Robert Burdett early on. 16 there, the lead Alfa Romeo, that's James Colburn. Alex Thistlethwaite's in there with his AC Cobra. What a stunning looking machine that is, in 4th position. Ben Colburn, brother of James, out there. Their father Richard, also successful in minis, among other things. The Lenham Sprite GT, of course, based on the Austin Healey Sprite. We'll see that back further in the order, behind a couple of the Alfa Romeos at the moment. Alex Thistlethwaite sliding wide. It's a Larry beast to tame, the big Cobra. Cobras can bite. John Spires leads from Thompson. Ben Adams in 3rd place as they come round to complete the opening lap. First of the Alfa Romeos is James Colburn. Behind him will be Gavin Watson in the blue machine. There's little A40 ahead of the white Alfa. That's Johnny Horsfield, Julia Saloon, ahead of Ding Boston with the Oxford University run Elva Courier sports car. Used to race O'Reilly 1.5. We'll see him out in that later on, in fact. John Spires leads the way then. 2 TVRs holding off that sliding E-Type. 366 GTs and Saloon cars in this Allstars series. Class GTA for the bigger engine cars, currently led by the TVR Class GT, further back led by Ben Colburn's Lenham. And the touring car class by the A40 of Rob Burdett. There's the Lenham in the background. Alex Thistlethwaite coming under fire from the leading Alphas of James Colburn, the number 16, and Gavin Watson in the number 9, the blue car. Fighting for 4th, 5th and 6th. Battle heads through Church Corner. Alex Thistlethwaite drifting the Cobra through there. See him working the wheel inside the cockpit. 15 cars out there. Sadly, Harrison Goddard didn't get away. We had 17 cars on the grid sheet, so we are missing somebody else as well. There's another car that didn't take the start. We'll work out who that was in a moment. Over the line comes the 4th place battle. Spires leads by 1.4 seconds over Peter Thompson. Again, our apologies for the loss of our start line camera there in the first couple of laps. John Spires leads them through. The inside there taking the Cobra, that's James Colburn. He's got the handling advantage over the brute power of Alex Thistlethwaite's Cobra. Through comes the Alfa. Behind them, Gavin Watson, second of the classic Alfa Challenge cars. car that was missing off the grid was Ollie Leston in the Riley 1.5. That had trouble in qualifying. Here's Ding Boston. I did speak to Ding at an event at Brands Hatch a few years ago, and he told me where that name comes from. I think it may be short for Dingbat, which is one of his nicknames. I think that's what he told me anyway, if I remember rightly. It's behind Richard Bateman's Lotus Cortina. Saw that out in the Pre-66 touring cars earlier on. Here's the Colburn Thistlethwaite battle. 4th and 5th overall. They've got Gavin Watson in behind them. There's the blue Alfa. Ben Colburn has pulled the Lenham into the pits. That's not a pit stop race, this one. The 2 45-minute races later on are, so Ben's got a problem, unfortunately. There is the Horsfield Alfa, and also 106, that's Peter Forfar. But as we said earlier, no points on these races. It's not a championship. The Historic Racing Drivers Club do not race for points. They race purely for enjoyment of these historic machines. Horsfield and Forfar there battling for 11th place. Lead gap is 1 1/4 seconds, so Peter Thompson starting to close in slightly on his TVR rival. 196, familiar shape, the Alfa Romeo Giulia Saloon. Remember that if you've seen the Italian job, they were the police cars, of course, in Turin. The Alfa Romeo Saloon cars, chasing the Minis through Turin. No Minis out there for them to chase in this one, though. We might see some in the Top Hat race later on. That's an A40 in front of them. That's Robert Burdett. He's running well. So 14 cars left running them. So here comes Peter Forfar, making the move on Johnny Horsfield. And the white car with the Italian tricolore stripe. Here's another couple of Alfas. The newer shape Alfetta, number 126. That's Clive Golding, who loses it coming out of the chicane there. Nearly spun it. Good save, Clive. So coming through past him goes the number 33. That's Andy Hill in his GTA. The other Alfetta out there, of course, is Jake Margulies. Car owned by his father David. They're based down near Goodwood. That's the Andy Rouse lookalike, the ICS liveried blue and white car, the Industrial Control Services car, raced initially by Pete Hall, the owner of ICS. So he turned the car over to Andy. Meanwhile, here's our battle for the lead. The 2 TVR Griffiths growl their way into the chicane. Ben Adams staying with them in the Jaguar E-Type. So it's British sports cars to the fore. TVR, of course, perhaps most famous in motorsport in the UK for the Tuscan Challenge that took place in the 1990s. Some big names, including Gerry Marshall, towards the end of his career, took part in that. Of course, TVR built plenty of Larry sports cars with big rumbling V8 engines like these 2 Griffiths. Their most outrageous model was the Speed 12 that was due to go into production. They ended up only building 1 for the road. TVR's chairman Peter Wheeler decided it was too powerful to be a production model, and instead the few cars that were built went into racing. Except one, which last time I saw it was in the collection of the Lakeland Motor Museum up in Yorkshire. I'm not sure where it is now. Peter Thompson has done the fastest lap of the race, 1:29.509. So he's going for it in the yellow TVR. Ben Adams just looking on from 3rd place. This lot at 12.5 seconds clear of James Colburn in the leading Alfa in 4th place. Burdett still leading the touring car section of this race for the saloon-based cars. Still 21 minutes of this race to go. Longer races for the Historic Racing Drivers Club than we normally see, getting a bit more bang for the driver's buck. And of course the other two races we'll see from them are pit stop races. The pit window opens in those races 15 minutes in and closes with 15 minutes to go. You have to make a mandatory stop. Not in this race though, this is a straightforward 30-minute thrash for the line. John Spears continues to lead the way. Other cars he's raced include a Capri that he's got here for the Gerry Marshal Trophy. He's got a McLaren M1 I should say, not an F1. McLaren M1 as Peter Thompson runs wide there coming out of Noble. McLaren M1 is the car he's shared with Tiffany Dell. He's also got a Lotus Cortina and a large number of other cars for John Spears. One way straight towards Woodham Hill. Thompson could be thinking about a move here. Spears is sufficiently clear though to hold the lead into the chicane. Ben Adams in the white E-Type in third place. They're coming up on a couple of back markers here. It's Ding Boston and Richard Bateman about to be lapped. Ding Boston, the Oxford University run, Elva Courier. TVRs go out wide. These two haven't seen the TVRs. Look, Richard Bateman hasn't noticed them. Look out, Richard, and Peter Thompson's going to try and take the lead down the inside into the complex. The two TVR Griffiths side by side. Surely Thompson's going to take the lead away, and he's done so. Here comes Adams now. The back markers, I don't think intentionally got in the way. They just didn't see the top three approaching there. They didn't know where to go. So Thompson leads from John Spears, who's fighting back here on the run towards the back of the circuits, towards Village. Closed right up on Thompson. Is going to try and take the lead back again. Where can he do it? Long way to go in yet in this race, just over 18 minutes to go. Two TVRs towards the chicane, Thompson ahead. Spears trying to fight back. They've lapped a couple of the back markers coming up on Horsfield's Alfa now. There's two retirements so far. Harrison Goddard failed to make it to the start. He pulled up on the green flag lap. We also lost Ben Colburn's Lenham into the pits. Blue flags now being shown to Rob Burdett's Audi Austin A40. He said Audi A4 then. Austin A40 Speedwell. Speedwell tuned by Graham Hill back in the day, in the early years of the British Saloon Car Championship. Thompson able to increase his lead slightly there. Ben Adams giving chase. They're pulling away all the time from the leading Alfa. That's James Colburn. He's nearly 10 seconds clear of Alex Thistlethwaite in the Cobra now. Then Gavin Watson 6th. Jake Margulies is 7th. Andy Hill's Alfa Romeo 8th. 9th is the 126 of Clive Golding. We saw nearly take a spin earlier on. Running at the top 10, Peter Forfar in the number 106. So up there, Burdett's Austin 11th, Horsfield 12th, Bateman 13th, Boston 14th. Coming up towards halfway, Peter Thompson continues to lead. Two TVRs into Allard, the right-hander. Quite appropriate we've got so many Big V8s out in various races this weekend because Sydney Allard, the owner of the Allard Sports Car Company, loved a V8 engine as Spears runs a bit wide there. He built the big Allard J2 sports cars, many of which had Cadillac V8 engines. Of course, built the UK's first dragster, Sydney Allard, the Allard Chrysler Dragster, now on display at the National Motor Museum here in Hampshire. There's the Alfa Romeo, it's number 106, Peter Forfar, he's a lap down. So we reach half distance and still the two TVRs hold station at the front. James Colburn still the leading Alfa in fourth. Leaders coming up to lap Andy Hill. They're just lapping Clive Golding's Alfetta GCV. The gap is up to 2.4 seconds now, so John Spears lost a second on that last lap. I think it was due to traffic. TVRs out onto the back of the circuit once again. Peter Forfar coming under a bit of pressure from Rob Burdett's Austin. He's just got the black and white flag for exceeding track limits though, so he's being kept an eye on. A40 ahead of Johnny Horsfield's Alfa. A40 said to be one of the first hatchbacks ever made in the UK. Certainly an intriguing design, the A40 Farina. This one's Speedwell tuned. .11 laps completed and John Spears now starting to close the gap. He's just on the fastest lap of the race, 1:29.229. He's taken another second out of Peter Thompson on that last lap. You can see the gap coming down between the two TVRs as they come out of the complex. We've dropped Ben Adams slightly. He's 3 seconds behind now in the E-Type. And 25 seconds back is James Colburn, still the leading Alfa. Only at the top 5 is Alex Thistlethwaite in the Cobra. There's the Alfa number 16, James Colburn. Second of these two, he's lapping the similar car of Peter Forfar. Beautiful Alfa Romeo GTAs. And smoke out of the back of Ding Boston's car, unfortunately. That's the Elva Courier, and I think his race will be done. Over the line, what's the gap going to be this time through? 1.5 seconds, so things have stabilised a little. Peter Thompson continues to lead the battle of the TVRs up front in this historic Racing Drivers Club Dunlop All-Stars race. Horsfield tips the Alfa through Church Corner. He's in 12th place. Chasing now Rob Burdett's Audi. Austin A40, I've done it again. Why do I keep going to say Audi A4? The Audi Cup's next week at Snetterton, and they're TTs, for goodness sake. Sorry about that. Just under 11 minutes of this race to go. James Colburn looking good in the Classic Alpha Challenge ahead of Gavin Watson and Jake Margulies. And Johnny Horsfield get past Robert Burdett. Well, Burdett runs wide there at the complex. This is the battle for the top saloon car. As they are in different classes, because of course Johnny Horsfield is a Classic Alpha Challenge car and Burdett is HRDC Allstars. Are in different series effectively. It's racing on the same grid. Lead gap has gone out again a little. It's now 2 seconds between Thompson and Spears. Two saloons fighting for 11th place overall, both leading their classes. Through the chicane they go. So a really close battle on track we've got at the moment between these two. Alfa up the inside takes the A40. Of course, we're used to seeing Mike and Andrew Jordan in there. Very quick Austin A40 taking wind of the HRDC, the Austin GT40 as they call it. Horsfield gets ahead. There's one of the Alfas in behind them. That's the number 9 car of Gavin Watson, I think, coming round to lap them, possibly. Burdett lets him by. Watson now comes up on Horsfield in the Julia. Two TVRs lead the way. The gap is now 1.6 seconds, so fluctuating slightly with each lap. John Spears closing up again by a few tenths. With just over 7.5 minutes, this 30-minute race to go. Pursuit is on for John Spires. They pulled away now from the Jaguar E-Type, which is now 7 seconds back. Just between the two TVRs for victory. I was going to say, I wonder if James Colburn can snatch third overall, but he's 30 seconds back on Ben Adams. There's Andy Hill in 8th place, chasing Ding Boston, rather struggling in the Elva Courier. Wonderful to look at, isn't it? The Alfa Romeo GTAM. Johnny Horsfield presses on, having gone ahead of Rob Burdett. He's in 11th place. Some 18 seconds behind Peter Forfar in his Alfa Romeo. The lead gap has come down again. John Spears has the fastest lap of the race, 1:29.229. Look, he's really closing on Peter Thompson now. They lap Burdett in the Austin A40. 6 minutes to go. Can John Spears mount a challenge to try and take the lead back again? Up the inside, Thompson will run wide into the chicane. This is Spears' opportunity. They're side by side on the run into the chicane. No, Spears has to go wide. He couldn't get the line away from the yellow machine, and Peter Thompson continues to lead. Goes through to lap Johnny Horsfield's Alfa Romeo. The 199 car of Burdett has been... Oh! Thompson slowing. I thought the car sounded a bit rough as it came over the start-finish line. Peter Thompson in trouble. It's all over for the yellow TVR. And he's pulling over at the complex. What a shame. He led for so long, the pole sitter. He's out. So this is John Spears' race for the taking with 5 minutes to go. He's got a lead of 11.3 seconds over Ben Adams now. And also James Colburn, who would have inherited third, he's pulled into the pits, the leading Alfa Romeo. Wait, Peter Thompson's got going again. He must have stopped and restarted the car, and he's going to see if he can get it back to the pits maybe. Maybe he's got a misfire. Yes, it is sounding rough, so I imagine Peter Thompson is heading pitwards. I was about to tell you that the A40 of Burdett has got a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits, just as Peter Thompson slowed there. So Colburn into the pits. So who's the leading Alfa Romeo? No, it's Gavin Watson, the number 9, top of the Alfas. So John Spears leads from Ben Adams. Alex Thistlethwaite's Cobra is now third overall. Peter Thompson back up to speed again. The car not sounding great. Is he going to at least try and finish? Are we going to see the 165 car make its way into the pits here? There's Gavin Watson, the number 9. He's now leading the Classic Alfa Challenge. He may not realise that James Colburn's pulled into the pits, and Peter Thompson is off again. And back on again. What happened there as he came out of the chicane? On and off and on again at the moment. Can't decide whether to stop or carry on with the TVR. He crossed the line in third place. It's now John Spears who leads. We lost both our category leaders at the same time there, because the Classic Alfa leader pulled off as well into the pit lane. So Spears from Adams, there's 9.3 seconds between those two now. There's the 126 of Clive Golding, he's still going, or is he? There's smoke coming out of the back of that car as well. Ding Boston we saw smoking earlier on, he's still running in the Elva. Yes, that car's days are number 2, Clive Golding's Alfetta. There's only a couple of minutes left on the clock now. It seems like all of our class leaders are in trouble. As Boston was leading his class, Burdett's leading the touring car class, he's got a penalty. Gavin Watson's going okay though, the leader of the Corsa class for Alphas there. Boston smoking again in the background. They're dropping like flies in the final minutes of this race, and I hope that is not dropping fluid. There's Jake Margulies in the Andy Rouse lookalike Alpha. Not seen much of that car in this race. He's running in 6th overall now. Gavin Watson ahead of the lapped car of Peter Forfar, I think that is. What a strange end to this race. John Spears is going to almost certainly take the win in the TVR. Just over a minute on the clock. We'll try and pick up our race leader. See whether he'll get one more lap in after the one he's on. There is John Spears coming through the chicane. So yes, going into the last lap this time. This HRDC All-Stars race sponsored by Dunlop tyres. Lead over Ben Adams' E-Type is now just over 12 seconds. It's going to be Alex Thistlethwaite in the AC Cobra who will take third. Gavin Watson ahead of Jake Margulies in the Alfa category. Let's see what the gap between those two is. It's just over 4 seconds. Looks like Gavin Watson's going to win the Classic Alfa Challenge. A couple of back markers for John Spears to negotiate here. He's had some illustrious co-drivers in his car collection over the years. Driving solo today. Decent battle with Peter Thompson's TVR early on. Thompson now out of the race. Here comes John Spears in the little TVR Griffith up towards Woodham Hill. In something of a race of attrition. Our first HRDC Historic Racing Drivers Club race of the day is going to be won by the Blackpool Beast in the hands of John Spears. Here he comes through the chicane for the final time, up behind the smoky Alfa Romeo of Clive Golding, and there is the checkered flag. John Spears wins the HRDC Dunlop All-Stars. Lap traffic in behind him. There's Ben Adams, a steady run to second place in the E-Type. Ding Boston does make its home in his smoky Elva Courier. Alex Thistlethwaite in the Cobra in third. Johnny Horsfield's going to make it home in his Alfa Romeo Giulia. He'll win the Monza class for Alfas. That's his name, Monza, Corsa and Nord in the Alfa division, so according to the spec of the car. Thistlethwaite monsters his Cobra home for third. Fourth place should be Gavin Watson to win the Classic Alfa Challenge. Robert Burdett comes in the Austin A40. Here comes Watson. Through the final chicane in the GCAM. He comes in to win the Classic Alfa Challenge in a fine fourth overall. A lap ahead of his opposition. Confirm the provisional results of that race as soon as we can. Just waiting for our last car to make it in. Fair play to Clive Golding. Jake Margulies has already crossed the line. Fine fifth overall and second of the Alfas. Andy Hill, third Alfa Romeo home. Just waiting for Clive Golding to come in. Hasn't taken the checkered flag yet. He was just in front of the leader as they crossed the line. Bit of smoke out of the back of his car, but he does make it in. I think he's actually going to take the flag in the pit lane as those around him have pulled in. Provisional result then. The win goes to John Spears in the TVR Griffith by over 12 seconds ahead of Ben Adams in second place, with Alex Thistlethwaite's Cobra third. Gavin Watson, the top Alfa Romeo, ahead of Jake Margulies and Andy Hill. Then Clive Golding, Peter Forfar, Johnny Horsfield and Rob Burdett in the Austin A40 complete the top 10. Only a couple of finishers beyond them. That was Richard Bateman's Cortina, Ding Boston in the Alva Courier. Bad luck to Thompson in the TVR, Peter Thompson, who dropped out. We also lost the Colburns into the pits, and Harrison Goddard never got as far as the start. Let's head down to Parc Ferme.
Well, there we go. Our one and only look this weekend at the HRDC Dunlop All-Stars and Classic Alfa Challenge comes to a close, and it is John Spires who wins the race. We're going to let Mark Werrell grab John first of all. In comes Alex Isaway in third. It's Ben Adams in second in the Jaguar E-Type. Oh my word. Let's grab Ben for a chat. And Ben, I love this car, man. You must as well, right?
Yeah, it's amazing. Hard to keep up with the V8s, but it was hot.
Yeah, you look. This is probably the last thing you want to do is talk to me right now. But what was it like out there?
It was great. It was great. It was a shame to see the other TVR go off towards the end. I don't know what happened there, but a lot of fun. I did my best to keep up with them first couple of laps, but I'm not sure whether my tyres expired or I did, but
you did a great job. I mean, half an hour is a long time, isn't it? I don't know how people see over the length of the bonnets of these E-Types.
You don't. You can see to about here. And
Is that
it.
so?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, which adds to the fun.
Well, you did amazing. Look, I'm really sorry. You're going to have to talk to Mark Werrell in a minute as well. But well done anyway, Ben. Really happy for you. Let's go speak to Alex Isaway. He's got himself another trophy here this weekend. Alex, I've got a question for you. You drive numerous cars.
Yes.
Do you have a particular favourite?
I do. It's my Mustang.
Is it your Mustang?
It's my old comfy slippers.
Look, it's crying now.
I know,
Cobra's
it's sad. It's
now.
sad, and it's sorry, Cobra.
But you picked up some pots this week. It's been a great weekend, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's been fun. It's been lovely weather, nice day out, fun racing. What could be wrong?
Thank you so much, Alex. I'll let you crack on because I know people want to get on with things. And the classic touring cars have been called already. The 1 minute board gone up. I really want to have a quick chat with John Spires, though, very, very quickly, and congratulate him on the race win. He's going to get some water. We'll grab him very quickly. John, how we doing? I'm really sorry. If you're going to win races, you're going to have to do these media bits and bobs. Probably the last thing you want to do. Have some water. I think you well deserve it. And it was a superb race. I could see you're very happy. Have some water. And talk us through that one.
Well, I got a good start. I've got a pretty good record with standing starts, and I'd really warmed up the rear tyres in anticipation. So I was kind of hoping to take the lead, and I pulled away a bit. And to be honest, I thought, okay, that's all right, cruise around here. And then a few laps later, suddenly find Pete and Ben right up my rear end, and then Pete took advantage of a bit of traffic. He managed that better than me, and then he pulled away a bit, and then I think I found a little bit of extra speed through Church. I've been trying to save my life a bit too forcefully before, so I got right back up to him. I got alongside him on the lap that he stopped. So, anyway, great battle, really superb fun.
You're smiling, you've taken top spot. Congratulations, John, really happy for you. Lovely to see you. And yes, as you can see, the cars are going straight out onto the track for the classic touring cars, pre-83s, pre-93s and 03s. Let's go straight over to commentator Dave Goddard.
Yes, thanks Ian. A 3-in-1 grid then, 3 championships in one for the Classic Touring Car Racing Club, pre-83, pre-93 and pre-03. The pre-93 and pre-03 championships fill the first half of the grid based on the results of yesterday. And in pole position it is Kevin Willis, yesterday's winner with the number 95 BMW M3 alongside number 1 Ian Bauer. He missed the Classic Thunder race yesterday, so hopefully he's out there. We'll check in a moment when they line up. Second row, more BMWs, Cavan Granger 137 and the reigning pre-03 champion David Cave. Row 3, 911 is Oliver Owen and 89 Tim Tomlin. Row 4, Steve Walden, number 31, number 9 Graham Myers. All BMWs so far. Row 5 of the grid, the first non-BMW is the Peugeot 306 GTI of Chris Bassett, number 33. He starts alongside number 7 Andrew Edoyne. He's in a Honda Civic Type R. Row 6 of the grid, 192 John Hillier in a BMW E36 Touring, yes, an estate car, and hopefully we'll see Ian Knight. He failed to race yesterday, had problems with his Honda Civic Type R in qualifying. Then there's a gap, and we get the pre-83 Group 1 Touring Car Championship. Headed up by reigning champion Jonathan Corker. His Datsun 510 won yesterday, starts alongside Nick Reinrod's small Escort Mark 1. Another Escort Mark 1 for Tom Harvey from Kent in number 3 alongside number 25 and Alfetta GT. Seen a few of those in the previous race. Chris Snowden drives this one. On the 11th row, Don Hughes in his Mark 1 Golf GTI and Tim Clark in his Rover SD1. James Dunkley's Mark 1 Fiesta XR2 alongside Jared Knight in a Ford Escort Mark 2. Then we've got Mr. Chairman of the Classic Touring Car Racing Club, Stuart Kay with his Ford Capri alongside Jamie Sturgis. He's hopefully there in his BMW 635i, yes he is. Mike Broadway's Jaguar XJ6 is there. Gerry Bailey was scheduled to be next in his SD1, but he's not there. in car number 2. Broke down at the start of yesterday's race, and hopefully we'll have Nick Williamson's SD1, which didn't race yesterday, but I didn't see it there as the cars came round on their green flag lap. So the way this is going to work is the 93 and 03 championship cars, the first half of the grid will go off first, and then after a 5-second delay the union flag will be waved, and the pre-83s will get underway. A split grid here for this second race of these cars this weekend. Ian Bauer, the reigning pre-93 champion, is out there in the navy blue and red car, the Castrol sponsored car. Rare defeat for him in pre-93 yesterday by Kevin Willis on his local circuit here at Thruxton. Good to have Cavan Granger back out, not scoring points this weekend, running in the guest class. David Cave, the pre-03 champion of last year, the light blue BMW. BMW is very much the fore in this one. In pre-83, Jonathan Corker, a boat builder by trade, in his little Datsun 510, the only one of its kind racing in the UK. Starts alongside Nick Grindrod from Birmingham in his Ford Escort Mark 1. The Napolina-sponsored Alfa Romeo of Chris Snowden's out there, been racing Alfas for many decades. Just looking towards the back here, see if there's any cars missing. We haven't got Ian Knight in his Honda Civic. We don't have Gerry Bailey. I don't think we've got Nick Williamson either. Jamie Sturgis is there, though, the big BMW 635. So 15 minutes of racing for the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. 3 championships in 1. Waiting for the red lights to come on. They are on. Revs are up, and away goes the first half of the grid. Ian Bauer gets away well. Graham Myers in the Jägermeister BMW up the outside. The pre-83s now get underway from their 5-second delay. Away go a bunch of BMWs towards the first corner. There go the pre-83s. Chris Snowden running out a bit wide as they get underway. Nick Grindrod's got away best in the red and gold Mark 1 Escort, but it's Ian Bauer who leads overall. He's ahead of Kevin Willis. Cavan Granger is in 3rd place. Don't be surprised if we see the pre-83s catch up to the back of our first group on the grid. Pre-93 sponsored by trackhub.uk. Pre-03 sponsored by Bertie Haulage. Nick Grindrod leads Jonathan Corker and Tom Harvey in the battle of the pre-83 Group 1 touring cars. There's Tim Clark in the big Rover SD1. 3 of those here this weekend, but I think we've got just the 1 out in this race, with breakdowns for Nick Williamson and Gerry Bailey yesterday. There's that BMW estate of John Hillier at the back of the field. Tangled with Chris Bassett in yesterday's race, but they both rejoined. Graham Myers going well up there in 4th place, the Jägermeister liveried car. And Nick Grinder, look at that power sliding the Escort almost through Church there. Jared Knight runs wide in his Mark II Escorts and loses a few spots. There go the 2 leads. Ian Bauer in the Castrol M3. Livery used in the Italian Super Turismo Championship by the CBM BMWs in the 90s. Emanuele Naspetti won a couple of titles for them in Italy. Chased by Kevin Willis in the yellow M3. Cavan Granger in 3rd place. Then it's Myers, Cave and Oliver Owen, number 911. You expect a Porsche to be carrying that number, not a BMW. There he is up the outside, the green and white car. He's going to take David Cave by the look of it here for 5th. He's done so. Also a guest class runner, Ollie Owen, this weekend, so won't score points. In behind them is Tim Tomblin, newcomer this year in the number 89, the multicoloured BMW. First non-BMW, there is Chris Bassett. He's got ahead of Steve Walden. Had a win at Brands Hatch at the end of last season in the all-comers handicap race for the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. Race start under investigation, says the timing screen, so the steward's looking into something. We don't know what as yet. There's Bassett's 306. Tim Tomblin, the livery on that car reminds you of the Jax Honda Civic racing the Japanese Touring Car Championship in period. Bauer still leads Willis. Nose to tail over the line. Now, how far clear of Cavan Granger are they? They're about nearly 5 seconds clear of him now. Myers still there in 4th, and the battle between Cave, Owen, Tomblin and Chris Bassett was trying to take all 3 of them there. That was close. David Cave hangs the tail out at Allard. Through will go Oliver Owen as a result there, as they go into the complex Once again, Owen up into 5th place, Cave down to 6th, Bassett 7th. He's got ahead of Tim Tomlin at least. Steve Walden is 9th, and John Hillier in the estate car rounding out the top 10. Then it's Andrew Edoyne, 11th in the Honda Civic. And then leading the Pre-83 cars, it is still Nick Rindrod's Escort. He's got ahead of Jonathan Corker, I think. In fact, Corker's dropped back a few spots, so whether he's got a problem in the Datsun. We saw Rindrod take the lead ahead of the Datsun. So Corker was 2nd, but he's now dropped quite a few places down. Just looking at the timing screen, he's down to about 9th of the Pre-83 cars, so we'll try and pick that up, see if anything's happened to the Datsun. Could harm his championship battle with Nick Rindrod. Oliver Owen and David Cave still duking it out. This is for 5th position. David Cave at the inside. Owen nearly loses the tail there, but he'll have the inside. He's had to go over the grass there on the inside briefly. Chris Bassett trying to take on the BMWs again. He hasn't got the straight line grunt of the M3s in his 306 GTI. Here's a battle further back, a couple of old school Fords. Mr. Chairman in the Triplex Capri, Stuart Kay, has got James Dunkley, the ex-Blue Oval Saloon champion, on his tail. And behind them was Jonathan Corker, so all is not well with that Datsun by the look of things. It's unusual to see him running that far down the order, or whether he's had a spin somewhere we didn't see. Penalty for David Cave. He's been given a 10-second penalty. We said the race start was under investigations. That must have been what it was. A false start, we believe, for David Cave in the blue BMW, and he'll be given a 10-second penalty added on at the end of the race. Chris Snowden's got the Alfa Romeo ahead of young Tom Harvey, Father Adrian, or Age Harvey as he's known. Very proficient classic Ford racer. Tom in the Shell Sport Escort has been getting that car very sideways all weekend. On the tail of Chris Snowden, behind them Don Hughes in the Volkswagen Golf. To the back of the circuit, there you go. Harvey buzzing about on the tail of the Napolina Alfa Romeo. Chris Snowden, who's won the Alfa Romeo Championship on several occasions. David Cave, you won't know he's got that penalty, but it's not holding him back. He gets ahead of Tim Tomlin, Oliver Owen, and Chris Bassett in the 306. Very busy indeed here. It's the battle for 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th. First 3 have pulled away from this lot. Cavan Granger in a race on his own at the moment. As here comes Jamie Sturgis, the man who lives next door to Thruxton Circuit in that beautiful BMW 635. He gets ahead of James Dunkley, the food businessman from Worcestershire. Looking at the back panel of his Fiesta Mark 1 XR2, no doubting what his speciality product is. Throws the Fiesta up the inside there, past the big Beamer. And behind them is Jonathan Corker. Now that Datsun has just set its personal best lap at 1:36.148. I reckon he had an off-track excursion out of our sight somewhere, Jonathan Corker, because it's unusual to see him drop back, but he is running on the pace. Someone's into the pits. Andrew Edoyne has retired the Honda Civic. Into the pits as Chris Bassett alongside Oliver Owen. They bounce off each other briefly there. Owen goes over the grass. Second time he's done that. Chris Bassett gets the 306 ahead to take on the rest of the Beamers. Still your leader is Ian Bauer, 1.5 seconds up on Kevin Willis. And they're 16 seconds ahead of Cavan Granger in 3rd place, who's in turn just over 7 seconds clear of this lot we're watching now. David Cave to the inside on Graham Myers there at Noble. He's through. Gets the move done nicely. grounds. Cave will lose ground because he's got that penalty pending at the end of the race. Here's a battle further back, and looks like we've had a lead change in the pre-83s. Tim Clark, using the V8 power of his big Rover, has got ahead of Nick Grindrod's Escort. Grindrod has raced everything from short ovals to Legends cars, pickup trucks, MX-5s, Caterhams and more besides. He used to race on his local raceway at Wheels Park in Birmingham, the short track. Sadly now sitting derelict. It's the venue where I did my first commentaries some 20 years ago. Grindrod, the J-Tune Rolling Road Escort, chasing Tim Clark. Power telling as the SD1 leads the way. Chris Snowden keeping pace with them in his Alfa in third, then Tom Harvey's Escort. Where is Jonathan Corker? Near the back of the pre-83 field, that's where. There goes Don Hughes behind Corker's, behind Harvey's Escort. Chris Bassett still side by side with Tim Tomblin. You think these two cars were tied together, wouldn't you? Been battling all race long. Graham Myers in the orange Jägermeister BMW ahead of them. So once they hit the straight bits, the Beamers are able to pull away from the Peugeot. Here comes Tomblin to the inside of Graham Myers. I'm behind GEM Developments. Down to the chicane once again. Oliver Owens pulled away a little bit. Oh, James Dunkley retiring. Out goes the Fiesta. Not bringing home the bacon in this one, sadly. Former double blue oval saloon champion. That was in a Mark II XR2. Raced MG Midgets in the past as well as James. Let's Jonathan Corker make up a place at least. Beamers lapping Stuart Kay in his Capri, and Kevin Willis has closed right up as they've come through the traffic there. He's on the tail of Ian Bauer for the lead now. Ian Bauer, who's been a double champion in 2025. He won the Pre-93 title, won the Classic Thunder Saloon title as well. Missed the Classic Thunder race yesterday here at Thruxton. Going to lap Jamie Sturgis in the older BMW 635. To see them in the late 80s in the British Saloon Car Championship as it was then. Cavan Granger all on his own in third. 27 seconds back on the two leaders now. Ian Bauer runs out wide. He's got his arm out of the... Did he just put his hand out of the window there, or was I seeing things? 2.5 minutes left on the clock. Thought he was signalling to Kevin Willis there. There's Chris Bassett. In the corners, the shorter wheelbase of the Peugeot 306 helping him. He's got ahead of Tim Tomblin once again, but I thought I saw a puff of smoke there from the 306. Kevin Willis gets the tighter exit from the chicane there. He's getting ready to attack here. Just over 2 minutes on the clock as they cross the line, so 2 laps to go. Bauer pulls away down the well, not really straight going into Allard. They're coming up to lap Jared Knight in his Escort. Man from Devon. Bauer continues to lead. Can he hold off Kevin Willis? Willis wants a double win on his local circuit, the man from Salisbury. Tries to cut to the inside here, coming out of the complex. Bauer goes out onto the wider line, keeps his foot in. They're almost side by side. This is Kevin Willis's opportunity out on the back of the circuit. They'll be coming around to start their final lap, I think, this time. And Kevin Willis knows that, and he's ready to attack. There's Mike Broadway's Jaguar. Bauer had to change his line to avoid him there. Here they come, up towards Church Corner. Through the right-hander at full speed. Bauer pulls away a little bit. So it's going to be an interesting last lap. What can Kevin Willis do? They're 30 seconds ahead of everybody else. Pre-83s are still led by Tim Clark in the Rover SD1. Looks like he's heading for a first win there. Over the curves goes Kevin Willis, trying to get the better run through the chicane. What's the gap going to be as they cross the line? Just under half a second between the two BMW M3s, and Ian Bauer sideways, Kevin Willis sideways. Is there a bit of fluid down there, I wonder, at Allard? They both nearly lost it there. Spectacular power slide from both of them. I wonder if somebody's dropped a bit of oil. Yeah, Kevin Willis sideways again, coming into the complex. Somebody has dropped some fluid. I think it might be the Peugeot. We saw smoke from Chris Bassett's car. Maybe he's dropped some oil. Or maybe it was James Dunkley's Fiesta. We saw that retiring. Let's have a look round the rest of the lap. Is the number 95 going to be in a position to attack the reigning champion for a second win? Bauer a bit of understeer there coming through Village. Keeps his foot in. Here's the pre-83 battle. Chris Snowden's got ahead of Nick Grindrod. Tom Harvey behind, but this is for second in pre-83. I think Tim Clark has got away in front of them in the big Rover. Clock has counted down to 0. The leaders will be coming round behind this group shortly. Tom Harvey up the outside into the chicane. And yes, the leaders just behind them. Here they come. Here's Ian Bauer, safely ahead of Kevin Willis through the chicane. He's going to take his first win of the weekend. The checkered flag goes out. Bauer wins it. Willis second. And we've lost at the complex. That's Jamie Sturgis. So maybe he dropped some fluid. Maybe that's why there were cars sliding about. We've lost our start line camera. Apologies there, just as the checkered flag went out. The pre-83 win has gone to Tim Clark. 2.25 seconds just over ahead of his opposition. There's Chris Snowden second, Nick Grindrod in third, but he does win his class, so keeps his championship challenge alive. We have to ask in that one, where was... Well, there's Stuart Kay. He's pulled over on Woodham Hill, but where was Jonathan Corker? He's only taken 4th in class and I think about 7th or 8th overall in pre-83. I'm not sure what happened to the Datsun there. Snowden, Grindrod and Harvey still racing for the line. Tim Clark up ahead of them. There is Clark. He hasn't taken the checkered flag yet. I thought he had. Apologies there. The confusion with the camera threw me off slightly there. So it's going to be a pre-83 win for the first time for Tim Clark in his big Rover. Chris Snowden will defeat Nick Grindrod, who will get the class win ahead of Tom Harvey. Only just, though. We'll give you the provisional result of that one in a second. We lost a few cars on that last lap. We'll confirm those in a moment. So Bauer takes the win by just over 1 second there from Kevin Willis. Overturns yesterday's result. Cavan Granger on the podium in third. Then Oliver Owen in 4th place. David Cave with that 10-second penalty drops to 5th, ahead of Graham Myers, Tim Tomlin, Steve Walden, John Hillier. And Tim Clark prevents an overall BMW top 10 by winning the pre-83 split. The pre-03s are won by Cavan Granger, but the top point scorer is David Cave. Bauer wins pre-93. Behind Clark was Peter Snowden, Nick Grindrod, Tom Harvey. Chris Bassett came in 14th, so problems with the Peugeot on the last lap there. And Don Hughes, Jared Knight, Jonathan Corker. We lost Sturgis and Kay on the final lap. The final finisher was Mike Broadway. Let's head down to Parc Fermé.
But it's a little bit of revenge for Ian Bowyer. He finished second place to Kevin Willis in yesterday's race. Today, though, he has taken top spot. Kevin settles for second place, and Cavan Granger, for a second time this weekend, comes home in third overall, but takes the win in the 03s. And Simon Clark winning the pre-83s. Go on, Ian, you go over. Another great battle between these two drivers in the BMWs, racing away at the front. And just going to have a little chat. Then we'll speak to Ian Bowyer, our race winner, multiple winner, of course, throughout the course of the Classic Touring Cars, been a champion with the club as well. Very, very experienced indeed. And he's picked up the 8th race of the season. The #1 spot for Ian Bowyer. And the Classic Touring Cars will continue a little bit later this afternoon. We do have the historic Thunder and Thunder Classics later. Ian, well, that's better, isn't it? That's more like it. Yes.
He made me work really, really hard for that.
You two have had some fantastic battles this week. It's what it's all about.
Yeah, that was great. That was really, really hard work. I got the start on him, and I just couldn't get any distance, and my tyres were going off. I was getting fuel surge around the chicane. So I had to park it on the chicane, so he couldn't get past me on the chicanes. And then down the back parts, he was a bit braver than I was. And but yeah, that was good fun.
You wanted that, didn't you?
I thought he was going to have to look really hard to beat me today.
Look at that face.
But yeah, no, it was great.
Left it too late, didn't I?
Yeah.
Look, you two, wow, what a show you put on for us this weekend. one each here.
One each.
All right, that's fair.
Yeah. Rematch, isn't it? That's it, isn't it? That's all we can say.
Onwards. Kev, thanks so much.
Thank you very much.
Ian, lovely to see you. Congratulations, guys. Really happy for you. We'll go speak to Cavan Granger. Don't forget, coming up very shortly over there, we've got the Top Hat Series, that 45-minute race. There are some unbelievable cars in that grid, so do not go anywhere. Still got 3 races to come this afternoon. They're starting with the Top Hat Series, then we go into our final Classic Touring Car race, the Historic and Classic Thunders, and then, of course, we round out the weekend with the Gerry Marshal Trophy. That is another 45-minute race. We'll be bringing you all the action from the pit lane as well. A big thank you to all of you for tuning in as well. Like I said, we have hit 41,000 subscribers as well. If you're just tuning in and did see a little quiz we had earlier, we had the Kawasaki motorbike asking what year was it from. It was from 1989, just in case you missed me giving the answer a little bit earlier. But there is Ian Bowyer. He gets the trophies. You can see what it means to him. He's got quite a lot of those over the course of the years. Gavin, come on, man. Hey, this has been perfect, hasn't it, this weekend for you? 2 third places on the track, but 2 wins in the 03s.
Yeah, I just need to get a bit faster. I can catch up these M3s, can't I?
Well, look, you've won the class, right?
Yeah,
so
yeah.
that's what you can do, isn't it?
The main thing, I got round there without coming off or breaking anything, which is always a bonus, isn't it?
So it's tip-top. Just take it home, park it up, leave it, turn the key next time.
Until the 25th when I'm at Alton Park. So yeah, but no, I do obviously get a check over, make sure it's all right.
Yeah.
You got to do that. You know, I've done it this week before this race. I found something loose, which could have been round here, could have been quite dangerous. So it's so important to do your nut and bolt check. I mean, I do it between every race. I do it every race, just in case something rattles and loose. These things are revving and rattling. Things will come loose, so you do need to check.
I'll tell you what, though, you've done a great job, kept it clean, perfect weekend. Kevin, lovely to see you, by the way, as well. Really is nice to see you, mate. Good stuff indeed. Oh, let's go and talk to Simon Clark here. Just double checking, it is, yes, Simon. I love a Rover, and of course our winner of the 83s here as well. Wow, okay, congratulations. What does that mean to you? Look, wow.
Lost for words. First race.
First race, wow.
First race win. First race win, yeah.
Congratulations. In a right, I love a Rover as well.
I know, and left hooker as well.
Look at it, that's absolutely
very brave through church, but at least you can see the apex, so yeah.
Is that the original dash?
Yes, it is, yeah, the original dash. Still got the wood trim as well, it's a proper piece of kit, you know, it's lovely. You know, without my dad, Ken Clark and Johnny, who built the engine, wouldn't be here, so mega.
I'm so happy for you. Enjoy this, don't you? Won't you enjoy it? Have a great time. Thank you. Right, here we go. As you can see, the Top Hat Series about to head out on to the track. 45-minute race coming up, and a little bit earlier I caught up with some of the drivers. Let's hear from them now. Right, everybody, it's time for our first real look at the HRDC Top Hat series, and it is an absolute whopper. We did catch up with a couple of, spoke to Harry Hickton a little bit earlier, didn't we, after their qualifying session, but I want to go speak to this man here in the number 7 Ford Mustang. A very familiar face to us here on Bark TV. It's Alex Reid. This is the complete opposite of a Caterham. You couldn't really get further along the spectrum, could you, really? Why a Mustang, Alex?
Well, I just love driving everything, right? Yeah. So it's really nice to experience cars from lightweight like a Caterham, carrying momentum and speed, and this that doesn't really stop or turn, but it definitely goes.
You'll be right here then. This is the ideal track for it, isn't
Absolutely. So it's an awful lot of fun. And genuinely, it's amazing how much like the Caterham stuff crosses over into things like this. You know, like the dynamics. You know, once you learn the dynamics, it all makes sense. I say, whilst I'm not on pole, so maybe I don't understand it that well, right?
I don't know. You're pretty good. You've got some very talented drivers around you as well. Look, this Top Hat series is quite special. I'm just looking at the array of cars. It's incredible, isn't it?
Yeah, and I think everyone's going to make their lap time in really different ways, which will be really cool. You know, these guys will be very quick at the start, I imagine, and we've got to try and look after our tyres all the way to the end of the race, because these things are hard on tyres, hard on brakes. So yeah, might have to do some management of that like early on, but we're about to find out.
Well, Alex, best of luck. If anybody from Caterham are watching, come on, give me a bit of love in that live chat. Thanks, Alex. Lovely to see you. Let's move along as well. Good luck, guys. We caught up with them a little bit early. Alex is still wait as well. Look at that, by the way. That is the Ford Fairlane. Absolutely incredible. In fact, they've been told off because it's too wide for its parking bay, so they can't actually get it in, so everybody's had to bunch up a little bit. But here we go, time to go racing. It's our first time this weekend for the HRDC Top Hat. 45-minute race coming up. John and I are going to head down into the pit lane because there are going to be driver changes. So let's hand it over to your commentator, Dave Goddard, for the race.
So the car's heading out onto track then for our second race of the day for the HRDC, the Historic Racing Drivers Club. Let's put on our top hats then. The Top Hat series is known for 58 to 66 saloon cars, celebrating the early years of the British Saloon Car Championship is the ethos of this series. Just noting down the colours of one or two of the cars here so we can pick them out easily on track. This will be a 45-minute race with a mandatory pit stop. The pit window opens 15 minutes in, closes after 30 minutes. There are several two-driver pairings in this race. It's an all-Mustang front row. Jack Riddell, number 119, is on pole with Alex Reid. Caterham's head of motorsport, swapping to something a bit bigger and more powerful and a bit more brutal this time in his number 7 Mustang alongside. Row 2, Harry Hickton. Normally we see him in the Mini John Cooper Works car supporting the British Touring Car Championship. He's out in a classic Mini Cooper S today, lines up alongside the Davies family in their Mini. Unfortunately, we don't have the starting drivers for this race, so we're not sure which Davies is in the car to start with. On row 5 is my personal favourite car this weekend, the gorgeous Ford Fairlane, shared by Alex Thistlethwaite, yes, him again, and Henry Mann, the son of Alan Mann, who ran the eponymous touring car team back in the 60s and 70s. The Daniel family are on row 3 as well, number 9. George and Mark Daniel there in an Austin A40 Speedwell. On row 4, Ding Boston has swapped out of his Elva Courier into the Oxford University run Riley 1.5. And the Burdettes are out in their Austin A40 Speedwell. Robert Burdett, we saw him driving earlier in the Allstars race. Fraser Burdett shares with him. Row 5, Johnny Horsfield's Alfa Romeo is there, alongside number 38 of Matthew Moore and Jack Bond in their Austin A40. Row 6, the Alfa Romeo, number 110 is Nick Pert and Steve Robinson, alongside Dave Keating's Austin A40. Row 7, the Alfa Giulia of 164, that's James Gibbons and Alex Dupe, alongside the Ford Mustang. That's one of Alex Thistlethwaite's cars, being driven here by Giles White and James Hall Fox. Row 8, I don't think the Leston family car is there. Problems in qualifying for Nick and Ollie Leston's Riley 1.5. I don't think that's on the grid. But the little A30 at the back is of Andy Newell and Rhea Sauter. There it is, the little white or cream car, known as Daisy, that car. And looks can be deceptive. In tuned form, those tiny little A30s were very quick in their day. So the black Mustang on pole is Jack Riddell. Alex Reid in the red and gold, the Allen Man Racing colours. Alan's son Henry in this race in that. Just look at the size of that Ford Fairlane. It even looks bigger than the Mustangs. What an incredible car that is. 2 minis in front of it. Looks like it could eat up those minis, doesn't it? OUMF, that's Ding Boston, the Oxford University Motor Federation, their Riley 1.5. He's raced with the HRDC for years now. The car with the Union flag on its roof is number 38 of Bond and Moore, Jack Bond and Matthew Moore. A few A40s on this grid, I count 4 of them. 164, the grey Alfa Romeo, James Gibbons and Alex Dupe. And Ria Sauter and Andy Newell. Not sure if that is the same Andy Newell who also races the brutal Can-Am McLaren M8F, among others, at the back of the field. So, doff your top hats to the HRDC and their 50s and 60s saloons as we get ready to get underway. 45 minutes of racing is go, and the Mustangs roar off into the lead. Pick them up as they come into the complex, and look at the lead that the Ford Mustangs have got already here. Riddell ahead of Alex Reid. It's one of the minis in there in third place. I think that's Harry Hickton, the number 21. Yes, he's got the white roof. The Davies family have got the black roof, I think. The other Mustang there at the back, number 65, running out wide. Look at that little A30. We said it'd be more potent than it looks. It's made up a few places already. The Ria Sauter Andy Newell car. I would imagine it's Andy on board for the first stint, but I'm not certain. There's the Fairlane, and there's a Mini cornering as a Mini should. That's the Davies family. Look at this, the A30's making mincemeat of bigger cars further back. Daisy's cutting her way through the field. It's an A30, not an A35, because it's got the smaller rear window there. Ahead of Johnny Horsfield's Alfa Romeo. Harry Hickton in third, then the massive Fairlane, then sideways the Davies Mini, then the Badettes, then Ding Boston. I shall never tire of saying that name. What a great name. There's the third of the Mustangs towards the back with number 65 of our newcomers, Giles White and James Hall Fox. It's a long race this is, 45 minutes, but they're treating it like a 10-minute sprint. At the outside comes the Bond and Moore Austin A40. I was right, there was some fluid down the track. It's been cleared up there by the Marshals from our previous race. Well done to our marshalling team as always. So they battle their way through, across the line, and the 2 Mustangs lead the way. Alex Reid, normally head of motorsports for Caterham Cars, based down in Surrey, chasing Jack Riddell for the lead here in his Mustang. Harry Hickton in third place in the Mini, then the massive Ford Fairlane of Thistlethwaite's and Henry Mann. How quick is that little A30? I know it doesn't weigh anything compared to the other cars. Look, it's practically cornering on 2 wheels. That's incredible. Well, I said the Ford Fairlane was my personal favourite car of the weekend. I think I may just have to change allegiance. That A30, never mind that you could fit that inside the cockpit of the Fairlane, for goodness sake. It's dancing its way round. Head of Ding Boston there, then the Bond and Moore A40. What a fantastic display already. We've only just got into this race. We're only on the second lap. I'm looking forward to 45 minutes of this race, especially with 2 Mustangs battling it out for the lead of this race. They really are treating this like a 10-minute sprint for the line. Ford Mustangs nose to tail through the chicane. They slide their way through. Now it's a long race, 45 minutes. On the bigger cars, the tyres are likely to go off in this warm weather, so you'll see a lot more sliding as the race goes on. Well, we're seeing a lot of sliding already, and we're only 3 laps into this. Riddell and Reid together. Got our camera back at the start line. Again, apologies for the gremlins there that crept into the works this weekend. Might be the camera that's overheating. Let's hope our camera operators aren't overheating. Fair play to them being out in the sun this weekend. It's warm enough in the commentary box. I've got the electric fans running in here. It's Jack Riddell, number 119, continues to lead the way. Again, it's not a championship, it is a series of races this year run by the Historic Racing Drivers Club. Look at this busy little group here. A40s everywhere. Riley 1.5 of Ding Boston ahead of them. Johnny Horsfield's Alfa Romeo in this group as well. The Top Hat Pre-66 touring cars. First race this year at the Donington Historic Festival. It was John Spears, who we saw out earlier on, that's won on that occasion, as Alex Reid moves to the inside. He's taken the lead from Jack Riddell into the chicane, slides the tail of the Mustang. Yes, Jack Riddell was sharing at the Donington Historic Festival. He finished second, sharing with somebody called Tom Ingram. We heard from him earlier. They were beaten by John Spears, sharing with Nigel Greensaw, a man who's raced everything in the UK over the years, up to and including old Formula One cars. And it was the surnames of Brundle and Mansell who finished third. I think that was Alex Brundle with one of Nigel's sons, possibly. It was at the Donington Historic. Some very big names compete at that meeting. Then they went on to the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit, as we see Frantic driving through the chicane there. The number 9 of George and Mark Daniel over the grass there, taking on the other A40s. Just looking at the results of the Top Hat race at Brands Hatch for the London Historic Trophy. It was the number 16 Johnson and Ross Ford Mustang that won on that occasion. I can't believe that little A30, the way that's flown through the field and is up into 7th place now. Closing on the 6th place Burdett A40 as well. Number 9 is the Daniel family. Then we've got Bond and Moore, Horsfield's Alfa Romeo, and the 114, that's Dave Keating at the back of this group, the red car with the black roof. There's the 56 of Ria Sauter and Andy Newell, dodging about on the tail of the 199 of Rob and Fraser Burdett. I love the old school liveries as well, the old big white numbers on that 199 car. Nowadays, with sponsored money dominating motorsports, we don't get large numbers on the cars because sponsor decals take up all the panels on the car. But of course, these cars raced before major sponsorship was a thing back in the 50s and 60s. That's not to say anything against sponsorship. Of course, sponsors pay for racing for everyone around the world. But it is nice to see the old school liveries here. And here comes the A30. She's called Daisy. She's even got eyelashes on her headlamps. Fluttering her eyes at the Burdettes here. Say, could you let me pass, please? No, we can't, say the Burdettes. Whichever of the Burdettes it is, we say we didn't get the starting drivers for this race, unfortunately. Look how sideways that is. Go on, lift the front wheel, that's it. That's how you corner an A30. That's how Graham Hill would have driven one. And straight through it goes. That is brilliant. So they're up into 6th overall now from the back of the grid. The car, I didn't think this car was going to race, actually. Daisy unfortunately went up in smoke in qualifying, having set her time. She started from the back of the grid. The cars really are the stars in the HRDC. Maybe, I know it's called the Historic Racing Drivers Club, but the cars sometimes become the stars. Here comes the fight for 6th through Church Corner. Now, what's the next target for the little A30? It's the Davies family in their Mini. Alex Reid in the Alan Mann Racing liveried Mustang continues lead. Henry Mann, son of Alan, has raced a car, or either this car or one very similar, sharing with touring car legend Steve Soper in the past. Jack Riddell in the black Mustang in second. These two are now nearly 15 seconds clear of Harry Hickton in his Mini in 3rd place. This race reminding me of the old ICS Historic Touring Car Series that used to sponsor, support the British Touring Car Championship in the Super Touring era in the 90s, because the top class would be yank tanks like the Mustangs and the Camaros. Pete Hall raced in it, Rolly Nix, the Torreggiani family from Malta, Andy Bacon, Dennis Clark. Class B would be BMWs. Simon Crompton's BMW was the most successful. Then Class C was Lotus Cortinas. And lower down you had Minis, Anglias and Hillman Imps. Here's the gorgeous Ford Fairlane. Straight out of a NASCAR race, that car is. Here's Harry Hickton, driving as you should drive a classic Mini. Don't bother using the brakes, just scrub the speed off by throwing it sideways. Harry is the son of David Hickton, who raced very successfully for many years with the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. Still got his Opel Kadett that he brings out occasionally. He's raced a Mazda, rotary engine Mazda RX-3, if I remember rightly, with the club as well. He's taught Harry very well indeed. You could see Harry in the next few years to come in the British Touring Car Championship. That's how you corner a Mini. Beautifully done. There should be points for style on these races, not for finishing position. That's how drifting does it. Still the Mustangs nose to tail. And all these drivers deserve a top hat raising to them. Maybe that's why the series has its name. Alex Reed still holds his lead ahead of Jack Ruddell. Hickton further back in third. He's clear in turn of the Thistlethwaite and Henry Mann Ford Fairlane. All 15 cars that took the start still running. Bad luck to the Leston family. There is a class named after Les Leston, who raced back in the 50s, raced very successfully with Lotus Elite sports cars, among other things. He competed in single-seaters for a while too. But presumably his descendants, Nick and Ollie Leston, not able to start. Their Riley 1.5 sadly gave up the ghost in qualifying. The other class is the Sears category, where the Mustangs are competing. Named after Jack Sears, the inaugural British Saloon car champion from 1958. Number 9 car going through there, that's the Daniel family. Which class are they in? They're in the Leston class. The majority of cars in Leston, that's the pink graphics on our timing tower. Here comes Ding Boston, like a dingbat up the inside. The Oxford University car goes through. So the 3 Mustangs are in the Sears category. Jack Sears raced something even bigger than a Mustang, I remember, in the early 60s. He raced the Ford Galaxy, which is even bigger than that Ford Fairlane, so-called, so the line goes, because it's nearly as big as a small Galaxy. And we ain't talking chocolate bars. Jack Sears, he won his first title in an Austin Westminster A105 back in 1958, and well, his final race was in a Riley 1.5 like this one, because for the only time in motorsport history that I can find, Jack Sears and Tommy Sopwith, the Jaguar racer, finished level on points, and they both won their class in every round, so they couldn't be separated, so they had a race-off at Brands Hatch. Pair of Riley 1.5s, 5-lap race, swap cars and do another 5 laps, and the winner on aggregate time won the championship. That's the only time I can trace that ever happening in motorsport history. As the number 9 car moves back ahead of Ding Boston. There's a couple of cars making their pit stops because the pit window... Or is the pit window open? No, we're not 15 minutes in yet. The pit window doesn't open for another 90 seconds. So we've got a couple of cars with problems. This is one of them. That's one of the A40s. It's the number 38 Jack Bond and Matthew Moore car. We'll try and find out what's happened there. Yes, looks like problems with this car, and the 196, the white Alfa Romeo, has come in as well, but they're in early. sure Ian will be down there to try and find out what has happened here. Whether this is a scheduled stop, it doesn't seem to be very hurried. So we'll get back to that in a moment. There goes the 65 Mustang, running towards the tail of the field in 10th place. Yes, the pit window has not yet opened according to the timing screen. So unless I've miscalculated, those two cars have suffered problems. These two haven't. The Vedettes being reeled in by the Daniel family. Battle of the Austin A40s. It was 1960 that one of these cars won the British Saloon car title in the hands of George Doc Shepherd, so named because he was a doctor by trade. Entered motorsport fairly late in life, was a horse rider for much of his life, and took his tuned 1 litre Austin A40 to the title. Daniel nearly losing it there, up alongside Burdett. The car that Doc Shepherd raced for that title is currently being restored. Yes, the two cars in the pits, they have had problems and are out of the race, I've just been told. We'll try and find out the reasons why. So that's the number 38 Austin A40 and the number 196 Alfa Romeo are both out of the race. Austin A40 drag racing at Woodham Hill. The Vedettes later on the brakes and hold the lead. The pit window is now open with 15 minutes of the race gone. They have 15 minutes to make a mandatory pit stop. Ding Boston has just come in, so he's the first to do so in the Riley 1.5. We won't be able to talk to Ding because he is driving solo. There is the Oxford University Motorsport Foundation Riley 1.5. For a solo driver, you pit stop, you get out, close the door, open the door, get back in again. As if you've done a driver change. Taking the steering wheel off there just to make it a bit easier. Ding Boston back in the Riley. We've seen him out in his Elva Courier already. Fires up the little Riley and away he goes. No minimum pit stop times or anything like we'd see in an endurance race such as Britcar. It's a more relaxed attitude here with the HRDC racing purely for fun. There's the fair lane. Those who know me will know I love my classic 50s American cars. Beautiful looking machine that is, and beautiful little A40s as well. The number 110 Alfa Romeo has come in. That's the car of Nick Pert and Stephen Robinson. He's running in a class called Ailey, named after John Ailey, a racer in the early 60s who helped out with the early rounds of the European Touring Car Championship in Britain and beyond. In the 70s and 80s, European touring cars became very, very big business in motor racing. There are the two Mustangs. Meanwhile, our leaders, the lead gap has opened up to just over 2 seconds now. Alex Reed ahead of Jack Ruddell. Harry Hickton still third. Then the Davies family in their Mini, they're in 5th place. There is the number 121. Any more pit callers? We know 2 cars have sadly retired. Here's the big fair lane. Slides its way through. I for one, would love to see a race exclusively for these 50s and early 60s American beasts. One of my favourites is the Mark II Ford Thunderbird that Bill Shepherd often brings out at Goodwood. No less a person than Tom Christensen, the record 9-time Le Mans winner, has raced that car. It really is a gorgeous machine, but they tend to be very tough on tyres and brakes, especially given the weight of these big things. You can see the fair lane starting to slide around now. So earlier, appropriate that we're seeing plenty of American steel racing this weekend. given it is Independence Day weekend. A very happy Independence Day to all our American viewers. Oh, the Daniel family A40 pulling over on Woodham Hill. That's a shame. So that's George and Mark Daniel out of the race. Will we see a safety car to recover that machine? He's pulled off fairly well to the edge of the circuit. They were running in 9th place. The Burdett family A40 has pitted. There's a Mini of Harry Hickton. He's a long way behind the Mustangs. Timing screen showing him as a lap down on them. My time. No, he's not a lap down. He's nearly 30 seconds down on them though, so just a bit of a blip in the timing there. Sorry about that. Someone else awaiting a pit stop. It's the Davies family. In comes the Mini. Mike and Tony Davies sharing the car this weekend. Driver has just got out to get to the passenger side to help do the belts up. And the safety car is being called. That'll be for the stranded Daniel car, number 9 on Woodham Hill. I thought it might be. And you know what that's going to mean, don't you? Everybody in who hasn't made a pit stop yet, because they can save time on making their stop. So everybody who hasn't pitted yet is almost certainly going to dive for the pit lane. There goes the Davies family Mini. One of the Mustangs in as well. Is that one of our leaders? No, it's number 65 of White and Hall Fox. They'll swap over. In comes the number 164 Alfa Romeo. That's the James Gibbons and Alex Dupe car. Coming in very slowly there. Stopped out in the pit lane, not in the... the Marshal signalling he stopped in the wrong place there. He stopped in the running lane. Look, he should be over the yellow line on the concrete part. Here's the fair lane. And now nobody else can make their pit stops because it takes up all of the pit lane at once. Alex Thistlethwaite and it was going to be Murray Shepherd sharing the car, but Henry Mann, there he is. He's getting in. Alex Thistlethwaite, the circuit owner, gets out. Busy place down in the pit lane. The Alfa Romeo has now pulled up in the proper place. James Gibbons from Canada and Alex Dupe, long-time Alfa racer. Swapping places. And the leader is in as well. In fact, both the leading cars are in. They've stopped line astern as well. It's close in the pit lanes. They were on the track in the early stages. So nearly everybody has come in now. Jack Rodell driving solo, but he still has to get out and back in again. No Tom Ingram this time. Yes, you can see the team shirts. Alan Mann Racing. And they've... well, the 119 car was almost ready first, though. They tried to pull him round Alex Reed's car, but Alex got away first. This is going to be interesting when they're back on track. So who hasn't come in yet? Harry Hickton's still out there, so he'll be the race leader on track at the moment. And the other cars have not come in. David Keating in his A40, the red car with the black roof, he's not come in yet. I think they're the only two that have yet to stop. Yeah, the other car, having not shown has taken a pit stop, is the Daniel car, and that's stranded out on circuit. Okay, so the Mustangs racing together, pitting together, rejoining together. Just over 20 minutes of this race to go. Here's Harry Hickton. Out and in. strap down. Hopefully we can hear from some of the drivers that have finished their stints as well, if we're able. The Badettes have been in as well. They're on their way out. And then we've got to wait for everything to cycle through. David Keating's coming as well. There's the tow truck rescuing George and Mark Daniels' car. Okay, so everybody who can has made their stops. There's 12 cars still running, and once everybody's cycled through their stops, we'll see who's where in the pecking order as we get ready for the restarts. So nobody's missed the pit window. Will it still be the two Mustangs on top, or will Harry Hickton be ahead of them for the moment? Mark Daniels' car is towed in. Austin A40 Farina. Of course, the Pininfarina design house designing the looks of the hatchback. We also designed the Austin A60 as well. That's why Bangor racers call them Farinas, the fin-tailed Cambridge and Oxford and so on. All three Mustangs together now. White and Hall Fox there, just ahead of Alex Reed. The two Alan Mann Racing Mustangs out in front at the moment. We'll see what happens after the safety car, because things will have shaken up a bit with that round of pit stops. I think we're about to go back to green as Mark and George Daniels' car is clear. But we don't know who the current on-track leader is. I think it would be Harry Hickton. We'll wait and see, because everybody's been into the pits. It's hard to tell who the on-track race leader is. The de facto leader is Jack Riddell, I think, after all the pit stops were completed. We are now back underway. Yes, there's the green flag. I think it is still the Mustangs. Yes, 16 laps completed for these two, so they are still first and second once the pit stop cycle was completed. Just over 18 minutes of this race to go then. See if there's been any further changes in the race order as the cars come through. Should be Harry Hickton's Mini in third place. He was well clear of the Ford Fairlane. Mustangs head out into the country once again. Timing screen shows the Thistlethwaite and Henry Mann, with Henry Mann now on board the Ford Fairlane in fourth place. Ria Sauter and Andy Newell's little A30 in fifth. And then the Davies family Mini in sixth. Seventh for Ding Boston. He was the first to make a mandatory pit stop, the Riley 1.5. The Badettes in 8th place. Dave Keating in 9th with his A40. The 65 Mustang, White and Hall Fox, is 10th. 11th for Gibbons and Dupe in their Alfa Romeo. And in 12th place, the Pert and Robinson Alfa Romeo. The Alfa Romeos compete in the Ailey category. There's only 3 cars on the lead lap now. The car of Harry Hickton is over a minute behind the Mustang, so it's just between these two out in front. We'll see if any battles develop further down the order, but they've lapped everyone else. There's the Badettes Austin A40 about to go another lap down. Here's the number 121 Mini. They're in 6th place, the Davies is. 10.5 seconds behind the Fairlane. They're being chased down though by Ding Boston. They saw the Riley 1.5 closing them down. Through Church Corner. There's Boston. One of the less likely looking racing cars out there, the little Riley 1.5. It's Harry Hickton there, throws his Mini through the chicane. What's his gap to the two Mustangs? Let's have a look as he crosses the line this time through. There's the Davies Mini. Yeah, 1 minute 12 down on Jack Riddell now. So it's between the two Mustangs for the win unless they hit mechanical trouble. That's the displays of classic cars on the banking. Still 12 cars running. The little A30 is still up there in 5th position overall. About 20 seconds off the Ford Fairlane. 17 seconds ahead of the Davies Mini in 6th position. Boston trying to catch the Mini, but the gap has increased slightly to 2.2 seconds now. They're 8 seconds ahead of Dave Keating's A40. Then the Budettes. They dropped back a little after their stop. I think it was quite a long pit stop for the A40, the number 199. Then the third of the Mustangs, number 65, the less experienced pairing in that car. And then the Alfa Romeos. There goes your leader. There goes the second place Mustang. Gap is 1.8 seconds between these two. Up comes Alex Reid. He's coming up to lap Ding Boston. Through the chicane. Considering the curves there, the Black Mustang in second place. Blue flags and blue lights for Ding Boston to warn him the leader is coming up to lap him. Lets him through, no problem. Then up to the complex. Into lap 20. And they're coming up to lap the Davies family and the A30 next. Thinking back to that historic championship in the 1990s, I used to watch at Donington. I mentioned the drivers of the American cars. The two giant killers in their minis on that occasion were Nick Swift, who's now famous, of course, as an engine builder, the man behind Swift Tune, and Graham Churchill. They were regular giant slayers in their minis. Gordon Streeter in his Ford Anglia as well, with George Polly look-alike. Polly this year celebrating his 50th year involved in hot rod racing. Mustang zips around the outside of the Mini. On a twistier circuit or in wet conditions, the field will be much more closely matched, with the Minis and the smaller cars able to take the fight to the Mustangs as they struggle to put their power down. But hot weather favouring the Yank tanks. They've just got to hope they don't write off their brakes and tyres. There they go. Meantime, coming through there in 5th and 6th were the A30 and the Mini. I think they were about to swap position. There's the Fairlane. Didn't see a Ford Fairlane in the 90s historic series, but the Minshaw family did occasionally bring out a Chevrolet Impala, which was, if anything, even bigger than that. There go the two Mustangs, 1 3/4 seconds apart. So the Mini has now moved ahead of the A30, which loses out to Ding Boston as well. We need to get that car dancing again through the corners. While we have a quieter moment here after the pit stops as well, we must mention another member of the Historic Racing Drivers Club, who is more famous as a motorcycle racer, Maria Costello MBE, very successful female motorcycle racer, who you may have heard suffered a very serious accident at the Isle of Man TT this year on a sidecar outfit and sustained very serious and life-changing injuries. There is an appeal for Maria Costello to help her on her road to recovery. If you visit HRDC.UK, you can donate towards that appeal, and we wish Maria Costello MBE a quick and hopefully full recovery following multiple injuries sustained sadly on the Isle of Man this year. She regularly races in the little Austins, the A30s and A35s. We hope to see her back out one day. There is the little A30 running in 7th place now. Daisy, how far ahead of Dave Keating is she? In 8th place, about 10 seconds. She's calmed down her driving style since the driver swap. You look into the background, we just see in the distance there the red A40 of Dave Keating trying to close up. There are the leaders. Still the gap just over 1.5 seconds between the two of them. Jack Riddell trying to close in on Alex Reid for the leads. Reid, who's got the fastest lap of the race, 1:32.522. It's 92 miles an hour average around the Thruxton circuits. They rumble their way through the chicane to complete lap 22. Just under 9 minutes to go in this HRDC Top Hat Saloon car race. With Harry Hickton looking safe at the moment in 3rd, but still chance for a twist in the tail. We saw that in the Allstars race earlier on. Peter Thompson broke down while fighting for the lead. In the previous race of the Classic Touring Car Racing Club, we lost 3 cars on the final lap. With Alex Reid sliding the Mustang through the complex. Harry Hickton in 3rd place. There he is. He's nearly a lap behind the Mustangs. He's driven admirably in that Mini today. Daisy, the Austin A30, staying ahead of the number 110. That's the Pert and Robinson Alfa Julia. They're in 12th and last place at the moment. The other Alfa of Gibbons and Jupe has just come into the pits for a second time, so maybe problems there. The 110 up the inside takes Daisy. Towards the end now of this 45-minute race. There's Dave Keating. He's got the gap down to just under 5 seconds now to the rear Sauter Andy Newell A30 ahead of him. A big fair lane through the complex. Look at Harry Hickton in the background. That's how John Rhodes would drive a Mini. A Mini class in this series named after John Rhodes, who perfected that style of racing Minis. Minis in the early years of the British Saloon Car Championship were taken to the title by Sir John Whitmore, the English baronet, and also by John Love, the man from what was then Rhodesia, not South Africa, Zimbabwe now, sorry. He did nearly win the South African Grand Prix in 1967. John Love in his privateer entered car. He hadn't had to make a late fuel stop, he would have done so, but he dropped to 2nd. Pedro Rodriguez won in the Cooper. Through Church Corner, Harry Hickton. Maybe we'll see him in British touring cars someday. Well, Gibbons and Dupe appear to have retired, but Pert and Robinson take the lead of the class for Alfa Romeos as a result of that. John Ailey tribute class. Now Dave Keating. We're not seeing much of his A40, but he's just taken 7th place going into the complex there from the Sauter and Newell car. Runs wide though. Onto the curb. Nearly lost it. Here comes Daisy. Here's the 65 Mustang being lapped by the Fairlane and the Mini. And I think the Mini is about to lap the Fairlane. Look at the size difference. Harry Hickton could probably park his Mini on the boot lid of that Ford Fairlane. Excuse me, he says. I wonder Henry Mann can see him. Perhaps he can't see him. It's not for position. The Mini's a lap ahead of the big Ford. Harry Hickton has been given the black and white flag as a warning for exceeding track limits, incidentally. A little bit exuberant in his slides. It's not for position, but this is great to see, and Hickton hanging back a bit there. Though you'll get him in the chicane, maybe. Which side am I going to go, thinks Harry Hickton. It's almost comical, isn't it? Like an insect buzzing around behind a larger animal. Where am I going to pass him, thinks Harry Hickton. He can't see me because I'm so low down compared to him. The roof of the Mini only comes up to the rear lights. Look on the Fairlane. I'll get him here. There we go. Ah, now you can see me. See you soon, Henry Mann, he says. And Harry Hickton zips through to lap the Fairlane. Only just over 3.5 minutes to go. With Alex Reed seemingly set for victory. He's pulled away from Jack Riddell's Mustang. The gap is 2.8 seconds now. And here's the sole surviving Alfa Romeo. The 110 of Nick Pert and Steve Robinson. Wonderful look at the little Giulia TI Saloon. All set to win its class in 11th place. 4 laps down on the leaders. As this is the Top Hat series, I've just thought we should get Storm Stacey, the British Superbike racer, to compete in this. He tends to wear a top hat when he's off track. He does a bit of rallying, so he's proficient in a car. Saw him at Cadwell Park in the winter. I remember seeing his dad, Lester Stacey, racing at Hensford Raceway in the hot rods in my youth. Yeah, let's get Storm Stacey out in one of these cars. Was busy elsewhere at British Superbikes this weekend. There goes the Alfa Romeo. Mustangs are exactly 2.5 seconds apart now. They've completed 26 laps. We'll pick up the Mustangs. There's only 2 minutes of the race to go. With Harry Hickton set to take 3rd. The Fairlane 4th. They'll win their classes. The Les Leston Memorial class is going to be won by the big Fairlane. Alex Reed set to take the overall win. There he is. Puts another lap on Harry Hickton. And is Hickton slowing? Oh, what a disappointment. Harry Hickton's got a problem right at the end of the race. I hope he hasn't run out of petrol. Well, there's Alex Reid. He'll have one more lap to go this time. He's heading for victory. There's our second place car, Jack Riddell. But what a shame for Harry Higton. Dave Keating skates wide to let the Mustang through. So if Harry Higton doesn't make it home, it's going to be an all Yank Tank podium with the Fairlane in third place. The Rhodes class, if Higton doesn't keep going, is going to be won by the Davies family in their Mini. And Ding Boston is going to take 5th overall. Keep an eye on the Mini of Harry Higton, see if he does make it round to take the finish. And it's going to be Alex Reid, normally used to driving something much lighter than a Ford Mustang, with his work with Caterham. I was going to say swapping a Caterham 7 for 7 litres, but no, the Mustang 4.8 litres, not quite that big. Certainly number 7 though, and we know why, with his work with Caterham. Here he comes, up towards Church Corner in the colours of Alan Mann Racing. What a drive it's been by Alex Reid. Just got to get it through the chicane now. It'll be a 28 lap race. Blue flag waves to the Alfa Romeo. Moves aside, lets him through. Into the chicane. Bounces over the curb. Slides it through, round to the right. Checkered flag is in sight. Raise your top hats for Alex Reid. He takes the win in the HRDC Top Hat Saloon race. Jack Riddell comes home second, and the Mustangs a long way clear of their opposition. Here's the Fairlane through for third. 2 laps down on the 2 Mustangs. It's an all Yank Tank podium. What a way to celebrate Independence Day weekend. Harry Higton sadly doesn't make it home. What a shame for the young Mini racer. He always seems to have all the bad luck. There's the 65 Mustang. That's down in what will be 9th place. Now of Giles White and James Hall Fox. We wait for the Davies family. Here they are. They're going to take 4th place and win the John Rhodes class in their Mini. So the Davies will take 4th, and it will be Ding Boston in 5th place, as Harry Higton unfortunately won't be classified in the result. Here comes Ding for Oxford University. Well, we have the boat race and the annual varsity rugby match between the 2 universities. Anyone for an Oxford v Cambridge motor race? Ding would probably win it. So, provisional result then, the win goes to Alex Reid, just over 3 seconds ahead of Jack Riddell, and they were 2 laps ahead of everybody else. Thistlethwaite and Mann in the big Ford Fairlane taking 3rd. The Davies family 4th, Ding Boston 5th. Harry Higton I don't think will be classified, unfortunately, so 6th will go to Dave Keating. Ria Sauter and Andy Newell in Daisy, the Austin A30 will be 7th. Great driving by them. Then the Badettes in 8th place, White and Hall Fox in 9th. And the top 10 rounded out by the Alfa Romeo of Pert and Robinson. 10 cars go the distance. Sadly, we lost Harry Higton a couple of laps from home. We lost the Daniels in their Austin A40. Bond and Moore pulled into the pits, as did Gibbons and Dupe and Johnny Horsfield's Alfa Romeo. Cars heading back into Parc Ferme then. Hopefully Ian will be down there shortly. He's been delivering some supplies of water to our camera crews, we're told. Thanks, Ian. And here come the cars into Parc Ferme at the end of the Top Hat 45-minute touring car race. And Ian is down there ready to talk to Alex Reid, our race winner.
Well, here he comes, Alex Reid, Mr. Caterham himself, proves he can handle a Mustang as well as he takes the #1 spot. Look at that. Jack Ruddle coming home in P2, and the giant Ford Fairlane coming home in 3rd place. That was absolutely superb racing from all. We'll go have a chat with Alex very shortly. We'll just let him go over and congratulate Jack Ruddle as well, and we'll speak to, I think there's a bit of damage on Jack's car, is there? Let's just have a little look. I don't think there is, so we'll have a closer look at that very shortly. Well, Alex Reid, I was just saying, you can handle a lightweight Caterham, you can clearly handle a heavyweight Mustang as well.
Well, I just knew you wouldn't let me get away with it if I didn't win, right? I knew next time...
You wouldn't be able to go to the office, would you, tomorrow if you had one?
Next time we're at a Caterham meeting, you're going to rinse me if I don't win, so...
I've got to be nice to you now, haven't I?
It was mega. Firstly, I just want to say a massive thank you to David Moran. It's his car. I've been very lucky to drive it with him this year. He's in the south of France for a wedding at the moment, so hi David. I looked after your car, I promise, and it's a very good car, so thank you.
I can tell you, it's in pristine condition, Alex. You've done a great job.
And thanks to the Alan Mann Racing team, and also my wife. I always have to thank my wife,
Brilliant.
otherwise
Well
I'm in
said.
trouble.
Well said. Look, I'll let you go celebrate this one. You'll need to talk to Mark in a minute as well. Let's go have a quick chat over here with Jack as well. Jack, you were looking at the back of the car. Is everything all right?
Yeah, one of my tyres absolutely shredded.
That's it?
Yeah.
No way. Oh,
just because of the heat, honestly.
Yeah.
And yeah.
That was quite a tough race. I mean, you did it by yourself as well. How did you cope out there?
Yeah, I felt like it was going well. I was just trying to conserve the tyres, but honestly, it was so warm that by the end, I mean, last 2 or 3 laps, I was just trying to bring it home.
Yeah.
I couldn't really catch Alex at all. So, but yeah, it was honestly a good race.
A lot to be proud of, Jack. Well done. Congratulations. Nice P2.
Cheers.
Great stuff. Thanks for talking to us. Really do appreciate it. Right, here we go. We've got Mr. Thistlethwaite and Mann over here, who both promised me that they wouldn't be on the podium, because I've certainly run out of things to say to Alex over here. You told me as well, don't worry about it, we won't be on the podium. Well, you are.
Yeah, I know. I don't know how that happened. I think we must have inherited a place there somewhere along the line. But
You know, I actually went to the outside of the circuit to watch you guys come around turn 1, and this, my word, it is a spectacle, isn't it? What is it like to drive?
it's even more of a spectacle inside. I think, you know, you're bouncing around, wallowing, but it's got lots of grunt and it sort of behaves itself. So yeah, it's quite an experience. It's very kind of Alex to let me have a go.
Well, congratulations. And Alex, I must say the crowd out there, every time you guys came around in this, they were very appreciative of the show. So
Great, well, we're appreciative of them. Thank you to them.
Excellent, well done. Look, we've spoken enough. Well done. Anyway, thank you so much. Right, as you can see, the classic touring cars have just started to fire up, the Thunders, and not so long ago I caught up with a few of the drivers, so let's hear from them now. Well, here we are down in assembly area, time for our final action of the weekend for the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. What a show they have put on. But we've got a spectacular race coming up for you. It's going to be very loud indeed. Let's go over and have a quick chat. It is, of course, the Classic Thunder Saloons and the historic Thunder Saloons. Let's go say hello to Cliff Pettler down here. Cliff, how are we? Are we well today? Are we good? You had a good weekend?
Absolutely brilliant weekend. Yeah.
Where does Thruxton rank of all the circuits you race at?
I would say definitely one of the scariest ones. Probably most of the drivers say that.
Very diplomatic as well.
Yeah,
like
just
that.
the speed you have to carry through the corners and that. You know, you're on a knife edge.
How does the car cope around here?
It's probably not the best track for it, but it's doing all right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it got me third in class, so hopefully the same in this race.
What have you made of the Thruxton Retro event? Are you like aware of the volume of people as you're going around the circuit?
Not really.
No.
Just eyes are glued on the track, but it's nice to see everything. You know, they put a big effort on. So
Excellent.
Absolutely enjoyed it.
It's lovely to see you, Cliff. Really is. Good luck out there. Yeah, there you go. Look, there we go. Top stuff indeed. Right, let's just move around a little bit, shall we? Let's go have one more chat. I reckon we've got just about enough time before the cars head out onto the circuit. Which, look, I caught you right at a good time here, haven't I? Had plenty of water. It's a little bit toasty now, isn't it?
Yeah, very hot in the car. Absolutely. Fighting fatigue is going to be the challenge of the afternoon.
Yes, absolutely. What are we doing from here? What's the target? What can we look out for?
Beat those two guys.
Okay, I like that.
That's my target.
That's the plan. Good luck, yeah? Good luck indeed. Thank you so much for talking to us. Here we go. Time to go racing for the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. It's time for Thunder. Dave, over to you.
Yes, indeed. Thanks, Ian. Get ready to be thunderstruck. Classic Thunder, Historic Thunder and the Blue Oval Saloon Series all on the same grid. The Grid decided by the finishing order of yesterday's race. It'll be a rolling start, so we'll get quickly through this grid. Nick Vaughan in his 600 horsepower Audi A3 on pole. A return to action and a win yesterday. Joe Collier's BMW, the Classic Thunder points leader, alongside him. Dave Farrow's V8 engine BMW 1 Series and Giuseppe Calari's M3 on row 2. Top of the Blue Oval Saloons, Piers Grange's 2.6 litre Escort on row 3, alongside the Mark 1 Escort of Colin Voice in Historic Thunder. James Janicki's Nissan Skyline, Kevin Denwood's modified BMW Compact on the 4th row. Row 5, Simon Collier, father of Joe, and Martin Reynolds, who switched from his Mustang to his Escort. Row 6 is that man Alex Thistlethwaite. He's out again in his Chevy Camaro, although I can't see him on the grid for this one, so I'm not sure if he's there. Cliff Pellin's Fiesta, then Colin Claxton Escort, Will Hunt Fiesta, Todd Hawkins Fiesta, Michael Rudge Mark 2 XR2, and then watch out for fireworks with Ian Bauer off the back of the grid. Failed to race yesterday, he goes from the back. Not sure if Nigel Mustill's Group 5 Capri is there, and the Keneally family, they've changed driver, so if that car's there they'll have to start off the back. So we quickly got through the grid then. It's Nick Vaughan on pole, racing in memory of his father Alan this weekend, who sadly passed away a few weeks ago from cancer. We had hoped to have him here for one last race meeting for his comeback, but racing in his memory instead. Can he make it 2 wins out of 2 in the UK's maddest Audi A3? Cracking grid of cars behind him for our penultimate race of the weekend. 15 minutes, we're underway, and off they go. A few gaps on the grid by the look of things, but it's Vaughan who leads. Joe Collier, the Midlander, in second place, the young gun in his BMW, as they charge their way towards the complex. Watch out for Ian Bauer from the back of the grid. We've already seen what he can do in the Pre-93 race. He's the reigning Classic Thunder champion. Joe Collier takes the lead into the complex. Dave Farrow in his V8 engine BMW 1 Series, the EDF Motorsport car, in third. Then it's Giuseppe Calari, Joe Calari as he's known, in fourth place with his BMW. There's Martin Reynolds, the yellow Mark II Escort, switched out of his Mustang into the Escort for this one. There's James Janicki with the Skyline. Good to see that out there. Fast but temperamental car. Here comes Ian Bauer. He's already slicing his way through the cars from the back of the field. We haven't got Nigel Mustill's Group 5 Zach Speed Capri in the Jägermeister livery. Sadly, that went bang in qualifying yesterday, which is a great shame. There goes Colin Voice, the Mark 1 Escort, running in the Classic Thunder division. Now, is Alex Thistlethwaite there? I didn't see if he was on the grid. We'll pick that up. Meanwhile, Nick Vaughan's retaken the lead from Joe Collier. Farrow third, Calari in fourth, the London-based Italian. Runs a car recovery company. They complete the first lap. It's Vaughan who has the lead. Collier shadowing right on his bumper there as they go through Allard. Left flick of Green corner, named after squadron leader Andy Green of the Royal Air Force, the holder of the world land speed record in thrust SSC. Several of the corners at Thruxton named after land speed record holders. Here's a replay of how Nick Vaughan took the lead at the end of the first lap, up alongside Collier and round the outside. And that's the order they run in at the moment. Thistlethwaite's Camaro is not out there, so he didn't quite make it out for every race today. The only race he wouldn't have done was the Jochen Rindt Trophy. He was going for the record on his circuit. Farrow third, then Calari. Piers Grange is top of the Boss, the Blue Oval Saloon Series, in the Escort in fifth place. Colin Voice in his Escort is next. He's a Classic Thunder driver. Look for him coming through in sixth position. The Battle of the Escorts for fifth. There they are. Colin Voice in the turbocharged Mark 1. Piers Grange, having switched from his Ford Falcons, that beautiful silver Escort. Joe Calari attacking for third place. Simon Collier, father of Joe, is in seventh. The former Bangor racer, used to race for the Barton Boys team, based in Barton under Needwood in the Midlands. Kevin Denwood's BMW Compact is eighth. Martin Reynolds ninth, and James Janicki in 10th place. Martin Reynolds is the second of the Blue Oval Saloon runners. Cliff Pellin, third of them in his Fiesta. Ian Bauer is up to 12th from the back of the grid. Has he risen any higher? Yeah, he's gained 2 more places. He's into 10th now. Past Reynolds and Pellin. Then we've got the Escorts of Colin Claxton, the Castrol Escort. Will Hunt in his Ford Fiesta. Todd Hawkins in the red Fiesta. Then the Keneally family car. Pat and Michael Keneally sharing that car. Michael's been racing it this year His father Pat we normally see in a Ford Lotus Cortina in the Pre-66 class, but that's currently broken, so he's sharing Michael's Fiesta. We don't know who's in the car for this race though, I'm afraid. Michael Rudge at the back of the field in his Fiesta XR2. So we are missing a couple of cars that raced yesterday. A couple of cars didn't make it past qualifying. We haven't seen Nigel Mustill racing, the ex-Brick car man. Peter Moffat's Mark 1 Escort didn't make it past qualifying either, unfortunately. And nor did Ian Knight's Honda Civic. Here comes Simon Collier up alongside the Escorts. He's got the BMW nicely wound up in this one. Goes for the outside on Piers Grange. Oh, no you don't. Slater on the brakes for Piers. He holds 5th place overall. Vaughan's just done a 119.541. Problems for Will Hunt. He's got a puncture on the left front of the Fiesta, so he'll be pulling into the pits. Thruxton is notorious as a bit of a car breaker. It's got a very abrasive surface, very hard on tyres, and that's proven there by Simon Collier as he has a big lock-up going into the complex. Heat not helping the tyres today either. I'm surprised we haven't seen more punctures in today's racing. Thank you, Gary Curtis. It's Pat Keneally who's in the Fiesta at the back of the field, so Michael raced it yesterday. As Simon Collier sweeps around the outside of Piers Grange. Up into P5. There's his son Joe, 2nd place. Matty BCFC in our comment thread is cheering on the Colliers. BCFC refers to Birmingham City Football Club. Please don't build over Wheels Park. We want it back. Here's Will Hunt, and what happened to him? There's Pat Keneally going through in the Fiesta. Will Hunt blows a front tyre. He'll be heading for the pits. Here are the leaders. Now, Nick Vaughan's best lap at 119.541. How does that compare to his qualifying time from yesterday? He did a 119.3, so he's almost up with his qualifying pace there. Joe Collier trying to close in on him though. Good race going between these two up on the curb there at Village for the BMW. And you'll note that the Audi A3 of Nick Vaughan still has its number plates. It is, believe it or not, a street legal car. Nick has owned it since new. It's got over 250,000 miles on the clock. And he's progressively modified this car over the years, and now if he turns the boost up to 11, it can produce over 600 horsepower. Sooner him than me at the wheel of that car, I have to say. Here comes Kevin Denwood, the BMW Compact. We didn't see much of him yesterday in the first race. He's following Colin Voice, who looks after that BMW for him and tunes it through his company Voice Tune. And here comes James Janicki, and here comes the rear guard from the back of the grid, Ian Bauer. Missed yesterday's race, had problems after the Pre-93 race. He's a winner already today. He's chasing the pack down. Moving up on Denwood, who's just lost out to Janicki in the Skyline. Plenty of you in the comments cheering on Team Prawn, Nick the Prawn Vaughan, racing in memory of Alan, aka King Prawn. He's out in front, but less than a second up on Joe Collier at the moment. Here comes Bauer, past Denwood. His next target is James Janicki in the Skyline, the ex-Nippon Challenge Series star. Just to race alongside the likes of Adam Lockwood in his Nissan 200 SX, and Ian Bauer goes wide. That's the second time he's done that this weekend. Did that while battling Kevin Willis yesterday. Janicki is wound up here. He's got the boost turned up on the Nissan Skyline. Haven't seen any flames out of the exhaust yet though. Will Hunt unfortunately didn't make it to the pits in the Ford Fiesta. He's retired. As Janicki flies past Piers Grange, who's still leading the Blue Oval Saloons. He's dropping back down the overall order. Doesn't need to worry too much. The next of the blue oval cars is Cliff Pellin, who's down in 11th place as the leaders lap Todd Hawkins' Fiesta. And Joe Collier to the inside. He saw his chance there and he's through. Good move, Joe Collier. Just as they passed the back marker there, a moment's hesitation for Nick Vaughan, and the BMW was through on the inside. They're now coming up to lap Colin Claxton's Mark 1 Escorts. Just over 6 minutes of the race to go. Flames from the exhaust of Joe Collier's BMW. Proper Thunder Saloon racing from these two. There's Michael Rudge in his XR2. He's been lapped. Running at the tail of the field, the man from Dudley. Now Nick Vaughan looking to fight back. He wants a double win. He's up alongside Collier. The turbo boost kicks in and through he goes. Once again. That Audi's so quick in a straight line. You could run it on the drag strip on the infield here and it would give some of the established drag racers a run for their money, I think. Now, can he pull away this time? This PRG Trailers Classic Thunder Saloon race. It's a bit ironic. Piers Grange is racing in the Blue Oval Saloons and he sponsors the Classic Thunder Saloons through his company. The Historic Thunderers, sponsored by Ricky Cann, Aston Martin specialist, as side by side in the complex nearly came to disaster there. Collier goes back ahead. I thought Nick Vaughan was going to go straight on. So Joe Collier leads again. We haven't got any Historic Thunder Saloons in this race because the only one entered for it was Alex Thistlethwaite and he was a non-starter. Blue Oval Saloon sponsored by Burton Power. Now, what can Nick Vaughan do this time? An absorbing duel for the lead here. Here he comes to the inside at Church. The Audi's extra boost kicks in and through he goes. Now he's just got to put his foot down at Woodham Hill and he'll pull away. There he goes. Phenomenally fast in a straight line, that car. Heard a squeal of tyres in the background there as somebody had a spin. Pick that up in a moment. Leaders, they're 11 seconds clear of Joe Kalari in third place now. He's got ahead of David Farrow's BMW 1 Series. EDF Motorsports, who prepare that car, have said that that car doesn't like this circuit at Thruxton. They get past Michael Rudge to lap the XR2. Oh, and Pat Keneally slowing in the East Church Autos Fiesta, son Michael's car. And Vaughan's made a mistake at the complex again. Running out too wide there, and Collier this time will try and get away. Joe Collier was a winner at Cadwell Park earlier this season. He's leading the Classic Thunder points. There's his father, Simon. He's in 5th place. Piers Grange has now dropped behind Ian Bauer. There's Grange. He's got Kevin Denwood on his tail. That Escort is not running to its full potential here, sadly. James Janicki's Skyline is. As Bauer, as Vaughan up the inside again, retakes Collier in. Collier switches back to the inside, but again the Audi pulls away. Collier, the way he tightened to the inside there, was a good bit of driving there coming out of Church Corner, the fastest corner in the country. But again, Vaughan pulls away. It's just too quick in a straight line. There's back markers ahead. Martin Reynolds' Escort and Cliff Pellin's Fiesta. What can Joe Collier do this time? There's less than 3 minutes of the race to go. A couple of laps remaining. Martin Reynolds there in front of them. Get out of the way, says Nick Vaughan. Martin obliges. So will Cliff Pellin. That's the battle for second of the Blue Oval Saloons. Cliff Pellin runs out wide. So does Vaughan. Again takes that line. This time though he's able to defend from Joe Collier. Tries to go around the outside instead. I don't think that's going to work. No, he's out onto the curb. And Collier, did he miss a gear there? He's dropped back. Oh, is Collier in trouble? I thought he'd missed a gear. No, he's slowing. Oh, what a disappointment. We had such a good race for the lead there. I wonder if Joe Collier has lost his gears. He was looking down, I could see at the gear lever there. That is such a shame for Joe Collier, and that's going to put a dent in his championship hopes as well, with a non-score. We'll be hoping he can at least crawl round to pick up some points. But Nick Vaughan, who has got the black and white flag for exceeding track limits. Must be from when he ran wide at the complex a couple of times. That's going to pretty much hand him his second win. But not in the circumstances he would have wanted. He was having a terrific battle with Joe Collier there. Here's Piers Grange. He's dropped behind Kevin Denwood at now. How far behind is the second blue oval car of Cliff Pellin? Let's have a look at the interval on the timing screen. It's about 28 seconds down, so Grange should be safe. It's only just over a minute to go. But that Escort is struggling. He may have lost turbo boost. Had that problem at Donington earlier this year. Pat Keneally's retired his Fiesta into the pits. Less than a minute to go now. There is Piers Grange. PRG Trailers boss. He gets past Michael Rudge. Joe Kalari is now in second place. Flashes his lights at Martin Reynolds, goes through on the curb. He's got ahead of Joe Collier, who's back up to speed again. I wonder what's happened there. Don't know what the problem was for Joe, but he's back into second. He's back ahead of Kalari. Kalari with his hand out of the window there. Don't know what that was all about. Well, I don't know what the problem was for Joe Collier, but he's lost his chance of victory now. Is it going to be checkered flag this time, or will we get one more lap? There's only 10 seconds on the clock as Nick Vaughan comes through the chicane up towards the line. We are going to get one more lap. The clock went to 0 just as he crossed the line there. So Nick Vaughan will get one more lap. Well, his father's been looking down on him this weekend, certainly. You have to feel for Joe Collier, though. Whatever that problem was, it dropped him several seconds back. He lost second place briefly. And Nick Vaughan now has a lead of nearly 11 seconds going into the final lap. The Blue Oval Saloon still led by Grange, who's lapping about 4 seconds off his ultimate pace. But Cliff Pellin, I think, too far behind to catch him. James Janicki pushing on in 7th place behind Colin Voice. Been a decent weekend for the Skyline. He's had a lot of mechanical issues with that machine over the last couple of years. So he'll be pleased to get some points on the board. Lapping Colin Claxton's Castrol Escort. But here he comes. Vaughan the Prawn reigns supreme at Thruxton. Great to have the 2023 Classic Thunder champion back. And this one, once again, is for Alan. It's going to be another very emotional Parc Ferme after this race, just as it was yesterday, as he comes through the chicane for the final time. What a return to racing for the Audi A3 and for Nick Vaughan. The team cheer him home. It's a double for Vaughan the Prawn on his local circuit. That one, again, is for his dad. Joe Collier, a doubtlessly unhappy second. And Giuseppe Kalari comes over in third. It's going to be 4th place for David Farrow. A quiet race for the man in the 1 Series. He confesses the car does not suit this circuit. But he gets the 4th place, and it should be Simon Collier home in 5th position. Collier Senior in his BMW. There's Colin Voice, James Janet. Oh, Simon Collier's slowed as well. The Colliers are jinxed in this race. So it is going to be Colin Voice home for 5th place. What's happened to the Colliers? First Joe hits trouble, and then Simon on the last lap. So Colin Voice comes over in P5. James Janicki is 6th, and who's going to be 7th? It should be Ian Bauer next. Yes, there he was. Ian Bauer comes over in 7th from the back of the grid. Simon Collier crawls home. It's going to be Kevin Denwood home next, Nathan. Simon Collier, an unhappy 9th, ahead of Piers Grange, though, so Grange really dropped back in the closing stages. But Nick Vaughan's pace was such he's lapped all the other Blue Oval Saloon runners, so Grange will still get the win in his category. Provisional result then, Nick Vaughan wins by 7.5 seconds ahead of a doubtlessly frustrated Joe Collier. We'll find out what the issue was with his BMW. Giuseppe Kalari 3rd ahead of Dave Farrow, then Colin Voice 5th after poor old Simon Collier dropping back to 9th on the final lap behind Janicki, Bauer from the back of the grid, Kevin Denwood. Piers Grange rounds out the top 10. He was the last one on the lead lap. Behind him were Cliff Pellin and Martin Reynolds in the Blue Oval Saloons. Then Colin Claxton, Todd Hawkins and Michael Rudge completing the finishers. We lost Pat Keneally into the pits, Will Hunt with the puncture, and they were the only starters. But more emotional celebrations coming up for Nick Vaughan and his family. On his comeback weekend, he takes a double in memory of his father, Alan. Well, Joe Collier's caught him up again now as they head around on the slow down lap. It's too late. We'll try and find out what the problem was there for Joe. Such a shame because they were having such a great battle at the front of the field. And Joe Collier, I'd say, really has come of age this weekend and now looking a favourite for the Classic Thunder title. Into pit lane they come, and Ian's down there to greet them.
Yeah, here he comes. What a weekend it has been for Nick Vaughan. A very emotional one as well. He took the win yesterday, a very emotional win after his father passed away 6 weeks ago. And he's made it a pair of victories. Joe Collier running him close throughout, and it was a cracking race indeed. And then Giuseppe Calari coming home in third place. We will wait for the drivers to get out of the cars. That's the 8th race of the season for the PRG Trailers Classic Thunder Saloons and Ricky Can, Aston Martin Specialist Historic Thunder Saloons with the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. We've got some of the boss cars in there as well. Let's go over and see our good friend Nick. There's an awful lot of love on social media for you.
How you doing?
What a weekend it has been, eh?
Oh, what a weekend. That was a different story, wasn't it?
Well, Joe, he's quick, isn't he?
I knew I was in for a fight, but that boy can drive. That boy can drive, Jesus.
So can you. You're not bad yourself, you know.
That was a fantastic race. About 4 laps in, I lost the clutch pedal. Caused a couple of lockups and missed gears going into the complex. I'll say sorry to Joe for that. I caught him unawares there, I think, but the car did amazingly. The engine, built by Badger 5, got us through that. All the power down to Church and up the Woodham Hill, unbelievable. I was on my toes the whole time.
Nick, I'm so happy. I know what this weekend meant to you. Tops is smiling. Well done.
Thank you, Ian.
Congratulations, mate.
Take care, mate.
Great stuff indeed. Let's go have a chat with Joe, shall we? Come on, my man. Oh, wow.
I tried.
You did an half try, did you?
Know, yeah,
You're nice and wet as well.
Yeah.
Look at that. Not quite enough in the end, though, eh?
No, we had a misfire. I know, I'm gutted to go out like that, but
yeah,
we made Prawny work for it.
Oh, you did. You put a show on for us, so thank you very much.
No worries. But I think midway through the race, I come around the exit and the car started spluttering. I don't think it's coil pack or something small, but then it cured itself, so managed to pick third or second back up, wherever it was. So perfect example of power versus handling. So straights every time he was gone, and then I had to do all the work again in the tight, twisty sections.
Let me tell you something, Joe. For the show you've put on, you're both winners for us, so thank you very much. I don't really actually mean anything, because you still get the second place trophy. But thank you anyway.
No worries, thank you.
Cheers, top man. Good to see you, bud.
Cheers,
you look after yourself. We'll go have a chat with Giuseppe over here. I know he's had his... How are we doing, my man? Hey, come on. That's it,
what we needed.
isn't it?
That's what we needed.
You know you've had your issues yesterday, but that's more like it,
That's
right?
more like it. Yesterday we had the issues with the power steering, drove the whole race without power steering. And today we fixed it overnight, and I said it's got to be on the podium today.
I would have thought, actually, when I saw you, we spoke earlier, didn't we? I thought your arms would be on the floor after
I can still feel it. I can still feel it. I had a good battle with Dave. Near the end of the race, me and Joe had a little battle together, a few back markers, and obviously, obviously still on the podium, third.
Mate, that's great. I'm so happy for you. No, come on, man. Come on. Well done. Have a safe journey home, yeah? Thank you so much. Yeah, that's it for the Classic Touring Cars this weekend here at Thruxton Retro. Big thank you to the Pre-66s that we've seen. We've had the Boss got the Thunder here as well, the 83s, the 93s, the 03s. Thank you so much. That's not it though, because we have one race left, the Gerry Marshal Trophy. They are waiting in assembly area right now, and just a few moments ago I caught up with some of the drivers, so let's hear from them now. Well, just like that, everybody, it is almost over here at Thruxton Retro. What a weekend we have had, but not quite. We have one dance left, and it is the Gerry Marshal Trophy. We're going to have a quick chat with James Slaughter over here, who's looking to slaughter the opposition. You've heard that before, haven't you? That was
It's been said once or twice.
Yeah. I need to come up with something more creative, don't we? But you are in the prime spot here. Everybody wants to get past you. At these 45-minute races, the endurance side, is it something you prefer?
Actually, this is quite a sprinty race at 45 minutes for these cars. These will, they were long distance cars in their day. It's just going to be hot, and so brakes and tyres will really struggle. But in quality, it ran pretty cold. It was all right. I love Thruxton. We just don't come here enough, and so I sort of hope this takes off, because I haven't raced here for 6 or 7 years. I don't know what it is. It's just a brilliant circuit.
Very unique, isn't it? The high-speed nature of it.
Yeah, so I race at Goodwood as well occasionally when I'm lucky, and it's a bit like Goodwood with a little less jeopardy, which is quite nice.
James, best of luck. Thanks for talking to us. Really appreciate it. Enjoy it, won't you? Listen to the cars. Here they come now. This sounds absolutely incredible. That's the number of 14 there. Andrew Willis behind the wheel of that one. Let's just very quickly say hello to him, shall we? And just see how he's feeling. Glad he's turned the engine off, because I couldn't hear anything as you were going back. But look, what a great car. What an honour to be behind the wheel, right?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's a privilege to drive it. I've just finished restoring it this year.
Brilliant. Amazing.
So this is Gerry Marshall's original car. And it's great to get it back out in Group 1 touring cars, mixing it with the big bunch. So yeah, it's brilliant.
Well, can I say thank you as well for the job you've done on it. It looks superb. Enjoy this race, won't you? And thanks for coming out to play. Really appreciate it. Have a great time. Here we go then. Yeah, one final race here at Thruxton Retro 2026. The Gerry Marshall Trophy about to get underway. 45 minutes of action. Dave Goddard, over to you.
Yes, thanks Ian. So the car's out onto track then for our final race of the weekend, the HRDC Gerry Marshall Trophy. We'll take you through the grid first of all and give you some additional info on the race. It is James Slaughter in his Capri on pole, the Juicy Jeans sponsored car, alongside John Spires. We've already seen him take a win in his TVR, now in his Hermitite Mark II Capri. Second row, Andrew Willis in the Triplex Capri. More info on that car in a moment. We've just heard from Andrew. Paul Martin in the Valvoline Capri alongside him. On row 3 is number 3, shared by Mark Thomas and Gregor Marshall, son of Gerry Marshall, is out in this one, alongside the first of the Alfa Romeos, David and Jake Margulies sharing their Alfetta. We saw that car out earlier on in the Classic Alfa Challenge. Car number 69, Reese Cannell and Tom Harvey. We've seen him in his Escort this weekend, driving the Quick Brew Teabags Capri. Great sponsors on these cars to identify them by. James Gibbons, the Canadian, in his Alfetta GTV, and Clive Golding should be the other car on the grid for this one, number 126. We saw that car out earlier as well. It's a case of quality over quantity on this grid for this 45-minute race. Same rules as the Top Hat race. The pit window opens after 15 minutes, closes after 30 minutes. Racing in celebration of Gerry Marshall, one of Britain's, well, one of the world's greatest ever saloon car racers. He won over 600 races in his career in a variety of cars, including principally the dealer team Vauxhall cars of the 70s, his most famous car being Baby Bertha, as it was known, the Vauxhall Firenze with a Holden V8 engine. That car still raced by its current custodian Joe Ward today, but it's the Group 1 touring cars that Gerry later competed in that we have racing today, including Gerry's original, as we just heard from Andrew Willis, Triplex Capri. Very privileged to have that car out here. Just getting the cars into the correct order there. I think we may be missing one or two of them, unfortunately. Yeah, the Valvoline car of Paul Martin is not there. The Gregor Marshall Mark Thomas car is there. I think that's the Marlborough liveried car. 3 Alfa Romeos. The Quick Brew car is there. Eight cars on the grid then. We're missing Paul Martin, but the rest of them are there. This will be a 45-minute race in remembrance of the legendary Gerry Marshall. Off they go. Give you a bit of history on the cars as we go through this race. It is John Spires who takes the lead in the Hermitite Mark II Capri on the outside line. These cars famous in the British Saloon Car Championship in period. If you want to know more about this period of racing, there is a great film you can look up called There's Only One Gerry, which charts Gerry's career in the 70s and shows him racing principally the dealer team Vauxhall cars, and includes some great period footage and music. It really is one of my favourite pieces of motorsport footage I've ever seen. So the Hermitite Capri is the car that was raced by the likes of Les Blackburn and a certain Tom Walkinshaw in period, more famous as a team manager, of course. And that's the car we have leading the way here, ahead of the Juicy Jeans car, driven in this race by James Slaughter. That's an ex-Andy Rouse car. Big names associated with this series, the Ford Capris, and perhaps the greatest Capri exponent of all was Gordon Spice. He went on to found his eponymous sports car firm. So it's Capris against Alfa Romeos out in this one. There's Clive Golding. That car was a bit smoky earlier on. Good to see it back out. But the most famous car on this grid, without a doubt, is the Triplex Capri. Now, we've seen Stuart Kay's replica Triplex Capri out earlier on. This is the real deal. Andrew Willis, who I remember beginning his career at the aforementioned Birmingham Wheels Raceway in the mini-stocks category as a junior driver. He's the son of Dave Willis, who raced hot rods for many years and super rods, including in Capris. And his first major project as a car restorer in his later years, Andy Willis, was the Austin A302, which is an Austin A30 body in bright yellow on a Ford Mustang chassis, a proper special saloon. But then he came across this Capri, the Triplex car, carefully studied photographs and established it was the original, previously raced by Gerry Marshal and Colin Vandervelde in period. And Andy has restored that car, not into concourse condition as you might see in motor racing on a regular basis, but he's managed to get that car into the exact condition and the exact livery as it raced in period. It really is a remarkable project that Andy has undertaken and has begun racing it this year. Racing in memory of his mother, who sadly passed away a few months ago. One car into the pits already. That's the Quick Brew Teabags car, in the colours of Ivan Dutton Racing. The number 69 car raced by Rhys Cannell, a Capri specialist, and Tom Harvey. Normally see him in escorts. Here's the Marlborough car up the inside. Of course, the Marlborough name has to be barcoded out because of tobacco advertising being forbidden. That's the Gregor Marshall and Mark Thomas number 3. Having researched the history of the British Saloon Car Championship myself over the years, it's quite special seeing these cars competing out there. Of course, Gerry Marshall was still active at the time of his passing, the great Gerry Marshall sadly passed away while testing a car at Silverstone. He suffered a heart attack, and he is still missed by everyone. He was a real character of motorsport, was Gerry. Didn't look like a racing driver. He was a big, burly man. Some cynics suggested he would have gone on to a successful single-seater career had he been able to fit in them. He was too big for single-seaters, so took up saloon cars, and my goodness, could he drive them. Always very forthright in his views was Gerry. His attitude to racing was perhaps summed up by the title of his autobiography, Only Here for the Beer. Times in the 70s it was said he would walk onto the grid at race meetings with a cigar in his mouth and a pint in his hand. It was the 70s, nobody cared about safety and so on then. What an era it was. Gerry Marshall in saloon cars, James Hunt in Formula One, Roger Clark in rallying, Barry Sheen on bikes, Barry Lee and George Polly in hot rods, Stuart Smith in Formula One stock cars. And I was born in 1986 and I missed all of it. If only I'd been around to see these cars race in period, but thanks to the drivers and their teams who've restored these Capris and Alfa Romeos, we see them in action today. The Cannell and Harvey Capri has been in twice, so the Quick Brew car is struggling unless their drivers are stopping for a brew. John Spears leads in the Hermatites car. It's the Capri's battling it out. It's a nice little battle developing for second place here. The Juicy Jeans Andy Rouse car. He did race Capri's in his younger days, Andy, before going on to become a hero in Sierra Cosworths to many, including this commentator in my younger days. The Triplex car of Willis in third place, then Gregor Marshall and Mark Thomas in fourth place in the number 3. The Alfa Romeo's a bit further back. There's the Marlborough Alfa Romeo. Nice disguising of the name there for John Gibbons. James Gibbons, I should say, the Canadian driver. The Alfa Romeo's running in their own separate class, led by the Margulies family. There they are. That's the Andy Rouse replica as well, the ICS, Industrial Control Services liveried car. Pete Hall, the managing director of the company, raced that car initially, but it was Andy Rouse who went on to win the controversial 1983 British Saloon Car Championship in that car when the Tom Walkinshaw Rovers were declared illegal and Steve Soper lost the title. British Leyland immediately quit touring cars when that verdict was announced. Andy Rouse went on to win the title the following year, ironically, in a Rover Vitesse that he prepared himself. And then went on to win in a, well, 1985, officially it was a Sierra. It wasn't, it was a Ford Mercury from America that Andy had engineered. He won his 4th title earlier than that in a Triumph Dolomite back in the 70s. Gerry Marshall drove Dolomites occasionally as well. Oh, running wide there, who's that? Nearly running off, that's the number 3 car. That's how Gerry would have driven them, sideways. I've seen onboard footage of Gerry, admittedly not in his Capri, in his Vauxhall days, and he would dance a car around. Yes, one of our commenters, Richard's Racing Mad, says Gerry's book was hilarious. I wonder if Gregor Marshall has got any spare copies I could buy. I'd love to have a read of Only Here for the Beer. I don't know why I'm being nostalgic for an era that I never saw. I said I wasn't born till the mid-80s. Andy Willis flicks his Capri through. Andy Willis driving like he's in the 70s there, and he's a lot younger than me. My goodness, he can drive. In and out of the pits again goes the Quick Brew car. He must be stopping for a Quick Brew, Reese Cannell and Tom Harvey. I do with a brew myself, it's pretty warm here in the commentary box. Out in front is still John Spires. He leads by 3.3 seconds now over the rest of the Capris. They're battling out for second place. Then we've got this Alfa Romeo battle. They're about 24 or so seconds down on the Capris. David and Jake Margulies, they're based at the Goodwood circuit. Jake used to race a Ford Escort. James Gibbons behind in the 77. And Clive Golding next in the order in his Alfa Romeo in 7th place. He's about 14 seconds down the road. 3 laps behind now, the Quick Brew Capri. Pit window opens in about 5 minutes time. And hopefully Ian will be down there this time to have a chat to some of the drivers as they swap positions. Couldn't do so during the Top Hat race because he was helping out our camera crews to cool down by delivering them some water supplies. This is the battle of the Alfa Romeo class. Margulies against Gibbons. Hi to Thomas Butterfield. Yes, it is the Jaguar racer. Unfortunately, I'm watching from home. Garage full of V12 XJX bits awaiting attention. See you back out next year, Thomas. Should be out in pre-83 next year. That's good to hear. for all your comments coming in. That's to Chris Ayres. Cockney Bryant. Ian Holman, he was cheering on Nick Vaughan earlier. The Capris slide their way around, almost in formation, these three. James Slaughter, Andy Willis, and the Marshal Thomas pairing. Again, we sadly didn't get the starting drivers for this one. Great to see Gregor Marshall still competing in memory of his father. I really wish I had been around to experience the 70s in motorsport. We mentioned circuit racing, rallying, bikes and stock car racing. It was also the era in drag racing when Clive Skilton was battling Dennis Priddle on the UK's drag strips. As the sport really started to take off. Coverage from Radio 1, no less, in the 70s of drag racing, Santa Pod. So the leader is now nearly 4 seconds up the road. Andy Willis having a go here for second place. Sideways on the Exeter Campbell. They're all sliding around these spectacular rear-wheel drive machines. First time I saw Capri's race was on the ovals in, not Bangor Racing, but the National Super Rods, the big V6 Capris. And Andrew Willis's father Dave would have been on the grid then. Capris to Sierras as Andy nearly goes off. As at Hensford and Birmingham, the likes of Frank Birch, Mick Robertson, who's still going in the Super Silhouette Series on the circuits today, and Hoss Parry, many more besides. Andy Willis flings the original triplex Capri through Church Corner. Wonderful sounding cars as well, the 3-litre V6 Capris. Here comes the Marshal Thomas car up the inside. Willis later on the brakes, moves across to the inside. 32.5 minutes to go, so the pit window is closer to opening. A couple of minutes before it does. Willis showing in second place on the timing because the transponder's playing up on the number 7 of James Slaughter. There's the Quick Brew and Super Brew car. Smoking a bit there, so Reese Cannell and Tom Harvey struggling a bit with that car, but they're keeping it going. And they're doing their best to slide it about as well. Given how sideways that was going, I wonder if that is Tom Harvey in that car. Talking of sideways, there goes the number 3 again. They're certainly doing their best to entertain, aren't they? So John Spears continues to lead in the Mark II Capri, the Hermatites car. Holman Blackburn, aka Les Blackburn, was the leading exponent there in the mid-70s. He's out in front of the battle for second. He's 3.3 seconds up now. Slaughter, then Willis, then Marshall / Thomas. In fact, they're reeling it in slightly, I think. The gap was 3.29 seconds. Let's see what it is this time through as they come over the line. There's Spears. Spires. I think it's Spires. Yeah, it's down to just over 1.5 seconds now. They're reeling the leader in here. It's going to be 4 Capris for the lead shortly. Gerry would be proud. So would Gordon Spice. Big lock up there from the number 3 again. He's going for the inside for third place on Andy Willis. The triplex car holds him off. I reckon that is Gregor Marshall in that number 3 car. He's driving just like his father would. For a moment, take a look to see if that film I mentioned is still on YouTube. Yes, it is. Take a look at that at the end of this race to end our day at the races. Have a nostalgia trip back to the 70s. Andy Willis having to defend here, and the leaders having to defend, because here comes James Slaughter, who's raced this Capri in with the historic Touring Car Challenge and the Tony Dron Trophy as well, in memory of another of Britain's all-time great saloon car racers, the racing journalist Tony Dron. He's going for the lead here along the pit straight, the Juicy Jeans car. Through it goes, into the lead. Pit window, meanwhile, has just opened, so we'll see some stops, I think, next time around. Into the complex, we have a new leader, James Slaughter, in the number 7. Tom Spears goes down to 2nd place. Who shares with the likes of Tiffany Dell and Nigel Greensall in historic racing. I've been watching Nigel for many years as well in absolutely everything. I remember him competing in a Tyrrell in the Boss Formula Series, big open single-seaters. I think it was in a Paul Stoddart owned car. The Capri in number 3 dances its way around in 4th place. The Quick Brew car's still going. 8th place, 3 laps down after a couple of early stops with some problems, but it's still running. Will we see any scheduled stops this time around? Rhys Cannell has appeared, excuse me, I'm starting to lose my voice at this stage of the weekend, has appeared in a few Capris over the years. He's raced the Brute 33 car in the past, the Stuart Graham car. That's the Margulies Alfa Romeo. That's still in 5th place. James Gibbons has dropped back from him now. I think we can hand down to Ian in the pits, and he's talking to Jake Margulies, his father David, out on track at the moment.
Yeah, welcome down to the pits, everybody. I've got Jake Margulies is here, waiting for the old man to come in. You might have to jump in at any moment. Marty, how's he getting on out there?
He's well, he's going round and round. We've got a bit of a tyre issue today, but we're making the most of it. We're both learning the track. And yeah, we're just in it for the class win, but mostly we could get a podium, but you know there's a lot of attrition today. So yeah.
What is it, Jake, about an Alfa?
Well, I mean, firstly it's a sound thing. It's just it's fantastic, but it's got really good balance in its handling really. With the gearbox being at the back, and yeah, it's just it's a nice balanced car to drive.
I like it. Well, look, I'm going to let you get ready because he could pop in any minute now. Any minute now. So I promise it's going to get busy here very, very soon. Jake, best of luck. Thanks for talking to us. Really do appreciate it. It's Jake Margulies there in the Alfa Romeo, just waiting for his dad to come into the pits. It's going to get busy soon. But Dave, back to you.
It's good to hear from the Margulies family there, and here's a replay of Andy Willis in the triplex car. That's take 2nd place from John Spires.
I just seen him go through.
Side by side as they come through the complex, but no, John Spires gets back ahead. Willis cutting to the inside. Great battle between these three. Spires, I think, just about hanging on there. That's allowed the number 3 car up into 3rd place. There's a great fight going on here for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. And they're still at it as they come through into the complex this time. So James Slaughter has been able to escape into the lead in the number 7. The number 3 car sideways off the curb again. That's got to be Gregor Marshall, imitating his father. He's loving this. We're loving this. May not be a huge field out there for the Gerry Marshall Trophy, but they really are making an effort to put on a show. Oh, where's he going now? Nearly ended up in Thruxton Village then. And Andy Willis goes through into 3rd place. Let's see what the number 3 can do here. We're assuming it's Gregor Marshall in the car. One of our 2 driver machines. We know it's David Margulies who started the Alfa Romeo. I think it's Rhys Cannell who started the red Quick Brew Capri. van der Velde, the other man who was well known in the triplex Caprian period, son of Tony van der Velde of Van Wall Formula One fame in the late 50s. There'll be no rubber left on those tyres by the time he comes in to make the pit stop. This is brilliant. John Spires still there in second in the Hermitite car, the Tom Walkinshaw car. I remember him having a tangle with the triplex car at Druid's Hairpin at Brands Hatch. I think it was the triplex car anyway. They got caught up coming through Paddock Hill Bend. You see this in There's Only One Gerry. And then Walkinshaw, perhaps in an act of revenge, punts the other car out coming through the hairpin at Druids. They all went to the Kentigan and had a laugh about it afterwards though. Gerry was out in the Vauxhall Firenze on that occasion. Here's the Quick Brew car into the pits. Driver change in progress. Oh, that's one of our Alfas out. It's Clive Golding, and it looks like smoke from the left front wheel there. I think that's a brake that might have locked on. We saw that car with a bit of smoke earlier on, but yes, Clive Golding out of the race. The Margulies Alfa Romeo is in. James Gibbons, I can tell you, he's in as well. You saw him in the background there. Jake Margulies gets in. The Super Brew Quick Brew car leaves. As the Alfas are in. One Alfa out of the race, unfortunately. We think the Cannell and Harvey Quick Brew car might have a brake binding as well. This circuit very tough on tyres and brakes. The leader is in. In comes James Slaughter. The Marshal and Thomas car, they're all coming in. The triplex car is in. That's the number 3. So we will confirm who was in the car for that first thing. I think it was Gregor Marshall. So the only car that hasn't come in is John Spires. Out goes Jake Margulies at the wheel of his father's Alfa. Out goes James Gibbons in his Alfa. Andy Willis is in. Listen to that. The Juicy Jeans car in the hands of James Slaughter goes back out. So they've all come in at the same time except for John Spires. Mind the clutch, they say, as the number 3 car leaves. James Slaughter not shown as having gone back out of the pits because his transponder isn't working properly. There's John Spires. Now, is he going to come in this time? There's Golding's car in the background. He stopped at the exit of the complex. He's out of the race. So wait to see if the order settles in and everybody cycled through their stops. Out comes the triplex car of Andrew Willis. His brother Jonathan had a short stint in the British Truck Racing Championship a few years ago in an MAN. And we will see the trucks out next weekend at Snetterton on the 300 circuit. There's John Spires. So he's now into the lead, having not yet made his pit stop. He's on a different strategy to all the others. Yeah. James Slaughter still staying in the pits at the moment, and I can confirm it was Tom Harvey in the number 69 car, the Quick Brew car, because he's talking to Ian now down in the pits.
Yes, welcome back down to the pits, everybody. We've got a couple of drivers here. We've got, well, there's David. Let's just jump in with Tom a sec. You're at the short shift down there, aren't you?
Yeah, the little Quick Brew Capri when Reese took the start is misfiring a little bit on the first lap, and Reese, being sensible, he's come in thinking it was something sinister, but I just jumped in it obviously before the pit window had opened, so I just jumped in it just to see what it was like, and it's only at a certain RPM and only every now and then, so I think it's just an intermittent fault with the car, so we've sent Reese back out when the pit window had opened, but obviously we'll probably be disqualified because we've done a driver change before the pit window.
Yeah, you're smiling. That's it. You're smiling, aren't you?
But the Capri was lovely to drive around in. It's a pleasure, to be honest, and I just thank Reese for letting do it.
Well, you might as well finish the race. You're going to get
exactly. Yeah, we might as well have some fun.
You've always got a smile on your face.
I know.
It's good to see. Go have some water, Tom. Go on, mate. Good to see you. All right, Dave, back to you.
Thanks, Ian. Just as John Spires comes in there, I'm just going to check the regs on that because the team admitting they made a driver change at the end of the first lap there with the problems with the car. I'm just going to check what the penalty is for driver changes outside the pit window. I can't see a penalty for that in the Gerry Marshall Trophy regulations, so we'll wait and see what happens there. And there's John Spires, now in for his stop. Perhaps he stayed out expecting the safety car might come out for Clive Golding's car, but it hasn't. He does look a bit frustrated as he drives away there. See where he slots back in. It's James Slaughter at the front of the other pack of Capris. So John Spires on a different strategy. Now where's he coming out? Comes out. Is that Slaughter that just went through? I saw a Capri disappearing up towards the complex. There's James Gibbons. There's James Slaughter. So I think John Spires has rejoined in second place. Find out who was in the Marshall Thomas car for the first stint as well. I think it was Gregor Marshall. We didn't see him take his helmet off though, so I can't be certain. We know what happened with the Cannell and Harvey car. Rhys Cannell started it, but he came in after the first lap and swapped to Tom Harvey, who's now got out again at the mandatory stop. I couldn't see anything in the regulations about a driver change outside the window. They've done their mandatory pit stop and driver change now. So James Slaughter is now, I think, your de facto race leader. We'll just have to see where John Spires slots back in on the timing screen. I think he's in second place. Yes, Richard points out in the comments, in this hot weather, tyres could be the factor here. As the leader comes into the chicane. This will be the completion of lap 17. The transponder transponds this time through, so they might have checked that at the pit stop. Spires in second place. Yes, 4.4 seconds down. So John Spires has rejoined in second. Pitted a lap later than the other Capris. And it should be the number 3 in third place. We'll see how far back the Marshall and Thomas car is. There's no minimum or maximum pit stop times in HRDC racing. There's the number 3, so they're 25 seconds down now in third place, Marshall and Thomas. I think it's Mark Thomas at the wheel of that car now. We'll confirm that with Ian if we can. Now where's the triplex car? There it goes. See it from the pit wall. He's a further 21 seconds back in fourth place, Andy Willis. Next through it should be the Margulies family. Jake Margulies, the first of the Alfa Romeos. Here he comes. He's in P5. The Alfa's not as quick as the Capris. They're having their own race in their own class. It's named the Will Hire class, named after the Will Hire 24 Hours that used to take place at Snetterton every summer. Snetterton, of course, does hold a 24-hour race every year on August Bank Holiday for 2 CVs. But I, for one, would love to see the old Will Hire 24 Hours brought back, and maybe for classic touring cars. It would be nice to see. Thank you, Thomas Butterfield. He's confirmed. In fact, it was Mark Thomas who started the number 3 car. Gregor Marshall has now taken over. So it was Mark Thomas who was impersonating Gerry Marshall in the number 3 car. So what I didn't spot there is that Gregor is wearing a replica of his father's blue and white race suit. So it's Gregor Marshall now in the number 3 car. So we've established the driving order for this race. Thank you to those who've helped out. The Alfas, I think, are a lap down on the Capris now. Looks like there might be a little bit of damage on the left rear of that Alfa. I think the bumper's hanging loose. Have a look as he comes out of church, Jake Margulies. Yeah, you can just see the very corner of the bumper is loose, look. On the number 99. 27.8 seconds clear of James Gibbons. And of course the car of Rhys Cannell, the Quick Brew car, that had problems early on, so that's a couple more laps behind. Still got just under 15 minutes of this race to go. Everybody's made their pit stops, except for Clive Golding, who didn't make it far enough, sadly. So the pit window is now closed. And we race to the finish. Right. The gap was 4.42 seconds. It's now down to 3.8 seconds. Will it come down again as they come over the line? 2.5 seconds. John Spires is in pursuit of our race leader. Pick them up as they come towards the complex. Here they come. There's Slaughter. There's Spires. The chase is on. Can John Spires hunt down James Slaughter for the lead? Mark 3 Capri against Mark 2 Capri. Spires is lapping about 1.5 seconds quicker at the moment. Gregor Marshall in third. He's another 32.5 seconds back in that third place, and he's lapping in the 1:37. So it's between these two for the win. Andrew Willis in fourth place. I wondered if Andrew might double up and bring out his Austin Special Saloon for the Scottish Championship races in the Allcomers class this weekend. James Slaughter drifts the Capri through Church, followed by John Spires. Let's see if the gap's coming down any further. It's under 13 minutes of this race to go. I will apologise if I lose my voice in these final 13 minutes, because I am struggling here in the box. Oh, John Spires, a bit of an overshoot there into the chicane. Turns it back. Across the line they come. Has the gap come down? Spires showing in front on the timing screen because, again, that transponder playing up on James Slaughter's car. You know, the gap has actually gone out there because of that overshoot by John Spires at the chicane. 3.75 seconds now. Slaughter did a 1:34.5, Spires did a 1:35.8, so he's dropped back again. What's the gap between Marshall and Willis was 14.3 seconds, and Willis's last lap was 3 seconds quicker, so we might see the triplex car reeling in the Marlborough car for third place. And it's down to 11.2 seconds now with just under 12 minutes of this race to go, so Andy Willis could set off in pursuit of Gregor Marshall here. There is Gregor in the Marlborough liveried Capri. Certainly one of the most iconic liveries in motorsport history, the Marlborough red and white, adorned the McLaren Formula One cars for so many years, and so many other forms of motorsport as well, like this Alfa Romeo. It's up there in my favourite motorsport liveries of all time. My all-time favourite is the Silk Cuts livery used by Jaguar. There is James Gibbons. Another leading exponent in Alfa Romeos, such as that one, is Paul Clayson with his green and white machine, with Paul not here this weekend. James Gibbons in sixth position. It's about to be caught by Gregor Marshall. Ten minutes to go in this HRDC Gerry Marshall Trophy then. Capri's holding the top four places. Lead gap is just over 3 seconds. Here comes Andy Willis. Look at that for a slide coming out of the complex. He's driving beautifully in the original triplex Capri. He's 8.5 seconds behind Gregor Marshall now. As they go out into the country towards Church Corner. An interesting chase here for that third place, and John Spires will be trying to chase down James Slaughter as well. His last lap though was slightly slower. Spires has got the fastest lap of the race, 1:33.11. We're lapping in the 1:34s, 1:35s. Marshall in the 1:37s. Willis in the 1:34s. So he's taking nearly 3 seconds a lap out of the Marlborough car. Jake Margulies the quickest Alfa Romeo. So no points, as we said before. Results are almost of secondary importance in the HRDC. It's all about enjoying this classic machinery to its fullest. Full credit to Julius Thurgood and his team of officials. And great to have them as a part of Thruxton Retro for the first time. Slaughter still leads in the number 7. Here he comes up Woodham Hill. The gap was 3.18 seconds to John Spires last time through in the Tom Walkinshaw Hermatites car. Through the chicane. Wait to see what the gap is this time through. There's Willis. Chasing now Gregor Marshall. Gap was down to 6.3 seconds last time through. A quicker lap for Marshall that time. The lead gap is back up to 3.9 seconds. So James Slaughter responding to the chase of John Spires. Gregor Marshall in third place. These two are not going to catch the two leaders. Andy Willis wants a podium finish. Laps James Gibbons Alfa Romeo. What's his gap to Marshall now? 3 seconds. He's got the gear number 3 Capri in his sights. They're 40 seconds off the two leaders, these two. Keep an eye on the gap on the timing screen for first and second place. But soon, Gregor Marshall, there he is. He's going to have to start watching his mirrors because here comes Andy Willis. Out of the complex. Alfa Romeo's a lap down on the Capris. Here's a replay of a near miss for John Spires onto the grass there. I wonder if that bird that flew across in front of him distracted him there. We have seen wildlife get hit here at Thruxton in the past. I can't remember who was driving it now. When the De Tomaso Pantera ran in the British GT Championship in the 90s, it was about this point on the circuit, round towards Church, a pheasant smashed into the windscreen. And the car had to pit. I don't remember who that was. It might have been Andy Wallace, I seem to think, was driving the Pantera on that occasion. I could be wrong. It definitely happened to that car though, the car that ran at Le Mans with among the driving crew, the now disgraced businessman Dominic Chappelle on board. Andy Willis has almost caught Gregor Marshall. Down the straight they come. The gap is 1.8 seconds now. The lead gap is now 6.7 seconds. John Spires' last lap with that little moment was 1:37.6, so he's dropped away from the leader. It's looking good for a victory for James Slaughter here in the Juicy Jeans car. Here comes the triplex car. There's the Quick Brew car, it's still going. 3 laps behind, but after the early problems with that misfire, but it's still running. It's not a question of if, but when Andy Willis is going to make his move on Gregor Marshall. Through the back of the circuit they go. Daniel Ferro, hello to you watching in Portugal, says, imagine this race with twice as many cars. I am. That's what I want to see. It's been a wonderful weekend of racing to celebrate motorsport from the 80s and beyond. HRDC here, the Classic Touring Car Racing Club as well, the mouth-watering grid for the Jochen Rindt Trophy, and everybody else besides. Andy Willis now on the tail of Gregor Marshall for third place. Here he comes. Is he going to make his move at Allard? Which side's he going to go? He's going to do it into the complex, I reckon. Slaughter's pulling away from John Spires at the front of the field. Over 7 seconds clear now. Just over 3.5 minutes of the race to go. Which side's Willis going to go? He moves to the left. Oh, he feinted to go left, and that's forced Marshall to run wide. He's outfoxed him. Well done, Andy Willis, through for third, and the chase down is complete. Clive Golding had a grandstand view of that from his broken down Alfa Romeo. So Willis into third place. 3 minutes of the race left. It's going to be a win for James Slaughter in the Juicy Jeans car, the ex-Andy Rouse car, number 7. John Spears in the Hermitite Mark II Capri in second. Capri is a lap ahead of the Alfa Romeos. Their class is going to be won by the Margulies family. Ahead of James Gibbons. Sadly, Clive Golding out. The Margulies car, Jake at the wheel, having taken over from his dad. Through the back of the circuit. Well clear of James Gibbons. Well, we may not have had the biggest field of the weekend, but it's been a fine celebration of classic saloon car racing in tribute to the great Gerry Marshall. As mentioned during the Classic Thunder race this weekend, dedicated to the memory of Alan Vaughan as well. Everyone has done a superb job, all the drivers, all their backup teams, all our marshals and other volunteers and all the officials as well. A fantastic occasion Thruxton Retro has been once again. It's been a privilege to cover it for you once again for the second year in a row. Who knows what Thruxton Retro next year will bring. We've had 70s, we've had 80s, maybe 90s next year. Super touring cars, anyone? Just a suggestion. So 30 seconds left on the clock then. James Slaughter all set for victory. David and Jake Margulies all set to win the Alfa Romeo category. There's the triplex Capri in third place. Good drive by Andy Willis. Here is James Slaughter coming into the chicane as the clock counts down to 0 on the last lap of the weekend. And he's coming in to take the Juicy Jeans Capri to victory. In tribute to Gerry Marshall. Checkered flag is out. Slaughter wins it. John Spires comes over in second. The gap 9 seconds in the end. And we await Andrew Willis in the ex-Gerry Marshal Triplex Capri to come home for 3rd place. I'm very pleased to see that car on the podium. I'm very pleased to be able to commentate on that car, having followed its restoration story. Very talented young man is Andrew Willis. He will go far in this sport. And he comes in to take 3rd place. That's for you, Gerry. Gregor Marshall, the car started by Mark Thomas, comes home in 4th. And we await the Alfa Romeos. David and Jake Margulies. David started the Andy Rouse replica ICS car. Jake taking over. He's going to bring it in to win the class. James Gibbons, 2nd in class. He's finished a lap down. And the Margulies family do finish on the lead lap in 5th place. Final finisher, Cannell and Harvey's Capri, 7th place, 3 laps down. So we'll confirm the result of that one in a second, but while we do, thank you again to all the volunteer marshals, the Orange family, to everyone else here, the recovery crews, the medical staff, race control staff, timekeepers and all the BARC officials here at Thruxton this weekend. James Slaughter, the winner by just over 9 seconds ahead of John Spires in the end, with Andy Willis in 3rd ahead of Marshall and Thomas. The Margulies family 5th ahead of James Gibbons. Then behind them were Cannell and Harvey. Clive Golding the only non-finisher. Bad luck to him. So thank you everyone here at Thruxton from the BARC. Thank you to the drivers for their entertainment across the course of the weekend, and to all their teams and backup crews in the paddock. Thank you to our camera crews and to Dan, our director, for bringing us the action as well. Well done to all of them. Big thanks to Ian Waterhouse down on the ground as well, and to everyone for taking part in interviews too. That's about all from myself, Dave Goddard. I will see you at Snetterton next weekend for British Truck Racing, TCR UK, and lots more besides. But thank you very much for listening. Thank you to everyone for watching. This weekend is dedicated to the memory of Alan Vaughan. Thanks for watching, everyone. I'll see you next week from Snetterton. It's goodbye from me, down to Ian for the final word.
Marshal Trophy race here at Thruxton Retro. We'll have a word of him as soon as he gets out of the car. We did speak to him before as well, didn't we? He said he was a little bit fearful of the heat, but actually the temperature has dipped somewhat as the afternoon has progressed. Congratulations though to James Slaughter and John Spires coming home in 2nd place, and Andrew Willis, of course, in the Gerry Marshal car coming home in 3rd place. Let's just jump in and have a quick chat with James. Let's listen in. No, keep going, keep going. We'll just listen. James, you said before the race a little bit concerned about the heat, but how was it?
Hot.
It was, yeah.
Very hot. But the car was, I mean, it's on the gauges all the way around. It's brakes really that you worry about, and he's a quick old bugger, isn't he, John? And he drives a lot, and I missed a gear on the start. I thought, I want to get away, and then I can control it, and I let him get past me. So, but then he just, I think he outbraked himself at the chicane, and so I just got a drop on him, and then it looked like I had the legs for the rest of the race. Yeah. So I couldn't see him in the mirrors.
There you go, you recovered. That's it. Well done.
Yeah, it was brilliant.
You're the
First
winner.
outright win.
Gerry Marshal Trophy winner. Congratulations, James. Really happy for you, buddy. It's great news. Let's go have a quick chat again with John Spires. Spoke to him already once this weekend. John, congratulations. 2nd place. Happy?
Well, not as happy as if I'd won, but you know, you can't win all the time. No, you know, I got a great start, and a bit like the TVR race, and I seemed to be a long gap behind. Oh, this is nice. I can just enjoy myself, and then suddenly James was in my mirrors, and yeah, you know, all credit to him. I couldn't hold him today.
Do you like these 45-minute races?
Yeah, I mean, I normally share the driving with someone else, so for me, it's a very heavy steering on my car, and to be honest, well, I need a gallon of beer now to
get me back on form.
Okay, I'll come find you in a minute then, yeah? We'll definitely do that. Right, let's go over, shall we? Let's go talk to Andrew Willis. Again, we spoke to him a little bit earlier, didn't we, as well? So, who are you looking for, Mark? Yeah, he's there. He's in the light blue overalls. Andrew, let's have a quick chat, shall we? Congratulations in the Gerry Marshal car. You got a podium, done him proud.
Yeah, thanks very much. Third place in the Gerry Marshal Trophy with Gerry's car. Yeah. So in '78 when he drove it, he had a bit of a fort season. Got a second place at Silverstone and then had a few DNFs. Didn't really gel with the car, but yeah, it's honestly such a good car. It's brilliant. It really is, even after all these years.
Brilliant. Well, look, thank you so much for putting on a show. Love your hair, by the way.
Oh, thank you very much.
It looks absolutely awesome.
Sure, I'll see you soon.
I'm sure you will, indeed. Yes. Right. I'm going to swing around over here, actually, because let's stand in front of the #1 board, shall we? Congratulations to James Slaughter. Congratulations to all of our runners and riders this weekend here at Thruxton Retro. What a weekend it has been. I hope you have all enjoyed watching it as much as we have producing the show, broadcasting it for you as well. Now, as ever, every single weekend for the BARC that we go live, there are a team of people who spend the entire 2 days out at corners and fields, getting hit by rain, sleet, snow. This weekend, the hot weather indeed. Poor old Danny's got a bit of a suntan on him as well. I say suntan, he's completely burnt. So can we just say a massive thank you to the team who have brought you all of these pictures completely live and free for you to tune in this weekend. A massive shout out to John, who's been holding the roaming camera. Thank you so much, John. I've had a great time. There he goes. Big thank you to Danny, sunburnt Danny, we're going to call him now. Big shout out to Andy, who's been at turn 1 up there. Massive shout out to Elliot, to Richard, to Ray, to our wonderful producer Dan, and of course to the excellent commentator Dave Goddard. Thank you to all of you for watching as well. You really do make the difference. We've tipped over 41,000 subscribers this weekend as well. A massive thank you as ever to the Orange Army. We couldn't do it without you. All the ambulance crews, the recovery teams, and of course the BARC staff for ensuring all of the administration has done properly. The clerk of the course and everybody up in race control, and TSL as well. They never get thanks. So let's say a big thank you to TSL for all of the timing work that they do. That is it from Thruxton Retro. It's been a real treat. We're back next week at Snetterton. I'm not, I'll be at Goodwood, but we've got a team at Snetterton for the trucks. It's going to be an absolute cracker. Thanks for watching, everybody. Bye-bye.